All staff are also required to wear a face covering at all times. Disposable face masks are available if needed. All delegates are to refrain from direct contact, including handshakes and other physical contact, during greetings in recognition of the physical distancing requirements. And all delegates should remain conscious of COVID-19 hand sanitizing contact precautions. All movement and, if necessary, queuing require 2 meters physical distancing, and delegates are requested to minimize activity until seated in the meeting room. Introduction of the pre-recorded statements will be made by delegations from their national seats. Statements delivered by the representative who are physically present in the Assembly Hall will also be made from the national seats. With the assistance of the occupational safety and health representatives, the President will oversee the implementation of mitigating measures in the course of the proceedings. If at any moment it appears that the guidelines are not being strictly observed, the President will have no choice but to draw the attention of delegates to these guidelines, or even suspend or adjourn the meeting as needed. Thank you for your attention.
The sixth plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Bosnia and Herzegovina to introduce an address by the head of state.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have the distinguished honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency Mr. Šefik Džaferović, Chairman of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Mr. Chairman, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to address you on behalf of Bosnia and Herzegovina at this year's United Nations General Assembly. Although we did not have the opportunity to gather at the UN headquarters due to the extraordinary circumstances caused by the health crisis, it is extremely important that we exchange experiences and opinions in this manner and maintain the continuity of the UN General Assembly sessions. Human life in general, and therefore all aspects of social life, are comprised of few things that are as important as conversation, and it is of the utmost importance that this year as well, despite the health crisis, we are holding this largest dialogue platform that humanity has had. I would like to congratulate Mr. Tiani Muhammad Bandi on his successful presidency of the 74th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I would like to emphasize this in particular, bearing in mind the effort that Mr. Bandi has made, together with the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, making it possible for this year's General Assembly to take place. I also congratulate Mr. Volkan Bozkir on his election, with the message that he can count on the full support of Bosnia and Herzegovina in ensuring the productive work of the General Assembly in the coming year. This year, the United Nations is celebrating its 75th anniversary, continuing after the terrifying experiences of the World War II. Out of the need to prevent their recurrence, the United Nations has, since its inception, been a factor without which it would have been impossible to imagine regulating issues of international peace and security, as well as global development planning and human rights protection. Despite numerous challenges and certain difficulties in fulfilling its mission, the United Nations remains an indispensable framework for international cooperation that needs to be further enhanced and developed. Mr. Chairman, the coronavirus pandemic has certainly marked this year throughout the world and brought us challenges we could not have even imagined before. Taking hundreds of thousands of lives, the pandemic has sown disaster around the world, grieving many families with whose pain we sincerely sympathize. At the same time, this very dangerous pandemic blocked physical connections and traffic between continents, regions, countries, and finally everyday encounters of people. The only way to fight it effectively was to physically distance ourselves from each other. Having in mind human habits and the need to meet each other, this was very demanding and finally traumatic, and caused enormous damage, first to the economy and then to the overall quality of life. However, we should not forget that in the absence of vaccines and appropriate treatment, that was the only way to fight for human lives, whose preservation was more important than economic growth of anything else. Although during the first wave of the pandemic, we all had to physically distance ourselves from each other, a strong solidarity arose that brought us all closer, both internationally and within individual societies. We had the opportunity to see how many communities, in the moments when they themselves were fighting a deadly pandemic, still provided help to others, to those most endangered, not allowing them to be left only to themselves and to shut down altogether. On behalf of Bosnia and Herzegovina, I want to thank the friends who came to our aid, not allowing us to be left alone in the most difficult moments. Although we do not have large resources, we also try to respond to appeals for help. So, like any other great misfortune, this one reminded us of how much we are oriented towards each other and how important it is to have friends. We especially appreciate that Bosnia and Herzegovina, although not a member of the EU, has been included in the European public procurement system. Also, I would like to take this opportunity to point out that the coronavirus vaccine must be made available to all of humanity. Mr. Chairman, it is an undisputable fact that there has been a strong crisis of multilateralism on the scene in recent years. International organizations in general and the United Nations itself have become the subject of intense questioning and even challenges to its existence. Let me share with you an observation that multilateral organizations, even in the time of the pandemic, have shown their extraordinary importance in today's globalized world, which is based on interdependence and the need for constant cooperation. The pandemic has shown that the biggest problems today can no longer be solved by 1, 3, or 5 countries alone. Such difficulties can only be addressed through a transnational, multilateral response based on dialogue and cooperation from as many countries as possible. We have had a special opportunity to see this on the European continent, where the historic agreement on the European Union's economic recovery package, worth almost 2 trillion euros, has shown that European unity is extremely strong and can set an example to all other parts of the world. The strength of the European Union was also shown in the fact that it has not only directed its huge financial resources towards its own needs, but also supported others, including Bosnia and Herzegovina, as a country on the path to membership in the European Union. On this occasion, Bosnia and Herzegovina also expresses its gratitude to the European Union for its strong support to the economy and the healthcare system, which has had an exceptional stabilization effect. The European Union's aid package to Bosnia and Herzegovina, worth a total of 300 million euros for the purpose of mitigating the economic consequences of the pandemic, has certainly further strengthened our commitment to European integration and at the same time ensuring stability in the immediate neighborhood. Mr. Chairman, at the end of this year, it will be 25 years since the signing of the Dayton Peace Agreement, which stopped the war in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Although at the time of its conclusion, this agreement seemed fragile and perhaps even unsustainable, it nevertheless proved to be a very strong and resilient stabilization framework that managed to withstand a number of challenges. The main problem with the Dayton Peace Agreement is that some parts of it have not been implemented at all, and some have been only partially implemented. Annex 4, also known as the Constitution of Bosnia and Herzegovina, implied full implementation of the entire agreement. This shortcoming must be remedied. The Dayton Agreement must be fully implemented. All decisions of international courts must be respected, and equal rights must be ensured for all citizens in accordance with the European Convention on Human Rights. This is especially true for displaced persons who have returned to pre-war places of residence. Bosnia and Herzegovina has been living in peace for 25 years, and this has been of immeasurable importance, having in mind our experience in the 1990s, as well as the experience of numerous crisis hotspots that are active in the world right now. However, when we talk about the shortcomings of the Dayton Peace Agreement, we should never forget that this was a peace agreement whose primary goal was not to ensure the application of sophisticated constitutional standards, and it is quite natural that it needs an upgrade that is possible only with broad political consensus. It is very important that all relevant political entities in our country are deeply aware of the fact that the foundations of the Dayton Peace Agreement can be changed only through a broad consensus and consent of all. Of course, such a situation means that there are no quick and easy changes, and therefore no quick and easy progress can be made, as it would be expected and demanded by many. But this situation at the same time guarantees everyone in Bosnia and Herzegovina that they have a significant degree of security and protection. We in Bosnia and Herzegovina have a general agreement on the irreplaceable importance of preserving peace, and thus the peace agreement on which it is based upon, which gives us hope that in the future Bosnian and Herzegovinian society will be increasingly preoccupied with development issues, entering a new phase of its historical path. Mr. Chairman, Bosnia and Herzegovina shares the UN General Assembly's concern over unresolved conflicts in current crisis hotspots. We give our full support to the call of the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres for an end to the conflicts in the world after the escalation of the coronavirus pandemic. Although there has been a decrease in violence in Syria in the recent period, we are aware of the fact that the conflict continues in sporadic forms, and the extremely difficult humanitarian situation of internally displaced persons in Syria is of particular concern. We are concerned that no progress has been made in the ending the conflicts in Libya, Yemen, and Ukraine, and we call for more intensive involvement of the international community in order to bring about a lasting end to those conflicts. Bosnia and Herzegovina believes that ensuring lasting peace and stability in relations between Israel and Palestine is possible only through diplomatic efforts within the framework of international law, and we give our full support to such efforts. Bosnia and Herzegovina supports the dialogue between Pristina and Belgrade, which is being conducted under the auspices of the European Union and the United States. Mr. Chairman, Bosnia and Herzegovina is a serious, reliable and determined partner in strengthening the European security area, and we are actively contributing to regional efforts to strengthen the stability and security of the Western Balkans. Our country has been constantly strengthening its capacities to combat terrorism, all forms of violent extremism, international crime, drug production and trafficking. Bosnia and Herzegovina participates in regional and international initiatives that contribute to international security, and in the past we have made a turn from a country that has consumed international aid in terms of military missions and become a country whose soldiers and police officers have participated in peacekeeping missions around the world. We have good cooperation with neighboring countries in many areas, and we have put our relations with our neighbors at the very top of our foreign policy priorities. Our goal is to resolve any open issues with our neighbors through dialogue on the principle of mutual respect and reciprocity and with full respect for international law. In this regard, I would like to convey the concerns of the citizens of Bosnia and Herzegovina due to the fact that some important issues, such as the issue of the State Border Agreement, have not been resolved to date with all neighboring countries. Bosnia and Herzegovina has concluded an agreement on the state border with Montenegro, and to this day we do not have such agreements with Serbia and Croatia. Bosnia and Herzegovina is of the opinion that these agreements should be concluded as soon as possible with full respect for the well-known, internationally recognized borders of Bosnia and Herzegovina and with the full and consistent applications of international law. Since the last quarter of 2017, Bosnia and Herzegovina has been facing a huge problem of illegal migration, which has worsened especially this year. Due to the closure of the remaining migrant routes, most migrants coming from the Middle East, heading towards the countries of the European Union, pass through the territory of Bosnia and Herzegovina, representing huge security and humanitarian problem for which our country does not have enough resources. Our plan is to further strengthen the competent institutions dealing with this issue, to protect the border, and to increase assistance to local communities that are suffering the greatest burden of the crisis. But in order to completely solve this problem, we need much greater support from the European Union, as well as cooperation with the migrant countries of origin. Migrants do not intend to stay in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but they want to go to the Western Europe. They enter the region of the Western Balkans and even Bosnia and Herzegovina from the European Union, and then they encounter the barrier on the western border of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and they stay in Bosnia and Herzegovina unnecessarily, which is a huge problem for us. On the one hand, Bosnia and Herzegovina is not the final destination of migrants, and we face this problem solely because of our geographical proximity to the European Union as the migrants' end destination. On the other hand, Bosnia and Herzegovina responsibly understands its position with the international community and the European security area, but we need stronger support from the European Union itself, as well as the entire international community. We are also seeking to sign appropriate readmission agreements with migrants' countries of origin. We have managed to reach an agreement with some of the countries, and on this occasion I invite other countries whose citizens are currently located in Bosnia and Herzegovina to join us in this process. One of the huge social problems in Bosnia and Herzegovina is the emigration of our young educated people. Struggling with their own demographic deficit, the developed countries of the European Union are attracting young and educated people from Bosnia and Herzegovina, offering them much more favorable business and the overall life opportunities in their organized social systems. The only way to effectively counter this trend is to build a society based on the principle of equal opportunities, political stability and legal security, where it would be possible for young people to plan for their future. We are slowly but surely approaching this goal thanks to the particularly credible perspective of membership in the European Union. In this regard, we have started implementing the obligations from the opinion of the European Commission on Bosnia and Herzegovina's application for membership, and we expect that the competent institutions will fulfill the full set of obligations as soon as possible in the coming period. Also, it is equally important to continue to fulfill obligations that Bosnia and Herzegovina has undertaken in relation to the North Atlantic Treaty Organization by unreservedly supporting all laws and decisions made by the institutions of Bosnia and Herzegovina on this matter. Despite the difficulties in its functioning, Bosnia and Herzegovina is progressing slowly, and our ultimate commitment remains to build a secure, stable and prosperous country, which, as an equal member of the international community, will contribute to the security and prosperity of our global community. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Chairman of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Uzbekistan to introduce an address by the Head of State.
Your Excellency, Volkan Baskir, President of the General Assembly, it's my great honor and privilege to introduce a video statement by His Excellency Shavkat Mirziyoyev, President of the Republic of Uzbekistan.
Distinguished President Volkan Baskir, Distinguished Secretary General Antonio Guterres, distinguished heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, the 75th session of the General Assembly is being held for the first time in the history of the United Nations in a completely new format, an online video conferencing due to the coronavirus pandemic. Such a global catastrophe has not been observed in our planet in the last 100 years. This calamity has vividly revealed humanity's vulnerability. The current threatening and complex situation has proved that all states and peoples of the world are interconnected, and that regular dialogue, trust, and close cooperation among us are extremely important. In this context, all of us have deeply realized the need to consolidating the mutual efforts of governments, parliaments, civil society institutions, strengthening the principles of common responsibility, coordinating international partnership accordingly, increasing the status and capacity, as well as expanding the competences of the World Health Organization. Our goal is to jointly create a fair global system that ensures basic rights, freedoms, health, and well-being of every human being. In this regard, we propose to develop under the UN auspices an international code of voluntary commitments of states during pandemics. This document should reflect each state's commitments to its citizens and international partners. Ladies and gentlemen, since the early days of the COVID-19 outbreak in Uzbekistan, we have focused all our efforts and resources to containing this dangerous disease, and most importantly, saving the people's lives. Social protection and health systems are being cardinally strengthened to mitigate the negative effects of the pandemic. Targeted support is provided to the population, sectors of the economy, and businesses. Special funds have been set up to this end. I would like to take this opportunity to express my deep gratitude to all our friends and partners who have generously supported during this time of trials. We fully support the international community's all efforts to effectively combat the pandemic including the development and widespread use of essential drugs and vaccines. We also welcome the proposal of Secretary-General Antonio Guterres to hold a summit on the pressing issues of food security in the current context of the crisis. Dear participants of the General Assembly, 3 years ago, speaking from the High Rostrum of the United Nations, I stated that Uzbekistan was firmly determined to implement radical reforms. As a result of our large-scale measures on political, social, and economic modernization of society, a new Uzbekistan is being formed. Today, the process of democratic transformations in our country has become irreversible. Last year's parliamentary elections demonstrated the growing political activism of the population and parties, the role of civil society institutions, and the influence of the media. The gender equality policy became a priority for us. The role of women in public administration is growing. In our new parliament, the number of women deputies has doubled. The human rights situation has also completely changed. The forced and child labor were fully abolished. The National Human Rights Strategy was adopted. In response to a call from the United Nations to reduce the number of stateless persons, this year alone, 50,000 of our compatriots were granted Uzbek citizenship. The situation with religious freedom in our country has also improved dramatically. Further strengthening the interethnic harmony and interreligious tolerance is a constant important task for us. Comprehensive reforms to ensure true independence of the judiciary and the rule of law are being consistently implemented. The uncompromising fight against corruption has reached a new level. In this regard, important legislation has been adopted and independent anti-corruption agency was established. The economic reforms are being dynamically continued in our country. For the first time, we have publicly declared our determination to reduce poverty. We are achieving this through development of entrepreneurship and job creation, improving the investment climate and business environment, building a modern infrastructure and providing targeted social assistance to the population through training people to new professions. In our country, where over half of the population is young, an extensive work is underway to ensure that every young person takes a worthy place in society and demonstrate their potential. The youth parliaments and the Agency for Youth Affairs are operating in Uzbekistan. In August, the Samarkand International Forum on Youth Rights was successfully held under the auspices of the United Nations. I would like to take this opportunity to once again call on you to support Uzbekistan's initiative to adopt the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Youth. In addition, we propose to adopt a special resolution of the United Nations General Assembly on enhancing the role of parliaments in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and ensuring human rights. Dear friends, The fundamental changes are taking place now in the region of Central Asia. We have managed to create an atmosphere of good neighborliness, mutual trust, friendship, and mutual respect among the states of the region. Our common achievement is consultative summits of the Central Asian heads of state, which was put forth as an initiative at the 72nd session of the United Nations General Assembly and has been regularly held since then. Over the past 4 years, Uzbekistan's bilateral trade with neighboring states has grown almost fivefold. During these days of trial, our countries are standing by and not leaving one another alone. Today, the Central Asian states face an important strategic task. This is to ensure deep integration of our region into the global economic, transport, and transit corridors. In this regard, we propose to establish a regional center for the development of transport and communications under the auspices of the United Nations. Today, the effective security cooperation is maintained in Central Asia. The United Nations Global Anti-Terrorism Strategy is being successfully implemented. We stand up for conducting the international conference on the 10 years results and forthcoming prospects of this joint plan of the regional strategy. As it is well known, the ancient cultural and rich spiritual heritage of our region is of global importance. We are ready to hold the international forum, Central Asia at the Crossroads of World Civilizations, in the ancient city of Khiva in 2021 in cooperation with UNESCO. Dear participants of the session, we see Afghanistan as an integral part of Central Asia. The Tashkent High-Level Conference on Afghanistan in March 2018 marked a new stage in the mobilization of the international community's efforts to resolve the Afghan problem. We fully support the peace talks among the Afghan political forces launched this year in the city of Doha in September. We express hope that these talks will serve for bringing in peace and stability in the long-suffering land of Afghanistan. In order to broadly involve Afghanistan in the process of economic integration in the region, we have started the implementation of major infrastructure projects, such as Surkhan-Puri-Khumri power line and construction of railway from Mazar-i-Sharif to the seaports of the Indian Ocean. We believe that the issues of ensuring peace and stability in Afghanistan must remain a constant focus of the United Nations. Only together and through close cooperation we can realize all the dreams and aspirations of the Afghan people. In this regard, it's important to work on the principle of from instability and destruction to peace and prosperity. To this end, we propose to establish a permanent UN Commission on Afghanistan that would address the concerns of long-suffering Afghan people. The main task of this commission must be to promote and facilitate the economic and social development of Afghanistan. Distinguished heads of state and government, another acute problem of our time is related to global climate change. Today, every country feels the negative effects of this process. Unfortunately, such negative developments also pose a great threat to the sustainable development of Central Asia. I would like to once again draw your attention to the devastating effects of the drying up of the Aral Sea. The Aral Sea region became the center of an environmental tragedy. To mitigate the current situation, we're carrying out an enormous work to create 2 million hectares of new plantations and forests to form a layer of soil. On our country's initiative, the United Nations Multilateral Trust Fund for the Development of the Aral Sea region was established. We hope that this fund will serve as a base platform for the international community to provide practical assistance to the population living in a stressed ecological zone. We propose to adopt a special resolution of the UN General Assembly declaring the Aral Sea region an area of ecological innovation and technologies. It would be expedient to mark the date of adoption of this important document as the International Day for the Protection and Restoration of Ecosystems. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I would like to emphasize yet another point. The continuing unrest in various parts of the world, the growing conflict and violence, environmental disasters and other modern threats are exacerbating the global problems of misery and poverty. These problems become especially acute in the condition of pandemic. The voice of poverty, which is getting even more alarming today, must raise concerns in entire world community and all of us. In this regard, we propose to set the issues of poverty eradication and the fight against poverty as one of the main topics of the next session of the United Nations General Assembly, and hold a global summit on these issues. Dear friends, it is clear to all of us that the socio-economic landscape of the post-pandemic world will be completely different. We need to work on the basis of new approaches and close cooperation against common threats to security and sustainable development. The central role of the United Nations as a coordinating international structure needs to be further strengthened. Uzbekistan always stands ready to develop a wide-ranging and mutually beneficial partnership with all countries of the world, as well as practical dialogue with the United Nations and its institutions. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Hungary to introduce an address by the head of state.
Good morning, Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor to introduce and present a pre-recorded message and statement by His Excellency János Áder, the President of Hungary.
Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, today marks a strange anniversary. This year, for the first time in the history of the UN, we have to hold our regular annual session in a virtual setting. All this because of a virus that, although invisible to the naked eye, has upended our lives completely. COVID-19 has changed the rules regulating our family, social relations, and our work in an instant, and has created a grave crisis. Within a short period, the health crisis developed into an economic and later a social crisis. businesses in bankruptcy, jobs lost, drastic restrictive measures, and increasing sovereign debt. Who would have imagined this, say, at the beginning of this year? More and more people say that today's situation is the prototype for the Anthropocene era, because by the beginning of the 21st century, we humans have become the factor that exercises the biggest impact on changes to the planet. We have to brace ourselves that if we do not radically change our lifestyles, this crisis will be followed by other ones, which may be even more serious than COVID. Therefore, today, the most important question is, can we learn from the crisis? And are we finally ready to do something in the areas where we have known for a long time that there is a danger looming, where we have known what should be done, and that any procrastination would only increase the risks and the costs? Today, we are as yet unable to defend ourselves against COVID efficiently. There is no drug, no vaccine. There are other areas of life as well where we have known for years what should be done. Take water, for example. We have already spoken several times here at the UN about the water crisis unfolding in front of our eyes, about the drama of too much water and too little water or contaminated water. And we all know that the majority of the UN's sustainability goals are unattainable in the absence of appropriate water policy. Why? Because until every seventh person on Earth is denied access to uncontaminated water, we have no hope for increased productivity in the impoverished regions of the world. Until we are unable to prevent water contamination, we will still have half of all hospital beds occupied with patients suffering from diseases caused by contamination. Until we are able to create the conditions for sustainable water management, we will not have safer food production, and we will not be able to feed those already living on the planet, let alone the newly born. Until we are able to transform our energy generation systems, the coal-fueled power plants will not only increase CO2 emissions, but will also consume water that would be enough to supply 1 billion people. But let's see another example. We've long been saying that the lifestyle we have created is unsustainable. Every year we are consuming more resources than what nature can replenish. It is absurd to believe that we have unlimited supplies of natural resources, water, soil, diverse biological environment available cheaply and until the end of time. What is the solution? Circular economy, where waste, glass, plastic, metals, etc. are not garbage, but recyclable raw materials. How many times have we discussed this? Yet, we have achieved little progress. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Hungary has never condoned fruitless debates. We have always stood up for action. This is why we have organized the Budapest Water Summit 3 times already during the recent years. The success of these events has motivated us to strive for more. At the end of next year, we are organizing a sustainability expo, which, beside water management, will also deal with issues like food production, transportation, energy and waste management, as well as education. We look forward to welcoming you all. As for the overcoming of the crisis, let me leave you with the words of Winston Churchill. The pessimist sees difficulty in every opportunity. The optimist sees the opportunity in every difficulty.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Hungary for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Kazakhstan to introduce an address by the head of state.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have a great honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by my head of state, His Excellency Mr. Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, President of the Republic of Kazakhstan.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, this year we commemorate the 75th anniversary of the United Nations in both dramatic and critical time. The greatest challenge of our age, COVID-19 pandemic, continues to cause deep suffering among the people around the world and has seriously affected the global economy. In the wake of this unprecedented human tragedy, on behalf of my country fellows, I extend the profound gratitude to all medical professionals and frontline staff members who work very hard to protect us. The current global emergency is a stress test for all of us that has triggered health, humanitarian, and socio-economic turbulence. COVID-19 has exposed our past mistakes and failures. We have witnessed a critical collapse of global cooperation in response to this crisis, trade protectionism and political nationalism, coming close to what some have already called a state of global dysfunction. The whole world is on the verge of dramatic upheavals that may lead to irreversible consequences. Lack of mutual confidence, misunderstanding of international competition, trade wars and sanctions really undermine the prospects and hopes for a better world. Let us be frank. In the post-Cold War world, we largely missed the chance to build a truly just, people-centered international system. The fate of our future generations depends on the understanding of this reality, primarily by us, the leaders of states. Therefore, it is our moral obligation to reflect on the paradigm of building a new world. Now we are in a make or break moment for the humankind. Born a century before, the UN establishment, a great Kazakh poet and philosopher, Abay, proposed his own formula on global interaction. Адамзатқа не керек? Сүймек, сезбек, кеймек, қарекет қылмақ, жүгірмек, ақылмен ойлап, сөйлемек, which means all that the humanity needs: love, compassion, bold actions, deeds, and thoughtfulness. In this context, allow me to share some points on our collective response to current challenges. Mr. President, right after the coronavirus outbreak, the UN's various funds, programs, and agencies have stepped forward to combat the crisis. However, the international community obviously needs to do more. Firstly, to build a strong global health system, priority must be given to upgrading national health institutions through timely and coordinated support from developed countries and UN agencies. Secondly, we must take the politics out of the vaccine. It is not too late for reaching a COVID-19 vaccine trade and investment agreement that would protect global production and supply chains. Thirdly, it may be necessary to revise the international health regulations to increase the World Health Organization's capacity and to develop national capabilities in preventing and responding to diseases. Fourthly, we suggest that the idea of a network of regional centers for disease control and biosafety under the UN auspices be closely examined. Kazakhstan stands ready to host such a regional center. Last but not least, in light of the global pandemic, launching of a biological weapons control system is becoming more acute than ever. Kazakhstan proposes to establish a special multilateral body, the International Agency for Biological Safety, based on the 1972 Biological Weapons Convention and accountable to the UN Security Council. Distinguished delegates, we need urgent, concerted efforts for a truly global economic recovery. I join the Secretary General's call on a rescue package amounting to 10% of the world economy and share his view that the response to the pandemic should be based on a new global deal to create equal and broader opportunities for all. We believe that the suspension of debt repayments by the poorest countries will help reduce uncertainty. International financial institutions need to implement innovative solutions like debt-to-health system swaps. I hope that the upcoming high-level meeting on financing for development will produce concrete measures. Landlocked developing countries have been particularly hard hit by COVID-19, which has severely damaged trade and supply chains. As the current chair of the LLDC group, Kazakhstan has proposed a UN roadmap to reinvigorate implementation of the Vienna Programme of Action. The highest expectation of our people is practical deliverables within Agenda 2030. We need prompt and well-coordinated steps to get back on track for an accelerated SDG decade of action, probably the most critical decade of our generation. The very basic target, zero hunger, is to be provided unconditionally. In this context, we note the importance of convening a food systems summit in 2021. The Islamic Organization for Food Security, initiated by Kazakhstan, is ready to assist the international humanitarian campaign through the creation of food reserves. We should renew our commitment to leave no one behind, especially women, youth, children, elders, persons with disabilities, disproportionately affected by the crisis. The largest disruption of education systems in history should be stopped from becoming a generational catastrophe. Civic engagement and private sector involvement are also critical for solving current pressing problems. During past months, we have witnessed strong solidarity all over the world through volunteering. To acknowledge the role of volunteers, I propose the United Nations to proclaim an International Year of Mobilizing Volunteers for Development. In Kazakhstan, I announced the current year as a year of volunteers. Mr. President, there are two more crises that are looming right behind the pandemic. One of them is the nuclear non-proliferation and disarmament crisis. Kazakhstan has been the role model of a responsible state by willingly abandoning its nuclear arsenal and shutting down world's biggest nuclear test site. However, continuous erosion of the non-proliferation regime leaves us in a dangerous position. Kazakhstan, therefore, expects all member states to join its appeal to nuclear powers to take necessary and urgent measures to save the humankind from a nuclear disaster. In this respect, we appreciate an active role played by relevant UN institutions, including the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty Organization. We believe that legally binding negative security assurances should be given to every non-nuclear weapon state. That's why we urge all P5 countries to ratify the respective protocols to the nuclear weapon-free zone treaties, including Semipalatinsk Treaty. Another existential crisis for our civilization is the climate change. It's not only a dangerous problem in itself, but is also a threat multiplier. The climate emergency is a race we are losing, but the post-COVID recovery gives us unique opportunity to put environmental protection at the forefront of international agenda. We must unite around the UN's 6 climate-positive actions. Kazakhstan is very vulnerable to the various effects of the climate change. The tragedies of RLC and Semipalatinsk nuclear test site, the rapid melting of glaciers, and desertification threaten not only Kazakhstan and Central Asian region, but also the entire world. Although Kazakhstan is highly dependent on fossil fuels and has a long way to go to meet Paris 2030 targets, our commitment to develop a decarbonized economy has no alternative. We will reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 15% by 2030 through economic overhaul and industrial modernization. And yet, in the next 5 years, we will plant more than 2 billion trees. To address these global crises, we need to restore an atmosphere of trust between member states and strengthen multilateral institutions. Lack of trust between nations has become toxic for international relations. It's a moral duty to demonstrate our commitment to the basic purposes and principles of the UN Charter. Due to the immensely growing demand for confidence building, Kazakhstan aims to transform Conference on Interaction and Confidence Building Measures in Asia into a full-fledged organization for security and development in Asia. The world community should increasingly promote an ideology of tolerance, mutual understanding, and cultural diversity. It's a key to countering hatred and intolerance. We once again stress the need for creating a unified coalition to counter another global challenge, international terrorism. We invite all countries to join the Code of Conduct for achieving a world free of terrorism. Kazakhstan was among the first to repatriate our women and children from war-torn Syria and Iraq. It was not an easy decision, but absolutely necessary one. It is our strong belief that the United Nations must lead the global effort to overcome the pandemic, accelerate recovery, and improve prospects for global governance. Therefore, each and every UN agency should reinstate its efficiency and relevance to the tasks ahead of us. We have no alternative but to live up to the great challenge of building a more robust and forward-oriented UN. The criticism of the United Nations is not always fair. The United Nations does exactly as much as the political will of the member states allows. Excellencies, so different each of these 3 crises is in fact a governance challenge. To achieve truly just and people-centered world, measures at the international stage should be accompanied by the dedicated efforts at the national level. Kazakhstan is determined to build an economically strong, democratically advanced, and human-oriented listening state. Therefore, we conduct political and economic reforms that are expected to give a boost to the development of our society to meet up the expectations of our people. We have decriminalized defamation, adopted new laws on political parties and on the peaceful mass meetings. To fulfill a fundamental right to life and human dignity, we decided to join the second optional protocol to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights on the abolition of the death penalty. Another priority is ensuring equal opportunities for women and youth, protection of children. We have reduced our gender inequality index value by 2 times and have introduced a mandatory 30% quota for women and youth in election party lists. We have helped 4.5 million fellow citizens who temporarily lost their income during pandemic, having allocated for this goal $1.1 billion. Over 1 million people have received food and household packages. It was an unprecedented measure in our part of the world. Regional cooperation has always been our main focus and commitment. Central Asia is undergoing rapid transformation through significant expansion of regional cooperation in various fields. No doubt that a prosperous, strong, and united Central Asia is beneficial both for regional and global stakeholders. As to regional stability, the rational use of transboundary water resources is instrumental. We thus propose the establishment of a regional water and energy consortium. To coordinate development agenda in the region, we intend to institutionalize UN-led regional SDGs Center in Almaty. Mr. President, we must remember that in crisis comes an opportunity. We can build back for a better, greener, more efficient, fair, and inclusive world. The emphasis must be shifted on the root causes, preventive measures, and increasing the efficiency of our limited resources. All the efforts should be guided by the moral imperative to put people first. Kazakhstan will always remain a strong supporter of the UN and will actively participate in fulfilling our collective aspiration for a better and happier future. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Saudi Arabia to introduce an address by the head of state.
Your Excellency, President of the Security Council, Mr. Volkan Bozkır, Your Excellencies, distinguished attendees, peace and blessings of God be upon you. It's my great honor to introduce this statement of the custodian of the 2 holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz, King of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Thank you, Mr. President. In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, Your Majesties, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, Mr. President of the General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished attendees, may God's peace and blessings be upon you. At the outset, I would like to extend my sincerest congratulations to Mr. Volkan Bozkır on his election as President of the 75th session of the UN General Assembly, wishing him success in fulfilling his duties. I would also like to extend my thanks to his predecessor, Dr. Tijani Mohammed Bandi, President of the previous session, for his great effort. It would be a remiss not to commend the distinguished endeavors of His Excellency Secretary General Antonio Guterres to improve the performance of UN institutions to attain the objectives and purposes of its charter. Mr. President, distinguished attendees, I address you today from the birthplace of Islam, place of revelation, and the Qibla for Muslims. My message is based on the teachings of our noble religion, our Arab culture, and our common human values. They all call for peaceful coexistence, moderation, and solidarity among the nations and peoples of the world to confront the extraordinary challenges facing our world. Our world today is facing tremendous challenges, especially with the COVID-19 pandemic and its health, humanitarian, and economic repercussions. It compels us all to stand together and face those common challenges to humanity. In its capacity as president of the G20, the Kingdom has coordinated international effort by holding a leaders' summit last March to coordinate the global effort to combat this pandemic. The summit aimed at curbing the humanitarian and economic impact of this pandemic. During the summit, the Kingdom announced a pledge of $500 million in support of efforts aimed at combating the pandemic and reinforcing emergency preparedness and responses. The Kingdom continues to promote global response effort to address this pandemic and its repercussions. The Kingdom is one of the largest donors of humanitarian and developmental aid. It provides its support to all peoples of the world, irrespective of their political, ethnic, or religious affiliations. Over the past 3 decades, the Kingdom provided more than $86 billion in humanitarian aid, benefiting 81 countries. Distinguished attendees, my country, ever since the foundation of this organization, has been at the forefront, along with other nations, to achieve international peace and security. It has been consistently working to mediate conflicts, to reach peaceful solutions to disputes, as well as seeking to prevent conflict and support security, stability, development, and prosperity. However, the Middle East has been suffering from major security and political challenges that undermine the security of its peoples and the stability of its countries. Our region has been facing for many decades attempts by the forces of evil and extremism to impose their malign views and policies in order to hijack these countries' present and future, paying no heed to the aspirations of the peoples of the region for development, prosperity, and peace. In the Kingdom, we chose a path for the future through our Vision 2030, which aspires to create a robust economy and an interactive community, thus contributing actively to the progress and civilization of humankind. Regionally and internationally, the Kingdom advocates a policy based on respect for international law and its principles to achieve security, stability, and prosperity in the region. We support political solutions to conflicts and combat extremism in all its forms and manifestations. Distinguished attendees, over the past decades, the kingdom's hands were extended openly and positively to Iran, searching for peace, but to no avail. The kingdom received several of Iran's presidents and other senior officials in line with the kingdom's efforts to seek ways to build relations based on good neighborliness and mutual respect. We welcomed an international effort to address Iran's nuclear program. But time and again, the entire world witnessed how the Iranian regime abused these efforts to fuel its expansionist activities, build its terrorist networks, and use terrorism. In the process, it squandered the resources and wealth of the Iranian people to fulfill its expansionist project, which only brought about chaos, extremism, and sectarianism. The Iranian regime, conforming with its hostile attitude, targeted oil facilities in the kingdom last year in a blatant violation of international law and international peace and security. It demonstrated that this regime has total disregard for the stability of the global economy or the security of oil supplies to international markets. The Iranian regime also continues, through its proxies, to target the kingdom, launching to date over 300 ballistic missiles and more than 400 armed drones in a stark violation of Security Council resolutions 2216 and 2231. Our experience with the Iranian regime has taught us that partial solutions or appeasement will not stop its threats to international peace and security. A comprehensive solution and a firm international position are needed to ensure fundamental solutions to the Iranian regime's attempt to possess weapons of mass destruction or develop a ballistic missile program, and its interference in the internal affairs of other countries, as well as its sponsorship of terrorism. The Iranian regime's interference in Yemen by supporting the coup carried out by its proxy, the Houthi militia, against the legitimate government led to a political, economic, and humanitarian crisis that the fraternal people of Yemen are still suffering from. This coup is a threat to the security of the countries of the region and the waterways vital for global economy. Furthermore, the Houthi militias impeded the flow of humanitarian aid to the Yemeni people. They also obstructed efforts to reach a political solution in Yemen. They rejected efforts to de-escalate the situation, the latest of which was the ceasefire announcement made by the coalition to support legitimacy in Yemen last April in response to the UN's request in order to proceed with efforts to combat the COVID-19 pandemic in Yemen. Instead, they continue to target civilians in Yemen and in the kingdom. We reiterate that the kingdom will not hesitate to defend its national security, nor will we abandon the fraternal people of Yemen until they regain their complete sovereignty and independence from Iranian hegemony. The kingdom will continue to provide humanitarian support for the people of Yemen, and we will continue to support the efforts of the UN Secretary-General Special Envoy for Yemen in accordance with the GCC initiative, the outcomes of the comprehensive Yemeni National Dialogue, and Security Council Resolution 2216. Distinguished attendees, terrorism and extremist ideologies pose a major threat to the world at large. Together, we have made remarkable progress in the past few years in combating extremist organizations, including substantially rolling back ISIS strongholds in Iraq and Syria, thanks to the efforts of the global coalition. Similarly, the forces of the coalition to support legitimacy in Yemen were able to strike hard against Al-Qaeda and ISIS in Yemen. To succeed in our battle against terrorism and extremism, We must intensify our joint efforts by facing this challenge comprehensively. This includes combating financing of terrorism and extremism. The Kingdom has supported many international entities that contribute to reinforcing our joint efforts to combat this challenge. The Kingdom supported the UN Counterterrorism Center with $110 million. It has established the Global Center for Combating Extremist Ideologies at Tidal in Riyadh, and it also hosts the International Terrorist Financing Targeting Center. We in the Kingdom, thanks to our position in the Muslim world, bear a special and historical responsibility to protect our tolerant Islamic faith from attempts to defame it by terrorist organizations and extremist groups. Islam equates the killing of one individual with the killing of all people. Thus, it is undoubtedly innocent of all crimes and atrocities committed in its name by the forces of terrorism and extremism. Terrorist and extremist organizations find fertile ground to grow and proliferate in countries where there are sectarian divisions and weaknesses, or where state institutions are in collapse. If we intend to win our battle against terrorism, we must not waver in the face of countries sponsoring terrorism and sectarianism. We must stand firmly in the face of countries promoting transnational extremist ideologies, which shield behind false political slogans to hide their extremist, chaotic, and destructive nature. Distinguished attendees, peace in the Middle East is our strategic option, and we will spare no effort to work together towards achieving a bright future where peace, stability, prosperity, and coexistence among all the region's peoples prevail. The Kingdom supports all effort aimed at advancing the peace process. We have been introducing peace initiatives since 1981. This included the 2002 Arab Peace Initiative, which is the basis for a comprehensive and just solution to the Arab-Israeli conflict. It ensures that the fraternal Palestinian people would regain their legitimate rights, foremost being an independent Palestinian statehood with East Jerusalem as its capital. We support the efforts of the current U.S. administration to bring about peace in the Middle East by bringing both the Palestinians and the Israelis together at the negotiating table to reach a fair and comprehensive agreement. While we follow with concern the developments in Libya, we call upon all of our Libyan brothers to sit at the negotiating table and unite to maintain the territorial integrity and safety of Libya. We condemn foreign interventions in Libya and support a peaceful solution in Syria that maintains its territorial integrity and ensure the departure of all militias and mercenaries. We also stand by our fraternal people of Lebanon who are experiencing a humanitarian catastrophe following the explosion of the port of Beirut. This was a result of the hegemony of Hezbollah, that terrorist organization affiliated with Iran, their hegemony over the decision-making process in Lebanon by the force of arms. As a result, the constitutional state institutions in Lebanon were disabled, and in order for the fraternal people of Lebanon to achieve their aspirations for security, stability, and prosperity, this terrorist organization must be disarmed. Mr. President, distinguished attendees, from this podium, we call for the intensification of global efforts to confront the great challenges facing humanity. whether due to climate change, poverty, organized crime, the spread of epidemics, or other challenges which require strengthening our cooperation for a brighter future, so that future generations can live in stability, peace, and security. Thank you, Mr. President, and may God's peace be upon you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the King of Saudi Arabia and President of the Council of Ministers of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of North Macedonia to introduce an address by the head of state.
Thank you, Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues. Today, at the general debate of the 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly, I have the great honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency Mr. Stevo Pendarovski, President of North Macedonia. Thank you.
Distinguished President of the United Nations General Assembly, distinguished Secretaries General of the United Nations, esteemed Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to have the opportunity for the first time to address on behalf of the Republic of North Macedonia this global forum, which this year, due to the circumstances in which we meet, is unique. For the first time, and I sincerely hope for the last, without our personal presence at the headquarters of our organization. This 2020 is undoubtedly one of the most difficult years that humanity is living in recent history. In just a few months, the pandemic, in addition to taking nearly 1 million lives, has left far-reaching consequences in almost every area of our lives, which will take years to fully recover. COVID-19 caused tectonic changes in the order we know, but also provided us with a realistic insight into the national capacities of public health for dealing with crises of planetary dimensions. COVID-19 is just another in the whole spectrum of crises we face as humanity, and none of them is fully isolated from the others. The health crisis is both economic and social because it causes poverty, and poverty is fertile ground for extremism and conflict. Conflicts threaten human rights and freedoms and cause humanitarian catastrophes and waves of refugees. This vortex of crisis and threats generates fear, uncertainty, and mistrust, and polarizes the relations between states, but also within states, and finally undermines multilateralism, which today is more needed than ever. 2020 should be a turning point for all of us. Today, instead of the existing static order created after the World War II, we need a functional and dynamic system of shared rules and principles that we believe in, adapted to the new times. We need a new model of active, inclusive multilateralism, recognizable by solidarity between nations and humanity among people. In this context, one of the great tasks of the United Nations is to help us keep our focus and keep our collective consciousness and conscience for the global good awake. When it comes to our shared goals, let me recall the words of the former Secretary General Dag Hammarskjöld, who said, "The purposes of the Charter are expressions of universally shared ideals which cannot fail us, though we humans often fail them." In other words, our organization can be as effective as its member states allow. Therefore, in order to overcome this period, we need solidarity between the states, which shall not be reflected only in the field of health. We must also be in solidarity with the future that we need to build together. The tragedy caused by COVID-19 should not be used to raise geopolitical tensions and strengthen the geopolitical rivalry among the great powers. Science must stay aside from the logic of profit, but also from the destructive effects of propaganda and misinformation. Policies focused on quick results always have a short-term effect. If we treat crisis in isolation from each other, we will only alleviate the symptoms without curing humanity. An integral approach is therefore necessary. The pandemic is also an opportunity to restructure economies, technologies, and lifestyles in accordance with the principles of sustainable development. We will not eradicate poverty only with short-term financial assistance to the poorest, but through systematic adaptation of those people to have a dignified life and equal opportunities to work, earn money, start families. If we do the opposite, the gap between rich and poor will widen and inequality will still be passed down from one generation to the next. We see that a new generation of inequalities related to education, technology, and climate change is already approaching, which will surely result in new, huge divisions within the societies. We already see that in young people. While some, disappointed by the lack of prospects, leave their countries, others flee to instant gratification and superficial values. Member states must continue to strive for universal education for all, because education is the most powerful guarantor of human rights and freedoms. The 25th anniversary of the World Conference on Women reminds us that it is necessary to continue our efforts to reduce inequality between men and women, which is still a reality in many parts of the world. Moreover, we need to continuously strengthen tolerance for different lifestyles and protect these groups from the widespread violence against them. Our economic and technological development must become climate neutral. In doing so, we need to focus on developing and supporting innovative environmental approaches and sustainable development strategies. Unfortunately, in order to repair the economic damage caused by the pandemic, many governments and companies are already making compromises at the expense of the environmental and climate agenda. By doing so, they only protect the unsustainable economic model of development based on fossil fuels and the use of underpaid labor. If we hope that new technologies can continue to build on our old habits, we will only worsen the situation. We must learn, acquire new, sustainable habits that will be adequate to the new technologies. It is clear to all of us that the time for action is very short. We have only 10 years left to implement the ambitious Agenda 2030. Even before the pandemic, we had difficulties in implementing some of its key goals. Now, for their implementation, we must simultaneously mitigate the economic and social consequences of the pandemic that is still present. To win this race against time, instead of half-effective measures that only delay the consequences, we need bold and long-term solutions that will surely outlive the governments that have passed them. The promotion of peace and the prevention of conflicts, in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations and the principles of international law, have no alternative. Terrorism and violent extremism threaten us all. The Republic of North Macedonia joins the Secretary-General's call for a global truce and full respect for international humanitarian law in these extraordinary circumstances. My country, within its capabilities, is an active participant in UN peacekeeping missions, but also within regional organizations such as the OSCE, the European Union, and the missions of the North Atlantic Alliance. In this context, we support the efforts for a new nuclear arms control treaty and believe that the efforts of our strategic partners to include new nuclear forces therein is an important contribution to greater efficiency in preventing a new race for armament. As a small country in Southeast Europe, we have brought additional stability to the region by resolving, through the mediation of the UN, the complex dispute with our neighbor Greece. Now we are implementing in good faith the agreement, which will benefit both our countries and the region as a whole. At the same time, we are ready to resolve all open issues through dialogue of equal subjects seen in the Good Neighborliness and Cooperation Treaty with our neighbor, the Republic of Bulgaria, which serves as a significant example thereof. Unfortunately, our region still faces unresolved political and historical disputes that have the potential to take us back to the 1990s. The solution to these problems lies only in overcoming historical myths. The way out is certainly not in the ideologies of the 19th century for ethnic and religious domination. In this context, it is of utmost importance that investments are not reduced to investing only in economies. Democracy, which after the end of the Cold War we were convinced had no real alternative, is today under fierce attack on populist and authoritarian tendencies. If we want to maintain the moral superiority of democracy over other models of political governance, we must invest in it, especially among the young generations. In this sense, one of the fundamental challenges before us is to invest in the education about democratic values in order to suppress the awakened radical ideologies such as neo-fascism, ultranationalism, and racism. It is a task for the states and formal education, but not less for the system of non-formal education as well as for the civil society. To be successful, this battle is fought on multiple fronts simultaneously. Every country, every nation, and every organization can contribute. But preconditions for achieving the goal are effective international cooperation and global solidarity, for which we need the United Nations reformed and adapted to the new reality. With all its shortcomings, this organization remains the only truly global, neutral, and legitimate platform for cooperation. Regarding the need for its thorough reform, the challenges we all face can only be solved with more, not less, multilateralism, which, in addition to governments and states, will include the private sector, international governmental and non-governmental organizations, academia, and associations of young people, women, and the marginalized who rightly seek truth, justice, and equality. In the spirit of multilateralism, the Republic of North Macedonia will continue to fulfill its international obligations and support the work of the United Nations and specialized agencies in creating and implementing public policies on issues of global importance. On our decisions today, at the peak of the pandemic, depends how our world will look like after the pandemic. This is a rare opportunity, supporting the World Organization and supporting each other to take steps towards creating a more peaceful and just world in which faith in humanism, freedom, solidarity, and respect for human dignity will be restored. It is clear that only by investing in the United Nations will we be able to build a better world for both present and future generations. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of North Macedonia for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ghana to introduce an address by the head of state.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, on this occasion of the general debate of the 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly, I have the great honor and privilege to introduce the statement of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana.
President of the General Assembly, Your Excellencies, Secretary General, a year ago, we were all looking forward to what we were sure would be the grand celebrations at this year's General Assembly to mark the 75th anniversary of the United Nations. Instead of the anticipated major gathering for the celebrations, we've been forced to stay at home and employ technology to make our addresses to the Assembly. It is not only these celebrations that have had to be adapted to changed circumstances. Our world has been turned upside down, and we have all been forced to learn new ways of doing things. It would have been implausible to suggest, but we have learnt not to shake hands or hug our loved ones. For many people, the most difficult thing to deal with in these uncertain and unsettling times has been the silence forced on churches, mosques, temples, and other places of worship. Singing in groups has become a dangerous activity, and a major item which is preoccupying the attention of world leaders is how to send and keep our children in school safely. All the sacred economic rules by which we have been urged to conduct our affairs in the past century have been thrown out, at least for the moment. Indeed, all our best laid plans have turned out to be of no use when faced with the ravages of an unknown virus. We in Ghana have, however, chalked modest successes in trying to defeat the virus through resolute actions by my government, the cooperation of the Ghanaian people, and the grace of the Almighty. Mr. President, the lessons are clear. We all fell together and looked into the abyss together. Even as we closed our borders and shut airports, the reality dawned on all of us that we had to rely on each other to be able to get out of the trouble we were in. We have all gone down together. We should all rise together. If the answer to this pandemic lies in finding a vaccine, that vaccine should be made available to the whole world, rich and poor alike, developed and developing, all races and all beliefs. The virus has taught us that we are all at risk, and there's no special protection for the rich or a particular class. For as long as the virus exists, whatever medical solutions that might be found should be made available for all in aid of our common humanity. We're told by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, that COVID-19 has brought in its way, quote, a significant reduction in the financing available to developing economies, unquote. Again, with the organization estimating that, quote, external private finance inflows to developing economies could drop by US $700 billion in 2020 compared to 2019 levels, exceeding the immediate impact of the 2008 global financial crisis by 60%, unquote. The restructuring of the global financing architecture to enable access to fresh capital by developing nations, now more than ever, is of immediate necessity if the gains chalked in transforming their economies are not to be eroded and the standards of living of their peoples not to be dangerously lowered. Now is the time for this much discussed and much analyzed institution of ours, the United Nations, to rise to the occasion. One of its agencies, the WHO, has been in the eye of the storm during this crisis, and all of us have to learn the lessons that have emerged. Yes, we should have arguments about the UN and its agencies and their roles, but after 75 years, the arguments should be like the ones we have in our families and not about their very existence. We should correct the long-standing injustice that the current structure and composition of the UN, particularly the Security Council, represents for the nations of Africa. Established in those far-off days of 1945, membership of the Council does not presently reflect the realities of the 21st century. The time has come for the adoption and endorsement of Africa's common position on UN reform, as set out in the El-Zawini Consensus, so we can create a modern United Nations fit for purpose in our time. We should also focus our attention on the 2030 UN Sustainable Development Goals, especially as we mark the beginning of the decade of action to deliver the goals and targets of Agenda 2030. Mr. President, as co-chair of the SDG group of eminent advocates, Ghana believes that the effective implementation of the 17 SDGs remains critical to making the multilateral system relevant in addressing the global challenges we face. Indeed, one such is the threat to the consolidation of democratic governance, especially in Africa, in the face of turbulent conditions prevailing in several parts of Africa. As the newly elected chairperson of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, I say that one immediate test confronting the community is the political situation in Mali, following the coup d'etat that ousted President Ibrahim Boubacar Keïta, which has been compounded further by the activities of terrorists and violent extremists who are in control of large swathes of that country in some parts of the Sahel region. We have learned, most often through bitter experience, that terrorism and violent extremism are not restricted to particular geographic locations or jurisdictions, as the impact of a single terrorist incident in one part of the world resonates throughout the world. It is incumbent on the UN, and indeed all member states, to lend their support to the efforts being made by ECOWAS to restore normalcy to Mali and help us defeat the scourge of terrorism. Mr. President, the importance of technology has been reinforced in the time of the pandemic. Virtual meetings are now part of our normal lives. Young people have graduated in virtual ceremonies, and we might never go back to some of the many conferences that we used to attend. And it is obvious that technology is the future. Ghana, therefore, welcomes and endorses the Secretary General's recommendation, as contained in the Roadmap on Digital Cooperation, to ensure that no one is left behind. How else would we all have maintained a semblance of keeping in touch in the past 6 months, but for technology? The political season is at its height here in Ghana, as we prepare for presidential and parliamentary elections in December. Like everything else in our world today, even the politicking has been affected by the pandemic, and we cannot campaign for votes in the style to which we are accustomed. We're having to rely on technology to find ways of popularizing our messages in the time of COVID-19. It is a matter of great pride to me that in spite of the difficulties in conducting an election during a pandemic, I'm able to state that all Ghanaians are agreed that we have to work together to ensure that the elections will be transparent, free, fair, safe, and credible. This will be the 8th elections since we embarked on constitutional rule in our 4th Republic in 1992. Each of the elections has seen an improvement on the previous one, and we're looking forward to this year's passing off peacefully with characteristic Ghanaian dignity. We are keenly aware of the reputation that Ghana has built as a tolerant and working democracy, and we have every intention to nurture and improve upon it. Paramount in everyone's consideration is the Ghana Project, which aims to modernize all aspects of our lives and bring prosperity to our land. I have no doubts whatever that at the end of the elections, we shall be proud of ourselves, Africa will have good cause to be proud of us, and the rest of the world will find lessons to learn from us. Last year, 2019, was an extraordinarily exciting year for us in Ghana. It marked the 400th anniversary of the start of the barbaric transatlantic slave trade and the arrival in America of the first captured slaves from West Africa. To mark this tragic anniversary, we declared 2019 the year of return and extended a welcome back to the African continent of the descendants of the slaves who constitute the bulk of the black population in the Americas and the Caribbean. The invitation was enthusiastically taken up, and a great time was had by all. We have every intention to keep a welcome mat laid out in Ghana for members of the African diaspora. We in Ghana live with the grim reality that the majority of the abducted slaves from the continent were transported to the Americas and Caribbean through the forts dotted along our coastline. We owe it to their descendants to find a safe haven in Ghana if they should need it. This responsibility means that we have to make Ghana secure and desirable, both for her present-day citizens and for those in the diaspora that might want to come back either for a visit or stay. I extend the best of luck to all of you from Ghana and look forward to a healthy and happy world. I thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Ghana for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Mozambique to introduce an address by the head of state.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I have the singular honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency Felipe Jacinto Nunes, President of the Republic of Mozambique, to the 75th session of the General Assembly. I thank you.
Senhor Presidente, Mr. President of the 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Excellencies, Heads of Delegation, ladies and gentlemen, I'm highly delighted to address on behalf of the Mozambican people and on my own behalf the international community in this general debate which takes place at a so historic and symbolic time of the celebration of the 75th anniversary of the United Nations. For the Republic of Mozambique, this celebration coincides with the 45th anniversary of the acceptance and therefore accession of our country as a legitimate and fully fledged member of this organization, which gives us our honorable place in the international community. I would like to recognize His Excellency Ambassador Tijani Muhammad Bande, President of the 74th session of the General Assembly, for his performance, and I congratulate you, Mr. Volkan Bozkır, President of this session of the General Assembly, and I express my country's willingness to work together for the success of your tenure. I warmly congratulate Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, for his tireless commitment to upholding the ideals enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations by placing the United Nations in the lead of collective efforts to overcome contemporary challenges, including its initiatives aimed at addressing the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. President, Excellencies, today's world is markedly different from the one that existed when the United Nations was founded. There have been significant improvements in our collective well-being. Social and human development indicators have improved substantially. Life expectancy increased, mortality and morbidity reduced. The number of member states almost quadrupled, from 51 to 193 countries, including Mozambique. Efforts to empower women are now a deepening reality. The theme of this General Assembly faithfully reflects the essence of the United Nations and is a call for renewal of the vision for an integrated and cooperative world where nations express themselves in an open manner and act in a coordinated way in promoting sustainable and inclusive development, taking the 2030 Agenda as their banner. Mozambique, therefore, upholds the assumptions of common but differentiated responsibility as well as internationally agreed development goals in the light of the Paris Declaration on the Effectiveness of Development Aid. All this shows that multilateral cooperation remains the best approach to addressing the challenges and mitigating the suffering of the people who are the main reason for the creation of the United Nations. Multilateralism within the United Nations is also key if we take into account that the world economy, especially that of developing countries, has been severely impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, and its restoration requires global, integrated, and concerted interventions. Nationalism and isolationism in the face of a pandemic are, as far as we are concerned, a prescription for failure to respond to this and other infectious diseases of an unpredictable nature. Other global phenomena and challenges calling for the United Nations-led multilateral intervention include terrorism, climate change, cybersecurity, public health, research and development, trade and industrialization. In the global village in which we live, national and international issues are increasingly less discernible. The transnational nature and interconnection of these phenomena require leadership that recognizes that in today's world, our intervention must take into account the intrinsic relationship between the national, regional, and global citizens. Mr. President, Excellencies, Mozambique welcomes and reiterates its support for the actions of the Secretary General aimed at reforming the United Nations in the areas of peace and security, peace operations, development, and management of the organization. Nevertheless, we are concerned about a lack of progress in the intergovernmental negotiations so that the reform of the Security Council will yield results in line with the 21st century. The reform has the merit of placing international peace, security, and stability as catalysts for the global development agenda, as well as making the UN more representative, efficient, and transparent based on the contemporary geopolitical situation, which will render the decisions of this body more effective and legitimate. So once again, we call on the international community to take advantage of this historic moment of our Universal Organization's 25th anniversary to combine efforts to a sustainable solution to outstanding security issues. Mr. President, Excellencies, the Agenda 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals are instruments that fuel the hope of billions of people around the world in achieving the long-awaited progress and well-being of all peoples. In this context, Mozambique submitted in July 2020 its first voluntary national report on the Sustainable Development Goals, which shares achievements based on the aspirations of the Mozambican people in compliance with this international instrument reflected in our 5-year government program 2020-2024. The future we want lies in the actions of the present. The United Nations we need depend on our posture and responsible action today and tomorrow. Only with a collective approach and humanism, we will successfully implement the agenda of inclusiveness that we have chosen to leaving no one behind. It is in this context that the government of Mozambique promotes peace building, the preservation of human rights, social justice, gender equality and equity, the inclusion of young people and people with disabilities in development programs, cementing unity and sharing of benefits, which is a salient feature of our governance. With regard to climate change, due to its geographical location, Mozambique has been cyclically affected by extreme events. Every year, the country has suffered cyclones, floods, and droughts, and memories of cyclones Idai and Kenneth are still fresh. More than 1 year later, we continue efforts to rebuild and recover socioeconomic damage combined with adaptation and resilience measures in the light of internationally accepted practices under the Paris Agreement on climate change to which we have been a party since June 2018. We take this opportunity to reiterate our gratitude to the international community for the support provided during and after the cyclones. Mozambique continues to promote sustainable management of biodiversity and ecosystems and natural resources with the purpose of adding value to the integrated local development of communities. In this regard, the promotion of conservation areas in the national territory continues to deserve our special attention. On the other hand, we have sought to expand access to electricity for domestic and industrial consumption through clean and renewable sources, whether it is in thermoelectric power, natural gas, powered plants, wind and solar power, in addition to hydropower, in order to ensure the achievement of the universal access target by 2030. At present, all 154 district headquarters are connected to the national power grid, and the electrification program for administrative posts is underway. Recognizing the role of agriculture to this end, the government decided to allocate 10% of its annual budget to this sector for the first time, in line with the Maputo Declaration on Agriculture and Food Security adopted by the African Union in 2003. It is in this regard that we launched the Integrated Management Program for Agriculture and Natural Resources, SUSTEMTA, which promotes the socio-economic integration of the Mozambican population. Mr. President, the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, officially announced by the World Health Organization in December 2019, took the world by surprise. It is a health scourge with a high degree of spread and lethality, with greater severity in developing countries, particularly in Africa. COVID-19 has transformed the dynamics of trade, professional and social relations among human beings in all spheres of life, both in urban and rural environments. This scenario requires the mobilization of additional financial resources to compensate for the economic slowdown, given that the scourge of the pandemic still prevails around the world and in our country in particular. While response measures to COVID-19 continue, we take this opportunity to thank bilateral and multilateral partners of the international community for the multiple support that has enabled us to prevent and contain the spread of the new coronavirus and embark on what we call the new normal. Excellencies, the massive efforts we have been making in the framework of peace and security consolidation, as well as in the implementation of the socio-economic development program aligned with the 2030 agenda, have been put to test by terrorist acts and criminals in some districts of Cabo Delgado province, and by armed actions by allegedly dissident Renamo groups in some parts of Manica and Sofala provinces in the central region. Terrorists heinously kill people, cause displaced people, destroy housing and social economic infrastructures, plunder community property, and keep children and women in captivity. As a consequence of these phenomena, more than 1,000 people have been killed, and some 250,000 people are internally displaced in other districts within the country. In the face of terrorist attacks, the government has responded firmly, on the one hand with the support of local people through actions to defend the sovereignty and territorial integrity, as well as to the protection of people and their property. On the other hand, the government has mobilized humanitarian assistance for the internally displaced people and promotes socio-economic development activities for the communities. It was under these efforts that we recently launched and operationalized the Northern Region Integrated Development Agency, ADIN, with the aim of promoting multi-sectoral actions with a view to the integrated socio-economic development of the provinces of Niassa, Cabo Delgado, and Nampula. aware that the terrorist actions of which the country is a victim have links with international groups that are also involved in transnational organized crime. We have sought to address these phenomena in cooperation with other countries and regional and international organizations. In this context, we welcome all initiatives and partnerships that will go a long way in complementing our ongoing efforts to curtail the harmful actions of terrorists in our country. As part of the implementation of the Peace and Reconciliation Agreement between the government and RENAMO, we are implementing decentralization and disarmament, demobilization and reintegration, DDR, a process of RENAMO's remnant armed elements that has already covered about 1,000 ex-combatants. We would like to take this opportunity to express our gratitude for the role of the United Nations and the international community, particularly the dynamism of the Secretary General Personal Envoy. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude our remarks, we reaffirm our firm belief that international security and peace-making and maintenance, the preservation and respect for human rights, and the promotion of sustainable development only find fertile ground to flourish in the common approach and collective action of all stakeholders in the world. We have said so with great humility and willingness to save our people and to contribute to the prosperity of humanity. We want with actions to contribute to the future we want, to shape the United Nations we need, and therefore renew our commitment to multilateralism and valuing the most precious commodity of the universe, life and quality life. Let us therefore revisit our global commitment to the consolidation of the principles of the Charter of the United Nations, keeping in mind the main recipients of these efforts, namely we, the peoples. Happy celebration to the United Nations, and thank you very much.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Mozambique for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Iraq to introduce an address by the head of state.
السيد الرئيس المحترم أصحاب السعادة.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor of presenting to you a statement from His Excellency, the Presidency of the Republic of Iraq, Mr. Bahram Salih, at the general debate of the 75th session of the General Assembly. Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
In the name of God, the Clement and the Merciful. President, Secretary General, Majesties, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to convey to you our greetings of peace, greetings which come from the city of peace, Baghdad. I am delighted at the outset to greet you on behalf of the Republic of Iraq, a founding country of the United Nations. I wish the General Assembly every success in its current session. It is the first time in the history of the United Nations that the General Assembly is meeting virtually. This is a consequence of the pandemic we're facing currently, that is the COVID-19 pandemic, a cross-border threat which threatens our life, our ways of life, our economies, and our societies in the most general terms. This virtual meeting is the symbol of radical change in our ways of life and in the ways we communicate. We are in the midst of a historic paradox indeed, and that is the fact that we continue to communicate and to meet at the time we're called upon to socially distance. So yes, we are hindered by the pandemic, but let us communicate, born of our will to coexist and communicate. The pandemic is ravaging all of our villages across the globe and is a danger for the whole world. And this fact compels us to give full form to the principles of solidarity and cooperation between our peoples and societies, whatever the differences may be that separate us, and that in order to eradicate the pandemic, or at least to stem its effects, it also behooves the most developed nations among us to cooperate by exchanging experience and information in order to combat the pandemic. These developed nations must afford assistance to developing nations in order to create a healthy environment which makes it possible to fight against the pandemic and to limit the harmful effects of it on our societies and our lives. Moreover, we are all responsible for fighting against misinformation related to the pandemic. Indeed, ignorance and misinformation jeopardize the lives of millions of our people. Early planning plays a crucial role in guaranteeing equity in the distribution of a vaccine when that vaccine becomes available. We will need to avoid its distribution across the market becoming a purely commercial, mercantile act in order to allow the poorest countries to access the vaccine for all of their citizens. In Iraq, within the limited resources that we have owing to the circumstances in which we find ourselves, we've combated the pandemic and tried to stem its effects through a series of measures and precautions taken. Despite these efforts, the journey which remains is a long and arduous one. We have limited resources in terms of healthcare, and our healthcare infrastructure is weak, and so our fight is rendered all the more complex. Mr. President, Iraq, both before and after the emergence of this pandemic, was facing another scourge, no less dangerous, that of terrorism and corruption. We succeeded in vanquishing terrorism in military terms. We have freed our cities of terrorism thanks to the sacrifices of our people and of forces, the army and the Peshmerga, for example. We've also done this with the support of the international coalition and the support of our neighbours. Nevertheless, the fight against terrorism is far from over. Transnational extremism continues to exist in the forms of sleeping cells scattered across various parts of our country, including the desert regions. We cannot underestimate the danger represented by terrorism and the possibility that it may re-emerge or that the terrorists may reorganize. We cannot let our guard down when terrorism comes, because if we let our guard down, that will allow obscurantist forces to regroup and gain strength. In the same vein, if we throw in the towel when it comes to fighting against eruption or the interference in the domestic affairs of other states, that will hinder attempts to fight against terrorism and extremism. So we cannot do that. Against this backdrop, we hope that we will receive aid from all friend countries in the international community in order to locate funds and identify sources of corruption which lead to capital flight. And we hope that that will allow us to dry up the sources of financing which fund lawless organizations and extremism. Corruption is a scourge which affects several countries. This corruption has stripped many Iraqis of resources from their own country. It has contributed to the destruction of Iraq for many years. The Iraqi people are deeply bitter when it comes to the impact of corruption. They are angry at the scourge. Last year, when I spoke before this August General Assembly, I launched an appeal for the creation of an international coalition against corruption and for the recovery of pillaged capital, and this modelling the international coalition against terrorism. Today, I renew that same appeal. Indeed, we cannot eradicate terrorism if we do not dry up its financing. That's the only way we can do it. We also need to eradicate corruption, which is the very basis of corrupt policies and of terrorism. Corruption destroys our economies and hinders the will of our people to achieve progress and prosperity. Mr. President, today we must tackle the crimes of genocide and the massacres of the Yazidi people in Iraq. These acts aim to exterminate the Yazidi people. For this reason, the international community must stand shoulder to shoulder with Iraq to ensure that such crimes can never be committed again. A few days ago, I attended a meeting of Iraqi citizens, Yazidi, Turkmen, Shiite and Shabak citizens specifically, and women that survived barbaric acts and the atrocities of terrorism. I heard them express speechless pain that they continue to suffer more than 3 years after the liberation of their cities. These women continue to suffer the psychological and physical consequences of the crimes of genocide, forced displacement, torture, physical and moral torture that is visited upon their people. They continue to live in camps. It is for this reason that we must strive to ensure the return of displaced persons and refugees to their towns and villages. Doing that will require great effort from both us and from our friends and from this august international organization. Mr. President, Iraq brings with it a tradition of more than 40 years of war, suffering, blockades and terrorism. That's the lamentable history we carry. We have suffered more recently from the plummeting oil prices on the global market and from the consequences of the economic havoc wrought by COVID-19. These phenomena have meant that we've had to face major challenges. And these challenges arrived before us at dizzying speed. Around a year ago, Iraq also saw a popular movement in which our citizens expressed a desire for change which would allow Iraqi aspirations to be met. They wanted more dialogue regarding how the country's affairs were managed and regarding their rights. Reforms were undertaken following this social unrest, but we need time to achieve the desired results. However, measures already underway are demonstrating that peaceful change is entirely possible. Within a constitutional framework, violence is not necessary. Indeed, such peaceful change is that which Iraqis wish to see. Against this backdrop, a new government was formed this year. It is a government presided by Mustafa al-Kadhimi, and the formation of that government was a response to the request of the popular uprisings calling for reform. Following our experience of authoritarianism in Iraq, we can now say that the current situation, the status quo, cannot continue. The Iraqi people wish to usher in a new political age so that they can fight against structural imbalances which exist since 2003 when it comes to Iraqi power mechanisms. They want good governance. They want the new government to shoulder lofty responsibilities. We need, however, structural reforms in the political, economic and management spheres. We must combat corruption and corrupt individuals that are another facet of the terrorist scourge. Among the tasks which the new government must discharge is the holding of early elections next year. These are elections which must be free and transparent within the framework of a new electoral law. These elections need to be more representative and fairer, and as such will meet the requests of major national popular uprisings and will meet the Iraqis' aspirations and their desire for democracy. Iraqi people aspire to live a decent life. Iraqis must speak must express their desires, and the government must work to preserve the interests of Iraqis, to listen to these desires, to listen to their requests, and to meet them. The government is also called upon to ensure that it has a monopoly over weapons by preventing the use of weapons in any unlawful contexts. Weapons must remain in the hands of Iraqi state institutions. We must also continue our inquiries into crimes committed against activists and protesters. The fight against lawless bodies and arms control form part of a tireless struggle waged by the Iraqi state. We are facing anarchic bodies, extremist elements. Our challenges are difficult ones, but we must get to work and continue to strive in order to achieve peace within our societies and achieve Iraqi sovereignty. The last communique released by the Shiite Supreme Authority, represented by Ayatollah Sistani, following the meeting that he had with the representative of the Secretary General in Iraq, emphasized these various tasks which the Iraqi government must complete so that the country can be rid of corruption and of all weaknesses that plague it. With that in mind, we hope to receive United Nations support as in terms of its coordination with the electoral authorities. We hope to receive from the UN technical assistance for this body, which will guarantee fair elections which will mean that we do not undermine the freedom of Iraqi citizens. Mr. President, our national project is to affirm the rule of law and its supremacy, and to uphold our commitments to our citizens. We do not want Iraq to become a sort of playground for other forces which will kill themselves on our territory. We have witnessed enough wars and enough attacks on our sovereignty. An independent Iraq and a sovereign Iraq is a country in which all interests of all citizens can be protected. It is a state which will be able to protect the region and to guarantee economic cooperation between all members and to fight against terrorism and extremism. For all of these reasons, we hope to count on effective support from our neighbours so that we can successfully conclude this national project. It will have a positive impact on the future of Iraq and the region, if not, and indeed, on the entire world. Here, we reiterate our position on the need for a resolution of the Palestinian question. We must respond to the legitimate aspirations of the Palestinian people by creating an independent state so we can preserve the security and the peace of the whole world. Ladies and gentlemen, let us today recall our martyrs that have sacrificed their life for freedom and for the fight against terrorism. I commend our young people who prove day after day their determination to live in freedom and dignity. Let us together look towards the future. Let us continue to support our young people as they walk the path of freedom, rule of law, sovereignty, and justice. To conclude, we renew our gratitude and our thanks to the United Nations as we mark the organization's 75th anniversary. There is no alternative to the United Nations, this organization that brings us together despite our differences It's our only option. It brings us together at a time when we're facing transnational crises such as the pandemic, climate change, problems linked to food security, and the issue of migration. All of these issues can only be dealt with through the United Nations and its Charter. There is no doubt whatsoever that the global order has failed over the last 75 years in a number of ways. We have witnessed extreme pain, the genocide in Rwanda, war and massacres that the Iraqi people have suffered. We've witnessed the crisis that continues in Syria and that in Libya. We must learn the lessons of the past. We must ensure these sustainable development goals can evolve, and we must strive for reform within the United Nations so that the organization can meet our people's aspirations. Thank you for your kind attention. We pray to the Almighty God that our next meeting will be held in a pandemic-free world, but also a world free of any other viruses such as hatred, corruption, war, and terrorism. May the peace of God be with you. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Iraq for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Finland to introduce an address by the head of state.
Mr. President, I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency Mr. Sauli Niinistö, President of the Republic of Finland, to the 75th General Assembly of the United Nations. Thank you.
Mr. President, Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Let me congratulate Mr. Volkan Bozkır for the election as the President of the 75th session of the General Assembly. You can count on Finland's support as you lead this important body during these exceptional times. And the times are exceptional indeed. At the start of this year, nobody could have foreseen that we are not able to gather in New York this September. The COVID-19 pandemic has hit all of us hard. Extending around the globe, it is affecting every continent and state, all people, and all areas of life. A pandemic is by definition a global challenge. It requires a global response. No country is able to combat this common enemy alone. No one is safe until all are safe. An effective global response can only come from all of us together, from the United Nations. I would like to reiterate our unwavering support for the UN system in general and the World Health Organization in particular for their efforts to manage the fight against the pandemic. I also would like to express my appreciation for the strong leadership Secretary General Antonio Guterres has shown during this crisis. Mr. President, although the COVID-19 pandemic is far from over, it has already taught us a number of important lessons. Firstly, it has shown that we have to take health security much more seriously. Before the next pandemic emerges, we need better prevention and better preparedness. In this work, the Global Health Security Agenda can provide the WHO with valuable support. Secondly, it has unfortunately revealed how we are tempted to react to immediate threats nationally, not internationally. When this pandemic broke out, our initial reaction was not to unite behind multilateral efforts. Instead of a much-needed global response, we witnessed a series of national responses. Faced with a completely new situation, this may have been understandable, but it does raise concerns on how we will be able to combat other global challenges. Thirdly, however, and this is more encouraging, the past 6 months have also proven our capability to radical measures when needed. In order to contain the pandemic, governments, societies, and individuals were suddenly prepared to change their behavior. As soon as the magnitude of the threat was perceived, unconventional solutions were sought. This gives us hope. Where there is a will, there is a way. We must not lose sight of the even more persistent existential threat to humanity, climate change. Our lives may have been on lockdown this year, but climate change has not stopped for a moment. The urgency of bold and swift climate action is growing day by day. Our commitments to the Paris Agreement must prevail. We must redouble our efforts for their implementation. We must make a virtue out of necessity. As the entire world now needs a recovery strategy, we have to make sure that we choose a road towards a sustainable future. Instead of returning to our unsustainable habits, we truly have to build back better and greener. The Secretary General's 6 principles for building back better have our full support. All recovery measures must be assessed from the perspective of their climate and environmental impacts. The Paris Agreement, the 2030 Agenda and the Convention on Biological Diversity need to guide our way forward. Finland is ready to do its share. The Finnish government stands firmly behind its aim to make Finland climate neutral by 2035 and thus the world's first fossil-free welfare society. We will continue to integrate sustainable development into our state budget. We are determined to transform Finland into a socially, economically and ecologically sustainable society during this decade. And we continue to work actively in international partnerships. The Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action, led by Finland and Chile, has grown to include more than 50 countries. This cooperation helps countries to integrate climate considerations into economic, fiscal and financial policies. Mr. President, precisely when the demand for global solutions is rising, our ability to provide them is weakening. Multilateralism suffers from inward-looking nationalism and great power competition alike. The institutions we have built together over decades are under growing pressure. International agreements, norms and principles are increasingly challenged and interpreted in ways which weaken both their potential and their legitimacy. Ultimately, if respect for the commonly agreed rules disappears, there will be not much left of a rules-based order. We need to reverse this trend. More than ever, we need effective multilateral cooperation. More than ever, we need the United Nations. It is not only the common responsibility of all of us, the member states, to make it stronger. It should be obvious that it is our common interest too. It is equally obvious that all international institutions need to adapt to changing circumstances. New actors and new technologies create new kinds of challenges. Old structures and old instruments alone will not be sufficient to respond to them. But discarding existing frameworks would create a dangerous vacuum. Nuclear weapons are becoming a particularly worrying example. With one agreement after the other lapsing, we soon risk losing even the last elements of nuclear arms control. It would be of fundamental importance for the nuclear weapon states to find a way to build mutual understanding and trust. Also in this regard, we support the idea of a closer dialogue between the permanent members of the Security Council. And it does not stop at arms control. At the end of the day, the entire UN system can't function unless the P5 countries are able to work together. Excellencies, as any global crisis, the COVID-19 pandemic too can have a negative effects on peace and security across the world. It can intensify existing conflicts, stall peace processes, and wake up dormant tensions. But it can also offer opportunities for peace. The Secretary General's call for a global ceasefire was a strong appeal for conflict parties to lay down their weapons. And as this year marks the 20th anniversary of the Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security, we should further emphasize an inclusive approach to peace building. In addition to conflict resolution, we must invest more on conflict prevention. Every conflict avoided is one conflict less to be resolved in the future. Finland advocates the use of mediation for both purposes. We are ready and willing to offer our good services in this regard. Finland also remains committed to the peacekeeping operations and special political missions of the UN. Ladies and gentlemen, for the rules-based order, the rule of law is essential. All steps towards its consolidation in international relations have meant progress for humanity. Silence and looking away only empower perpetrators and let them escape justice. We need to end impunity for the gravest crimes. This should apply to all, including the strong and the powerful. No government should use the crisis as a pretext to violate human rights or to limit democratic and civic space. No government should adopt measures that undermine the respect of the rule of law and international commitments. The Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, the most progressive document ever on the rights of women and girls, was adopted 25 years ago. Unfortunately, this anniversary is not the only reason why it is so topical this year. The pandemic has hit women particularly hard. The harsh economic and social implications for women have reversed the progress achieved during the last decades. The attempts to undermine women's and girls' rights, especially sexual and reproductive health and rights, continue. In order to get back on the right track, we must live up to the commitments we have made. In addition to the Beijing Declaration, this also applies to the Istanbul Convention, a groundbreaking legal instrument addressing violence against women. For Finland, advancing women's and girls' rights and gender equality is of fundamental importance. In the generation equality process, Finland has a leading role in bridging the digital divide between genders. In the broad value base of Finland's foreign and security policy, human rights are at the forefront. This and our long-term commitment to promoting human rights is why my country is seeking a seat in the Human Rights Council from 2022 to 2024. Secretary General, Mr. President, at 75 years of age, the Charter of the United Nations remains a remarkable blueprint for the future, for a more peaceful, a more sustainable, and a more just world. But the promise comes with an important condition. In its Article 2, the Charter states, all members, in order to ensure to all of them the rights and benefits resulting from membership, shall fulfill in good faith the obligations assumed by them. As much as our environment has changed over time, this principle continues to be true. Only fulfilled obligations lead to rights and benefits. Pacta sunt servanda. Agreements must be kept.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Finland for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Kyrgyzstan to introduce an address by the head of state.
Excellency, Mr. President, I have an honor to introduce a pre-recorded statement by His Excellency Mr. Soron Bayjanbekov, President of the Kyrgyz Republic. Thank you.
Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Kyrgyz Republic, I would like to convey to you the best wishes on the occasion of the 75th anniversary of the UN. It is impossible to imagine the world without the UN today. The organization has become the most important instrument in resolving socio-economic, financial, and cultural issues. The agencies, funds, and programs of the UN are very relevant and are effective partners for developing states. On behalf of the people of the Kyrgyz Republic, I would like to thank the United Nations for your support to all of our reforms. Mr. President, the topic of the debates does reflect very accurately the worrying situation in the world. The COVID-19 pandemic has reminded us how closely we are interlinked. I would like to express my full support to the Secretary General of the UN, support to him for his appeal to cease fire all over the world and to mobilize international efforts in order to combat the pandemic. As of today, we in Kyrgyzstan has had more than 44,000 cases of the disease, and unfortunately we lost 1,063 of our citizens. The 30th of July of this year was declared the day of mourning in my country. Thanks to the unity of the people of Kyrgyzstan and the heroic work by our medical professionals and volunteers, we managed to significantly diminish the spread of the virus. It was also important for us in this regard to have received the assistance from WHO, UN, and the fund created by it very quickly, as well as support by the international donors. Also, significant support was extended by our allies and strategical partners. It's very important for us to make sure that the assistance continues. And of key importance here is ensuring that there's universal access to the vaccine. Distinguished participants, the pandemic impedes the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and has significantly deepened the external debt crisis. We welcome the decision made by the G20 and the international financial institutions to suspend debt payments. In May of this year, at a high-level UN event, we proposed that the following mechanism be used in deep restructuring of external debt in exchange for sustainable development projects, and we hope that there will be support to this initiative of ours. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kyrgyz Republic supports the efforts made by the Secretary General, Mr. Guterres, to reform the organization. Of particular importance for us is enhancing the effectiveness of the Security Council, of the General Assembly, and of the Economic and Social Council. We attach great importance to ensuring security and economic development, human rights, the rule of law, and democracy. Kyrgyzstan is running for the Human Rights Council and for the elected membership of the Security Council for the upcoming periods, and we would like to hope that there will be a wide support to our candidacy. Mr. President, the Kyrgyz Republic is a depository of the Treaty on the Nuclear Weapons-Free Zone in Central Asia, and we therefore advocate for strengthening our approaches to nuclear disarmament and nuclear non-proliferation. Terrorism and extremism are also a serious threats for our world. The central role in coordinating the efforts of the international community in combating the threat of terrorism should be played by the UN. We are committed to the effective implementation of the UN Global Counterterrorism Strategy. We also welcome the appointment of the regional coordinator for the UN Office of Counterterrorism located in Bishkek, and we stand ready to support the coordinator. Ladies and gentlemen, Kyrgyzstan undertook commitments to attain the 7th and 13th of the SDG goals. In November last year, we ratified the Paris Climate Change Agreement. An important step for us in implementing these commitments we see in developing the green economy. We are endeavoring to become a country with environmentally clean production and clean energy. We intend to gradually lower the use we made of traditional sources of energy. We think it's important for us to use our hydro energy potential to do it through building hydroelectric plants and participating in the Casa 1000 international project. This will help us save the water resources for the irrigation needs of our neighbors and for the sustainable development of the entire region. The Kyrgyz Republic needs the support of the international community in order to adapt to the negative consequences of climate change. Mr. President, climate change reduces glaciers and the water resources in Kyrgyzstan, and this could lead to a shortage of fresh water, could pose a threat to human health, land degradation, and economic risks. In this regard, we advocate for the implementation of those projects which are aimed at studying the issue of glacier melting and protecting the glaciers. We also think it's very important to preserve the mountainous ecosystems in those areas where the glaciers form. And in this regard, we have launched a number of global initiatives. We have conducted 2 global forums on protecting the snow leopard and its mountainous habitat. We passed a resolution on the role of the international community in order to prevent this threat of radiation in Central Asia. In August last year, the group of Friends of Mountainous Countries was created, and today it has 23 countries in its ranks. It is also important to safeguard the biodiversity. Therefore, Kyrgyzstan, at this present session of the General Assembly, we put forward a new draft resolution. It is called Nature Knows No Borders. Cross-border cooperation is a key factor in the preservation and sustainable use of biodiversity. And we hope that there will be support to this initiative of ours. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kyrgyz Republic attaches special importance to regional cooperation in Central Asia. Cooperation amongst our countries is developing and developing dynamically. We actively participate in regional dialogue platforms at the highest level in order to resolve the existing issues. One of the main goals here is to removing barriers to economic cooperation. To do this in order to ensure that we enhance the well-being of our peoples. Of vital importance for us is developing the system of transport and communication corridors, logistical hubs and terminals. We need to restore the main axes that existed in the Asian Great Silk Route. The building and the launching of the China-Kyrgyzstan-Uzbekistan Railroad will be a meaningful contribution into linking Asia and Europe. Mr. President, we are committed to the principles of the rule of law and human rights. The strategic document which defines our development is a national strategy on sustainable development which covers the period up to 2040. Its main thrust is creating the rule of law and ensuring the laws are abided by, and doing this in the interest of each citizen. We in Kyrgyzstan, with international support, are now conducting a large-scale reform of the judiciary. We're also successfully implementing projects on regional development, ensuring there is fresh water supply, and we are digitizing government services. On the 4th of October of this year, we're going to have scheduled elections into the parliament. We've invited international observers on that, including the ones from OSCE, Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and CIS. We intend to make every effort to make sure that the elections are transparent and competitive and use contemporary technologies. I thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Kyrgyz Republic for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Palau to introduce an address by the head of state.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, I have the honor and great pleasure of introducing the pre-recorded statement of His Excellency Mr. Tommy Ibrahimov Jr., President of the Republic of Palau.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, Ali from the Republic of Palau. Please allow me to begin by congratulating His Excellency Volkan Bozkır on his election as President of this historic 75th session of the General Assembly. I also wish to express Palau's thanks to His Excellency Tijani Mohamed Bandi for his leadership of the Assembly over the past year, guiding us through these unprecedented challenges. Mr. President, some 19 years ago, I had the privilege of addressing this Assembly for the first time as President of the Republic of Palau. In January, I will complete my public service, having served as President for 16 of those years, and I will return to being a fisherman in Palau's pristine waters. In my final address to the General Assembly today, I want to reflect on the differences these last 2 decades have made and on the many benefits Palau has enjoyed from its relationship with the United Nations. When I addressed the 52nd session of the General Assembly, we were meeting 2 months after the horror of the 9/11 attacks. My message then was one of unity, of recognizing a new spirit of cooperation that globalization was fostering in response to 9/11. I said then, and I quote, "While we remain shocked, saddened, and deeply offended by the events giving rise to the new unity, we must acknowledge and nurture whatever good those events can be turned to. We now have the ability to see the clear advantages of close cooperation on matters which affect us all." In a way, this call remains apt today. We meet not in the shadow of terrorism, but in the shadow of global pandemic. We do not see human evil in this pandemic in the way we did in the perpetrators of 9/11. But the challenge of our response is not so different. To craft closer cooperation between nations, large and small, rich and poor, to unite in the face of a shared crisis in a way that might have seemed unlikely a year or 2 ago. In 2001, I emphasized that there is only one system in which we exist, and the related understanding that any act or condition within that system affects each of us, although in varying ways and degrees. In such a system, problems are best addressed through coalition building and a consensus-driven approach and process of give and take involving the widest possible range of participants. This is no less true today than it was in 2001. We took up many opportunities for coalition building after 9/11 on terrorism, and the Millennium Development Goals, and on advancing the doctrine of the responsibility to protect. Other challenges still remain and have intensified, especially those challenges to the health of our planet. Our method in addressing this ecological crisis must also be to turn towards coalition building, a consensus-driven approach, and to form new partnerships for enhancing ambition and effective implementation. We must act in solidarity with each other because it is a shared future that we face together, which we cannot address if we are divided. Our immediate shared future is, of course, the pandemic, and I wish to extend our condolences at the loss of life suffered by so many around the world to this virus. In Palau, we have been fortunate to remain free of COVID-19 cases, but we are certainly not free of the consequences of this pandemic. Sometimes we hear people say that health is more important than money, and that is certainly true. But a national economy is not money. It is the system that determines quality of life and that delivers critical public services. It is the environment, healthcare, education. It is food on the table. This pandemic has put Palau into a level of isolation we have not known for many, many years. We struggle with disruptions to supply chains for food and essential medicines. We struggle to connect patients with life-saving medical treatment, for which we previously relied on off-island providers in larger countries. We struggle to keep families united, to keep college students in school, and to keep family breadwinners working. Private sector unemployment is approaching 50%, and it will take years to recover what we have lost in months. This pandemic highlights a feature of multilateral development we have been pointing out for many years now. The truth is, Palau's high-income categorization is in many ways unrealistic. It does not match the facts on the ground or reflect our tremendous vulnerability as a small economy. This has to be addressed because the current rules deny us help we desperately need. The unified response from the international community should extend to our small island circumstances. This means access to concessional finance and to innovative financial support so that we too can prepare to recover from the economic crisis that the pandemic has brought, to rebuild the physical space for investing in sustainable development that the pandemic has wiped out. We know that this pandemic is far from over, and small states cannot also be left out in the race to seek an effective vaccine. In a global community, parts of the world cannot be made safe in isolation. Vaccine hoarding will harm us all. Palau's recovery from the economic crisis of COVID will not be possible without sharing in this process to develop a vaccine. As a result, Palau will be participating in the COVAX facility being coordinated by Gavi and partners as our best shot to pooling resources and supporting equitable access to a vaccine, if and when one becomes available. Meanwhile, we will also continue to work with our close friends in the United States in close partnership with the U.S. Centers for Disease Control. We cannot let this individual threat distract us from the long-term threats we continue to face. Our long-term health, development, and prosperity depend on repairing our relationship with nature. This is especially the case in responding to our ocean emergency. Marine pollution, overfishing, and acidifying and warming seas that are taking their toll on the health of our ocean. And our human prosperity depends on a healthy ocean. At the beginning of this year, Palau reached a new milestone by implementing the Palau National Marine Sanctuary. We are protecting 80% of our exclusive economic zone as a no-take protected area, echoing our ancient tradition of a bull, a moratorium on fishing in order to sustain fisheries for the long term. And we will be developing an artisanal domestic fishing sector in the other 20% of our EEG to diversify our economy, sustain jobs, and improve access to healthy seafood. Palau is a large ocean state, and we are acting in accordance with our responsibilities for stewardship over our EEG. But the ocean covers the majority of our planet's surface. We hope that Palau's actions will inspire ambition elsewhere. We are all ocean people, even if we do not live near coasts. All of humanity depends on the ocean for food, for climate regulation, for trade, for security, and for so much more. The high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy, which I co-chair, has been building a blueprint for this ocean ambition. While the panel's work has been underway long prior to the pandemic, its analysis highlights how investments in key ocean economy sectors provide a way to build back bluer from the pandemic, with benefits for jobs, the environment, and human health. These include protecting coastal and marine ecosystems, such as mangroves, investing in sewage and wastewater infrastructure for coastal communities, and in zero-emission marine transport. At the end of this year, the Ocean Panel will launch our recommendations and transformative actions that we need to take to transition to a sustainable ocean economy. We cannot let this opportunity to rebalance production and ocean protection escape us. To complement these actions, it is also vital that negotiations on a high seas treaty are completed next year. We need to close this governance gap on the high seas so that we are able to effectively protect the ocean beyond national jurisdiction. Additionally, at next year's Convention on Biological Diversity, COP15, the ocean must not be neglected. The Global Biodiversity Outlook released last week starkly warns that we have not been successful in reaching the targets set forward a decade ago in Aichi. Significant implementation gaps remain. As we set a new framework for the conservation of nature over the next decade, we need to act with greater urgency and with greater solidarity for implementation of these targets in developing countries. At least 30% of the ocean needs to be protected by 2030. The role of coral reefs also needs to be appropriately recognized. But for this framework to be effective, it must learn the lessons of the past decade, that goals must be supported by adequate resources. While the climate COP26 may also have been delayed by the pandemic, this cannot delay increased climate ambition and support for the implementation of increased ambition. Responding to the climate emergency is of existential concern, and the momentary drop in emissions this year cannot be allowed to generate any complacency about global progress. The climate finance commitments made by the developed countries cannot be shirked during this pandemic, because to do so is to undermine the ability of the most vulnerable to mitigate and adapt to climate impacts. The Green Climate Fund needs to continue its work and simplify the access for the most vulnerable, such as small island developing states. In Palau, our preparations to reach our NDC target of 45% renewable energy generation are progressing. Solar power and a supporting microgrid will soon reduce our minuscule emissions, but also serve as a form of adaptation. increase our energy security and resilience, and reduce the volatilities of imported fossil fuels. With the right support in implementation, we can go further in bringing forward an enhanced NDC before COP26. We are ready for the energy transition in Palau, but we need the right partnerships to deliver on our ambition. As the current impacts of the climate emergency worsen, they are generating more security threats to vulnerable countries, especially small island states. We welcome Germany's initiative to convene a Security Council debate on the climate emergency this year. We reiterate the goal of the Pacific Island states for the appointment of a special representative of the Secretary General on Climate and Security to integrate these concerns into the Council's agenda. Time and time again, Palau has emphasized the need for effective partnerships to support sustainable development. This is especially true as we begin the decade of action to deliver the SDGs, and it is the unique role of the United Nations to facilitate these partnerships. Our guiding frameworks, such as the Samoa Pathway, have already been agreed. What is needed is the support for implementation. In Palau, a tangible expression of this support is in the partnerships with multiple friends for infrastructure development in our Global Village conference facilities in Koror. These facilities have been progressively upgraded over the past year in partnership with UNAPS, and which I will officially open next week. Durable, quality infrastructure is a cornerstone of sustainable development. While Palau is an island, the partnerships that have made this global village possible remind us about the solidarity shown by friends all over the world. Since my first address to the General Assembly as President in 2001, I have reiterated Palau's call for Taiwan to be allowed to participate in international organizations. We regret that this was denied again at this year's World Health Assembly. At the very moment when the world needed to come together to respond to the pandemic, we failed to do so. And I do mean that. We failed. Taiwan, a public health leader that has implemented one of the world's most effective pandemic responses, was left out of the global response to this pandemic, and that made the world less safe. In this pandemic, Taiwan has generously shared its experience and expertise with Palau, including critical support for establishing on-island testing capacity and PPE procurement. The effectiveness of Taiwan's control over the pandemic has been recognized by many others, and if included in international health coordination mechanisms, can also share these lessons with the rest of the world. As such, Taiwan is one of the only places on earth that is safe enough for quarantine-free travel with COVID-free nations like Palau. And we are currently working together to create the world's first safe bubble economy. On many other international issues and organizations, such as the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change and the International Civil Aviation Organization, Taiwan can also make meaningful contributions to strengthening collective action. Taiwanese residents and journalists have been unjustly barred from accessing UN premises, limiting their ability to engage with the UN's agenda and work. We urge others in this assembly to join us in recognizing that Taiwan can help in responding to so many of our shared challenges. This includes in implementing the 2030 Agenda, where we often underline the need to leave no one behind. The 23.5 million people of Taiwan should not be left behind, and it is time for Taiwan's exclusion to end. Palau, of course, holds a special relationship with the United States. Palau's bond with the United States is written in its Compact of Free Association, but it is written even more deeply in shared history, shared culture, and common values. We share the American priorities and values of freedom, democracy, individual rights, and a rules-based international order. In these turbulent times, we share its firm commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific, which we reaffirmed by hosting the U.S. Secretary of Defense last month. We seek new opportunities to deepen this relationship for mutual benefit, including for the purposes of regional security and diversifying our economic activities. The enduring friendship of Palau and the United States is an advertisement for the rules-based international order. In a rules-based international order, states of all sizes, all cultures, and all regions can thrive together. This commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific region is also shared with Japan, which has been a historic partner and a historic development partner of Palau. Japan's technical assistance to Palau, especially in infrastructure development, reaches every corner of Palau, and we look forward to this continuing under their new government. I want to express a personal note of thanks to Prime Minister Abe, who has been a consistent friend of Palau and our region, and to wish him a healthy recovery. Japan's ocean initiatives, especially on marine plastic litter, also show a commitment to transitioning towards a sustainable ocean economy. We were delighted to welcome Australia's first resident ambassador to Palau earlier this year. Now, as I speak, Australians' commitment to regional security is being demonstrated through the training and handover of the PSS Ramalik II, a new contribution to our Coast Guard as part of Australia's Pacific Maritime Security Program. In the past few years, South-South cooperation has also taken on increased importance for Palau. In particular, the government of India, through the India-UN Development Partnership Fund, and in partnership with the UN Office for South-South Cooperation and UNAPS, has provided invaluable support to improving our healthcare system, as well as a rapid response to pandemic preparations. Our global South partners continue to expand with a new award to Palau from India, Brazil, and South Africa's Poverty Reduction Facility to support the revitalization of education facilities. This solidarity between some of the world's largest states and Palau, one of the world's smallest, is a powerful demonstration of a commitment towards the UN's values and the vision of the 2030 Agenda. Mr. President, as one of the youngest members of this organization since we gained our independence in 1994, Palau's lived experience tells us about the importance of multilateralism. In this 75th anniversary year of the United Nations, we know that this multilateralism is fragile, precious, and must be actively defended. All have a part to play in it, and no one can opt out if we are to all benefit from it. As the leader of a small state, I am proud of Palau's contribution to the United Nations and our multilateral agenda, to building consensus around shared norms, and to actively participate in our shared institutions. We were among the first countries to ratify the Paris Agreement and the Nuclear Ban Treaty after actively contributing to their negotiations. We were champions of a stand-alone goal on oceans in the 2030 Agenda and of including tobacco control among the targets for Goal 4 on health. We have emphasized the critical value of partnerships for sustainable development and peace. The sovereign equality that each of us exercise in this assembly is a responsibility that we take seriously. And I hope that you will agree that Palau has lived up to this responsibility. This has been my final contribution to our annual general debate. But be in no doubt that Palau's contributions to the work of the UN is just beginning. Thank you, and Kopman Besulang.
От имени Генеральной Ассамблеи хочу поблагодарить президента Республики Палау за только что сделанное заявление. Сейчас я предоставляю слово уважаемому представителю Республики Молдова для произнесения вступительных замечаний и к выступлению главы государства.
His Excellency, Mr. Igor Dodon, President of the Republic of Moldova, I thank you.
Dear President of the General Assembly, dear Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to congratulate Mr. Volkan Bozkır on his election as President of the current session of the General Assembly, and to wish him every success in his important term. At the same time, I express my appreciation to Mr. Tijani Mohamed Bande for the activity he performed as the President of the previous session. Mr. President, our participation in the proceedings of the General Assembly session is a privilege, even though the pandemic forces us to switch to the virtual regime. I believe the current session of the Assembly provides a good opportunity to celebrate together the 75th anniversary of the creation of the United Nations, and to reaffirm our common commitment to the values and principles enshrined in the UN Charter. Some politicians paraphrase Voltaire, saying that if the United Nations did not exist, it should have been invented. We fully subscribe. Seen in retrospect of 75 years of its activity, the UN proved that it has no alternative globally, neither in terms of legitimacy and normative impact, nor in terms of its full engagement in solving international problems and crises, the way it had been emphasized in the recently adopted Declaration of Celebration. We hope that with the fulfillment of the reform package, especially of those targeting the UN development system, the organization will give dynamism to our efforts to implement the Agenda for Sustainable Development 2030. I take this opportunity to personally thank the Secretary-General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for the launching and implementation of these complex reforms, which redefine the role and the weight of the UN in the contemporary world. From this perspective, we consider it important to state during the session the continuous commitment and firm support of the Republic of Moldova for the United Nations. Dear Mr. President, we leave the challenge of an unprecedented year, considering its breadth, complexity, and the number of lasting crises. The coronavirus pandemic became one of the biggest challenges after the World War II, triggering the current global crisis. The pandemic affected every country, generating devastating economic, social, and political effects. The government of the Republic of Moldova, with the support of the development partners, has focused on immediate priorities meant to support the healthcare system by purchasing essential medical equipment and materials. The fight against COVID-19 requires coordinated and transparent action at the global level. We also emphasize the importance of enhanced international cooperation with manifested solidarity. We support the imperative need to ensure a universal access to treatment and vaccines when they become available. In light of the above, we reiterate that the Republic of Moldova fully supports the agenda of the UN Secretary-General through the UN Global Crisis Response Plan, targeting the most disadvantaged social groups. We also welcome the creation of the Special Fund to support response and recovery measures for the fight against COVID-19 of low and middle-income states as a critical tool in addressing the crisis of the national healthcare systems and the economic and social consequences caused by the virus. Mr. President, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development remains in our common focus and has an important roadmap towards a prosperous and peaceful world where everyone can enjoy one's rights, living a decent life in safety. After 5 years of implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, the Republic of Moldova presented in July the first voluntary national report, which represented an exercise to map progress, challenges and opportunities, to identify solutions and to accelerate its development. By increasing the degree of prosperity, through the efforts of territorial reintegration of the country, by consolidating the rule of law, modernizing the social and economic infrastructure, we will generate, consequently, multiple opportunities for assertion, opportunities for involvement and active participation of every citizen. Over the last year, we managed to achieve positive changes in the fight against corruption, and we keep on working effectively on the justice reform. These are essential elements to ensure the much-needed momentum for our advancement. In order to increase the social protection of the citizens, we resorted to the indexation of pensions and allowances twice a year. The ambitious National Road Infrastructure Rehabilitation Program is in full swing. The recently initiated constitutional reform also aims at ensuring the sustainable development of the Republic of Moldova. I use this opportunity to express the deep concern of the Republic of Moldova in relation to the climate change and natural cataclysms. Our country fully shares the opinion that the conservation and rational use of biodiversity, especially the equitable distribution of benefits from the exploitation of genetic resources, are indispensable tools in advancing the implementation of the Agenda for Sustainable Development 2030 and the Vision for Biodiversity 2050. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this year we mark the 25th anniversary of the World Conference on Women in Beijing under the sign of Action for Inclusion and Equality. The Republic of Moldova, along with 189 other nations, has adopted the General Declaration and Platform for Action on the Status of Women and their equal participation in all areas of public and private life. Thus, we initiated several important reforms to ensure decent working conditions, eradicate poverty, expand social services for women, protect the health of the mother and child, strengthening the child protection system, building a peaceful and inclusive society. The Republic of Moldova achieved a significant progress in terms of women's participation in the decision-making process. Our national lawmaking body and other important executive state institutions are currently led by women. The Republic of Moldova will continue to invest in human capital as a condition for progress. Distinguished audience, conflicts and crises of varying intensity continue to be a threat to peace, security, and development around the world. The Republic of Moldova supports the UN Secretary-General's call for a global ceasefire. In this context of a global crisis, armed conflicts aggravate the situation and intensify the destructive effect of the armament race. At the same time, the Republic of Moldova expresses a deep concern regarding the scale of the armament race through the excessive accumulation of conventional weapons and nuclear weapon modernization programs. We regret the persistent uncertainty of the situation related to the existing disarmament and control agreements of strategic armaments. on the background of emergence and escalation of increased armed conflicts. We note globally enlarged military spending and the weapons trading. In this respect, the international climate, marked by the use and threat of use of force, accentuates the insecurity of the international environment. Over recent years, the Republic of Moldova has expanded its contribution to the peacekeeping process, fully ensuring the substitution of the positions allocated to our country in international peacekeeping missions, in strict compliance with gender criteria and in the spirit of the Security Council resolution on women, peace and security. In this context, we believe that the UN Security Council, in particular its permanent members, must prove a greater responsibility and commitment to the objectives and principles of the organization. Mr. President, we are witnessing interventions into the security balance in the world, and especially in the Eastern Europe, where the Republic of Moldova is located. Despite our efforts, we know the lack of tangible progress in overcoming lasting conflicts. Since 1992, both within the UN and OSCE, as well as within other international platforms, the Republic of Moldova constantly addressed the issue of the Transnistrian conflict settlement. Despite our efforts, we must certify that the Transnistrian conflict still remains unresolved. The reasons could be explained by the lack of appropriate political will of some actors involved, by the existence of underwater economic interests of some circles in different countries of the region we belong to, but also by the strongly pronounced geopolitical character of the Transnistrian problem. In this regard, we emphasize the importance of a constructive approach of all actors engaged in the well-known 5+2 format and mandated to identify the final solution to the conflict. I am convinced that the guarantor states and the observers will put further efforts to quickly identify a comprehensive, peaceful, and viable solution. It will be based upon respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the Republic of Moldova within the internationally recognized borders, with the adoption of a special status for the Transnistrian region and the guaranteed political, economic, and social rights of the population in this region. Over the recent years, we have focused on issues that require priority actions. This includes ensuring and guaranteeing free movement throughout the country, creating a single economic space, and promoting confidence-building measures. We regret that the pandemic generated by COVID-19 has created new obstacles to the free movement of people, goods, and services between the two banks of Dniester River. They have a negative impact on human rights, strain the situation in the security zone, and delay progress in the negotiation process. The adoption of a final political decision and the signing of relevant documents on complete settlement of the Transnistrian conflict is to be based exclusively on initiatives and proposals formulated directly by the Republic of Moldova, but not on those developed abroad. Therefore, we will put all necessary efforts to ensure that the first draft of the basic parameters and principles of the final settlement model is developed quickly and submitted in the first half of the upcoming year to all participants and stakeholders of the 5+2 format to be discussed, and deeply hoping to find the common denominator for a solution of the conflict. In this context, we call for a strengthened UN cooperation with the OSCE in managing peacekeeping operations, ensuring respect for and promoting fundamental human rights in conflict regions, facilitating mediation and conflict resolution. We rely very much on OSCE as a stabilizing factor at the regional level. At the same time, we believe that the necessary preconditions exist for the resumption of the bilateral dialogue with the Russian Federation in order to identify a solution regarding the Kobasna stores. About 20,000 tons of already obsolete ammunition remain stationed on the territory of the Republic of Moldova. We are fully aware of the fact that the restoration of the territorial integrity and the functioning of the Republic of Moldova as a unitary and indivisible body are decisive in the building of a modern, prosperous, and successful state. Dear Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, historically, the Moldovan state had an important feature. Our country was formed on the crossroads of various civilizations, cultures, languages, religions, and geopolitical interests. Therefore, the multi-ethnic, multicultural nature of the country's development has been and remains the main feature of Moldova. A respectful, good neighborly attitude towards the linguistic differences of other ethnic groups has become the basis of existence of the Moldovan state and an important condition for its successful development. Living in peace and harmony on this land, representative of different cultures, languages of communication, and confessions have been working for the good and strengthening of the country, contributing to the development of the Moldovan statehood for more than 660 years. For my part, as President, I want to emphasize that the leadership of Moldova is making every effort to preserve the atmosphere of friendliness, mutual assistance, and respect for people of different ethnic origins, languages, and religions in our country. As a result, almost every citizen of Moldova speaks several languages fluently, constantly discovers the peculiarities of the culture of different people. The Russian language has a special status as a language of inter-ethnic communication, and this is an unconditional competitive advantage for realizing the capabilities of our citizens in the modern world. We also believe the Republic of Moldova can successfully develop as an independent, sovereign, democratic, rule of law state, actively pursuing a policy of permanent neutrality based on desire of the Moldovan people for peaceful coexistence with other peoples and states of Europe and the world. We are confident that the permanent neutrality of Moldova, enshrined in the current constitution, is the basis of our national, energy, and information security, a guarantee of sustainable, long-term economic development and prosperity of the country. We are sincerely grateful to the United Nations, Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, and other international organizations and partners that consistently support the Republic of Moldova. The dynamic development of Moldova, with the assistance and large-scale support of international partners, will contribute to strengthening the dialogue between the countries of our region and Europe as a whole. Dear Mr. President, 3 years ago, I declared a balanced foreign policy as an important condition for ensuring the sustainable development of the Republic of Moldova. Moldova is a small country with a peaceful people. Obviously, there is no way we may try to fight someone. We want to work to quickly modernize our country and maintain mutually beneficial relations with the entire international community. Being a neutral state, we will not engage in the support of one state against another. Respectively, we do not admit to joining sanctions against our partners for development. I reiterate that according to the Constitution of the Republic of Moldova, we are a neutral state, and therefore we will not join any political military bloc, either in the West or in the East. Over recent years, Moldova's foreign policy has been aimed at maintaining friendly relations and international partnerships, especially with our direct neighbors, Romania and Ukraine. A balanced foreign policy is crucial for ensuring the sustainable development of the Republic of Moldova, protecting it from contemporary geopolitical fluctuations. In the West, our political relations and cooperation with the EU are guided by the Association Agreement, signed in 2014, on strengthening the rule of law, democratic institutions, respect for human rights. Naturally, the European Union is a strategic partner for the Republic of Moldova in all areas of state and Moldovan society's life. Indeed, Moldova is a European country due to its history and geographical position. We are an integral part of the Eastern European region. At the same time, the Republic of Moldova has a pronounced interference with the Eurasian space. By signing in 2018 the Memorandum of Cooperation with the Eurasian Economic Union, the Republic of Moldova obtained observer status in the organization, a fact that allows us to follow closely the evolution and prospects of this promising regional organization. Over recent years, we have managed to restore the strategic partnership with the Russian Federation. Thus, one of our priorities is developing good political and economic cooperation with partners within the free trade areas of the European Union and Commonwealth of Independent States. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the 75th anniversary of the founding of the United Nations gives us a special opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to the goals and principles of the organization. At the same time, the unity in action, solidarity, and international cooperation intensified in the fight against COVID-19 will help us cope with this important test of humanity's resilience. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I would like to thank the President of the Moldovan Republic for the statement he has just delivered. Now, I would like to give the floor to the distinguished representative of Algeria to introduce the statement of the head of state. Madam President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor of introducing the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency the President of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria, Mr. Abdelmajid Tebboune, on the occasion of the 75th anniversary of the General Assembly and its general debate. In the name of God, the merciful and clement, Mr. President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, Your Majesties, Your Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, Your Excellencies. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to address this august assembly on behalf of a new Algeria, Algeria that wants to build a democratic system that meets the aspirations of its people. The Algerian people indeed have demonstrated, have given an excellent example of protecting the values of justice and democracy, and I would like to first express wishes of success to Mr. Volkan Bozkır, President of the 75th General Assembly, following His Excellency Mr. Mohamed Tajibandi. We would like to praise him for his very successful presidency of the previous session of the General Assembly. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his tireless efforts. Our organization was founded following a horrific human tragedy. Its role and its performance have experienced both successes and failures in the face of constantly increasing number of international challenges. These challenges have demonstrated certain flaws in the international system of relations, especially in the current sanitary crisis. Mr. President, we need a strong United Nations, and we would like to underscore how important it is to continue implementing the comprehensive reforms in our organization in order to improve its performance and enhance its effectiveness. Algeria, on this point, would like to stress its attachment to the position of the African Union. In accordance with the Sirte Declaration, and we call on the start of intergovernmental negotiations on the topic of an equitable representation within the Security Council and on the increase in its membership, in addition to other related topics. This in order to achieve rapid results. 58 years ago, my country became a member of the United Nations, and since then, our country has constantly defended international peace and security. Our foreign policy has always been based on the values of peaceful resolution of conflicts, non-interference in the internal affairs of states, respect for sovereignty and unity of states, as well as respect for the rights of peoples to determine their future. And we are proud of our foreign policy, which has seen an important role of Algerian diplomacy in resolving a number of international crises and regional conflicts. Our diplomats have always been mobilized in the service of this goal, and always. Our diplomats have always adhered to the resolutions of the United Nations, and based on this approach, Algeria has always worked and will work on achieving rapprochement of the various Libyan stakeholders. We call on our Libyan brothers to work together under the auspices of the UN in order to overcome its current crisis and to meet the aspirations of the Libyan people, and also to reject any foreign intervention which might undermine the sovereignty of Libya. Algeria welcomes the two recent ceasefire declarations, and we call on the parties involved to now move from words to deeds as soon as possible. My country is closely following the very delicate situation in Mali. This country's a neighbor and a brother, and we look forward to a rapid restoration of the constitutional order through a consensus-based transition which will enshrine the will of the Malian people and its aspiration towards stability, security, and development. We remain convinced that the agreement for peace and national reconciliation that resulted from the Algiers process remains an ideal framework to meet the challenges of political governance and economic development in this brethren country, Mali. And the international community will need to offer its wholehearted support. Now, as far as the Palestinian cause, for Algeria, for Algeria and our people, this is a sacred cause. It is perhaps the most important issue, and we would like to express our wholehearted support for the Palestinian people and for its just cause and the rights of its people that should not be compromised. We call on the establishment of an independent sovereign state with Al-Quds as its capital. We believe that this is the key to stability in the entire Middle East. Now, I'd like to touch upon the issue of Western Sahara. We deplore the obstacles that have been put in the way of resolving this issue, in particular the stop to negotiations between the two parties in the conflict and the delays in designating a new special envoy of the United Nations for Western Sahara. Algeria calls on the implementation of the relevant resolutions of the Security Council, especially for organizing the referendum on self-determination in Western Sahara, which has been continually postponed for over 29 years. It is essential to designate an envoy of the Secretary General and to foster negotiations between the two parties to the conflict with the purpose of meeting the hopes of the Arab people of the Maghreb and Africa. Mr. President, Algeria would like to renew its engagement in combating terrorism and violent extremism. This is a phenomenon which is a major threat to peace, security, and to development throughout the world. We call on strengthening international cooperation in combating corruption and money laundering while being vigilant in implementing the international agreements on this topic. In particular, the giving back to people funds that have been stolen. Now, we are very committed to promoting international peace, and so my country is actively involved in international efforts in the area of disarmament and non-proliferation. Algeria has suffered and still suffers from the negative effects of nuclear tests that were conducted on its territory during the colonial period. The complete elimination of nuclear weapons remains, to our mind, the only guarantee of dealing with the threat that they represent for humankind. Algeria attaches a great deal of importance to the environment, and we would like to renew our commitment to the agreements in this area. We are making efforts at the national level in spite of our limited resources, in particular by including environmental aspects in our public policies of the state. As far as the historic responsibility of developed countries with regard to this topic, we once again call on them to strengthen their technical and financial support to developing countries so that developing countries can cope with the environmental threats that they are facing. Mr. President, Algerian women took part in the national revolution and in fighting terrorism. Algerian women continue to play a very important role in the process of national rebuilding. This is an extremely important primordial role, and Algeria has always fostered and promoted this role, of course, without forgetting the important role of young people and the participation of young people in public life. Now, difficult circumstances caused by the COVID-19 pandemic have not deterred Algeria from striving to implement Sustainable Development Goals. And in this context, my country is finalizing the establishment of a national framework for indicators of progress regarding the path covered towards the SDGs, implementation of SDGs. We are also working on integrating in the near future the Sustainable Development Agenda in our annual budgetary laws, and we're also working on establishing a legal framework which is aimed at promoting and facilitating the work of all stakeholders involved in this process. Mr. President, Algeria is striding forward in strengthening our pillars of democracy, the rule of law, and social justice. And in the wake of the democratic change that was achieved by the peaceful demonstration movement, which led to presidential elections in December of 2019. These elections reaffirmed the sovereignty of the Algerian people, the freedom of it in its choice, and freedom of its decisions. Algeria, over the past few months, and in spite of the very difficult sanitary situation, has made important strides in the area of economic, political, and social reforms. These reforms are aimed at building a new, a strong, safe, and prosperous Algeria, and in this context, Algeria will organize a Ruda next November, a referendum on the draft reform of the Constitution in order to determine the foundation of the democratic and political regime which will guarantee the protection of rights and freedoms and which will ensure the balance between the various branches of government. The choice of that date is very symbolic and represents our respect for the sacrifices of the martyrs who perished, who died, so that we could live and so that a free and independent Algeria can continue to exist. Lastly, Mr. President, we would like to make an appeal to unity, an appeal to solidarity, to overcome our various differences and in order to cope with the very difficult situation the world is facing, so that our countries and our peoples overcome it, and so that we can continue our road towards stability, security, and development. Thank you very much for your attention. May the blessings of God be upon you. Thank you. On behalf of the General Assembly, I would like to thank the President of the Algerian of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria for the statement just delivered. Now I would like to give the floor to the distinguished representative of Honduras to introduce the statement of his head of state. You have the floor.
Señora Presidente.
Madam President, it is my great honor to present the pre-recorded statement by Juan Orlando Hernández Alvarado, President of the Republic of Honduras.
Señores jefes de Estado y de Gobierno.
Heads of State and of Government. Mr. Volkan Bozkır, President of the 75th Session of the United Nations General Assembly. Mr. Antonio Guterres, United Nations Secretary General. Greetings to you all. 75 years ago, 51 countries signed the United Nations Charter. They did so hoping to rid the world from war and to ensure respect for dignity and the fundamental rights of people, with justice, social progress, and freedom. As a founding member state of the UN, Honduras supported these lofty goals from the very beginning. In the same way in which we were moved by the consequences of the two great global wars, and we sought back then to show the very best of our human species, uniting together in this global forum and establishing this organization, which is today the largest international organization that exists in the world. Today, as we are immersed in a new global crisis born out by the COVID-19 pandemic, we must seek new ideas, new consensus. We must be more creative and wiser if we are to realize the principles and goals that were laid down in 1945. I myself, as a survivor of COVID-19 and as a leader of a developing country which is fighting to beat this pandemic, I wish to express our concern about the multifaceted consequences of this emergency which we are grappling with today. This emergency has affected our generation in an unprecedented way in the domains of health, education, migration, basic services, human rights, and the economy, and it has particularly affected the most vulnerable in our society. This has led to great harm in social terms, with the scarcity of medicines, food, a loss of jobs. And now the monumental task of rebuilding our economies is looming, while we must strike a balance between protecting health and trying to reboot our economy. We must give our people confidence again, at a time when they are wondering, what is around the corner? Because these global crises will probably continue to occur, with social unrest around the world, caused not just by the threat of greater public health problems, but also by conflicts, land ownership disputes, food, water, political ideologies, and so on and so forth. Before I continue addressing this issue, which is the most important one that we are grappling with today, I would like to mention some of my government's achievements, which we have notched up together with the people of Honduras. Today, Honduras has been able to reduce the number of violent deaths by some 60%. We are no longer one of the most violent countries in the world. By joining together our forces, for the first time in history, we have been able to face up to the formidable criminal structures which have sufficient muscle and economic power to destabilize an entire country. But we did this without fear. We were well aware of what we were facing. Honduras would like to place on record its gratitude to the United Nations system for its support in our struggle to protect our people. This is one of many domains in which we have worked together. And I would take this opportunity also to remind you of our request made over the last few years for organized non-state groups, such as gangs and drug traffickers, to be recognized by the United Nations as terrorist groups. Over the last 75 years, we have seen, in this forum, magnificent orators, great speeches written by the best intellectuals from every country, great leaders with the best turns of phrase. However, we have not been able to avoid wars. We haven't been able to avoid inequity, and we have not eradicated poverty, nor have we stamped out the many epidemic or endemic diseases. I consider that over the last 75 years we have not been able to completely fulfill the altruistic purposes that were set down when this organization was created, or certainly not all of the purposes and principles that were laid down in 1945. This pandemic has shone a crude light on the real inequality in the world. At a time when we're all seeking medicines, equipment for hospitals, or the so yearned for vaccines, only a few countries will be able to have broad access to them, first in line, and it will not be those most in need. We have also seen cases in which there is medicine in short supply, in which the producing country has withheld production. And the same thing happens with medical equipment. In some countries, production has been appropriated for the exclusive use of that country, and the sale to other countries has been prohibited. But what about other nations? Are people supposed to just be left to die? What about the vaccines? What's going to happen there? Who will have access to the vaccines? Are there already lists of countries for the vaccines? In this crisis, the World Health Organization, and this applies particularly to us, issued some recommendations at the beginning of the pandemic that we thought were very timely and useful. And we also received support from the PAHO when it comes to the purchase of medical equipment, which was very useful for us. But we also saw occasions in which we were not in agreement with the recommendations made by the WHO. For instance, when they told us that the use of face masks was not necessary. Nevertheless, we took upon ourselves the decision to provide them to our entire population. We had to take our own decisions based on our own experience. Our doctors and our health personnel have worked on the front lines to beat back this pandemic. We regard them as heroes because they have put their lives on the line day after day over the last 6 months, and they have worked tirelessly. On the basis of their experience, they have been able to identify some medicines that in practice have yielded quite promising results. Low-cost medicines which are freely available in our country. In particular, there are 2 treatments which we call maíz and catracho, to give them their Spanish names. Thanks to them, we have been able to reduce the mortality rate from 9% at the beginning of the pandemic to some 3% or even less currently. In addition, thanks to the Fuerza Honduras program today, which means giving each municipality the medical equipment and supplies that they require, through this program we have been able to provide free healthcare to those who most need it, through stabilization or triage centers and medical teams who go to people's houses to seek out the sick. We will never tire of thanking our heroes, those who have been on the front lines, our doctors, health personnel, and first aid workers. When the technology and science exists to preempt certain situations, and above all, if there is information available about a threat to global health, then this information must be shared to all countries in a transparent and timely way. This would avoid the information being manipulated to the benefit of some interests in particular nations. For instance, it was very useful for our doctors to receive and share information from and with doctors in Europe and the Americas. Had this not happened, we would have considered it to be a crime against humanity. It is also the obligation of all states in the system to provide information that is so sensitive for human life to the world, either through the World Health Organization or directly to countries. If this pandemic doesn't make us change our attitude towards others, then nothing will. Because this virus has attacked us all equally. Regardless of how wealthy you are, you have not been entirely sheltered from this disease. This virus has reminded us in the harshest way that at the end of the day, we are all human. We're all vulnerable. We're members of the same species. Even though we may speak in different languages, we may see each other differently, or we may live in different corners of the world. We should reflect on this point. I also believe, and I say this with full respect, that the time has come to revise the entire United Nations system. It must be made more efficient and effective in order to attain the goals laid down when the organization was established. This organization must provide the necessary knowledge and information to prepare us for what is to come. There must be a permanent forward-looking analysis carried out with the best resources and technology so that we don't simply move forward blindly. Our peoples deserve more equality in their access to health, technology, information, and education. Given what is happening today, the Sustainable Development Goals agreed upon in 2015 must be revised and updated to bring them in line with this new reality which we are experiencing today. All of this must be accomplished while avoiding excessive red tape. For instance, when this pandemic broke out, we sought the support of the United Nations Development Programme as we attempted to launch a digital wallet project which would allow us in a transparent way to make transfers to the neediest people in our country, to those who most needed income while they had to stay at home. Various months have now passed, and even though I personally spoke with high-ranking officials at the UNDP, the process is still not concluded, and those affected are still waiting for assistance. Ladies and gentlemen, the events of the past, present and future hinge to a great extent on climate change. The new epidemics come from changes in the environment and the scarcity of resources and hunger. They all have a common genesis, which is our lack of respect for nature and the looting of our natural resources. On this matter, we need to move from theory to facts, from fine words and eloquence to the nitty-gritty of reality. Climate change has been an emergency now for several years, and we still don't know where the famous green climate funds are to be found. We have been seeking them for several years now, but we still have not received them. I would like to know where these green climate funds have got to. Why are they not reaching the neediest countries such as ours. I would like to remind you that Honduras is one of the 3 most vulnerable countries in the world to the effects of climate change. Every year we are affected by drought and extreme rainfall and floods, and even plagues on our crops, such as coffee and grain, which have suffered so harshly over the last few years as a result of extreme weather events. This has a terrible effect on our economy and our people's health. For instance, today the coffee prices are improving slightly in comparison with previous years, but this only goes to show how volatile a sector that provides sustenance for millions of families throughout the world actually is in practice. As an illustrious citizen of the world said, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. We must act swiftly to move from words to deeds, from rhetoric to action, on this issue and on all issues, in fact. Are you not concerned by our inaction? Are you not concerned that we seem to be going round and round in circles on these matters? I certainly am. I'm certain that I'm not the only one. But fortunately, I'm able to say that we still do have time to act on these issues. Secretary General, climate change, natural disasters, and epidemics affect our economy. They are problems that cannot be laid at the door of small countries. But as they affect the economy, they prevent us from fulfilling the parameters that are imposed on us by financial organizations. But these events should fairly be borne in mind, and the poorest and most vulnerable countries shouldn't be castigated with poor ratings by these agencies. There should be differentiated ways of meeting these countries' needs, and special ways of ensuring that they can achieve economic and social growth. The time has come for us to speak seriously about the financial relief that we should receive from our international creditors. And here I'm referring to multilateral lending organizations, because to date they have not been able to meet the challenge posed by this colossal tragedy, and there has been a weak response to the need for financing, for deferments, to allow us to deal with the severe recession we are experiencing. We're convinced that, aside from criticism, solutions must also be found, given the size of the global challenge. We therefore respectfully propose that the Secretary-General convene a select group of global leaders who have been successful in the domains of economic development, healthcare, education, small business, and technology applied to our new reality. The aim of this would be, inter alia, to set up a plan or a roadmap so that we can all come through this crisis successfully. If this does occur, the United Nations system will be able to say that it rose to the occasion, and we will be able to say that we fulfilled our promise to our children and grandchildren. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I would like to thank the President of the Republic of Honduras for the statement just delivered. Now I would like to give the floor to the distinguished representative of Lebanon to introduce the statement of the head of state. You have the floor.
السيدة الرئيسة.
Madam President, it gives me great honor to introduce to you the President of the Lebanese Republic, Mr. Michel Aoun, to deliver the pre-recorded message from Lebanon during our 75th anniversary celebration. Your Excellency, Mr. Volkan Bozkir, President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, allow me to thank you, Mr. President, for chairing this historic 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I would have loved to congratulate you in person rather than through video format, as imposed on us by the current global health situation. I would also like to thank His Excellency Mr. Tijani Mohammed Bandi for his efforts in directing the last session of the General Assembly, especially with the disruption of the organization's work as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. I wish to pay tribute to the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his continuous efforts as head of this international organization and for his efforts to support Lebanon after the Beirut port explosion on August 4th. In particular, he organized the Beirut Support Conference on August 9th to mobilize donor pledges and provide basic relief assistance. At the commendable initiative of French President and friend Emmanuel Macron. Moreover, on my own behalf and on behalf of all the Lebanese people, I wish to extend our thanks to all heads of state who participated in the conference and offered support, as well as to all brotherly and friendly countries, governmental and non-governmental organizations, all who have rushed to provide aid and assistance. In particular, I wish to thank His Holiness Pope Francis, who dedicated a universal day of prayer for Lebanon. All of this assistance has had a huge positive impact on our country and our people. Practically, it provided urgent medical and food relief, along with reconstruction materials. Morally, this great solidarity made our people feel they are not alone, but rather have in this world brothers and sisters in humanity who did not hesitate to support us. Beirut today, ladies and gentlemen, is trying to rise from its ruins. Indeed, with the solidarity of all the Lebanese people and your support, it will heal its wounds and rise, as it has done over and over again throughout history. The earthquake-like explosion that hit our capital left a deep scar on the Lebanese conscience. Indeed, the images of victims and the pain of the injured and the tears of those who lost loved ones will never be wiped away. Material damage is unprecedented. The port of Beirut, the vital crossing for economic activity in Lebanon, was not only destroyed, but around 200,000 residential units were also damaged. Many of them are uninhabitable. Almost 300,000 people lost their homes with winter approaching. In addition, the infrastructure, the power grid, and the water network have been tremendously devastated. The fallout will not only affect economic activity, but will also cause a sharp increase in poverty rates. Already at 45% before the blast. As per World Bank estimates, the World Bank estimated economic loss from the explosion at around $3.5 billion. Material losses are estimated at $4.5 billion, and urgent reconstruction needs are estimated at $2 billion. Beirut was declared a disaster-stricken city. The Lebanese army has undertaken the management of emergency relief in collaboration with other UN agencies, the Red Cross, licensed NGOs, and volunteers. We have conducted survey operations to determine the damages and assess needs and priorities. The Army received local and international aid, sorted it, and distributed it. It has been very keen on adopting the strictest criteria of integrity and transparency. As for the next phase, the army is dedicated to reconstruction. Its emergency chamber oversees the reconstruction of the partially affected residential and commercial units. However, the greatest problem is the totally demolished neighborhoods and facilities. There is a tremendous need for support from the international community to rebuild them. The soundest solution may be to divide the devastated area into geographical zones and let every country that wishes to help commit to a specific zone and undertake its reconstruction directly. In the course of the investigation, all of Lebanon wants to know the truth and to see justice done. We referred the blast to the Judicial Council, which is the highest criminal justice body in Lebanon. A judicial investigator has been appointed and is carrying out the investigation. Immediately after the explosion, we asked for international technical assistance to help provide us with satellite images at the moment of the explosion and to discover the itinerary and history of the ammonium nitrate loaded vessel from its departure to its arrival at the Beirut port, and to analyze the soil, materials, and anything that might unveil what happened. Indeed, teams came from several countries and conducted the necessary research. We are still awaiting information about the mystery of the vessel and awaiting satellite images to clear the ambiguities in this part of the investigation. The results will be delivered to the Judicial Council under Lebanese sovereign jurisdiction. Ladies and gentlemen, Lebanon is in the middle of an unprecedented crisis. Calamities have erupted all at once. A severe recession due to the economic and financial situation, the COVID-19 crisis and its repercussions, and finally the Beirut port disaster. Lebanon's very core has been stricken from both a humanitarian and economic perspective. The situation is extremely critical. In addition, the Syrian displacement crisis has been lingering for 10 years. Although Lebanon is not an asylum country and its constitution does not accept final settlement, it has addressed the displacement based on humanitarian principles and international law, in particular the principle of non-refoulement. However, today, amidst Lebanon's successive crises, the number of displaced persons amounts to 1/3 of Lebanon's population. The displacement has exacerbated the economic, social, health, and humanitarian problems of the host community. Lebanon demands intensified endeavors for the safe and dignified return of the displaced persons, without linking it to a political solution in Syria, in particular since most of the Syrian territories have become safe. The Lebanese government seeks help in implementing the plan it has adopted for the return of the displaced Syrians, in particular since circumstances for the return are more favorable now. And until such desired return, and confirming the principle of common responsibility and burden sharing among states, Lebanon repeats its call on donor countries to honor their pledges and find a mechanism to follow up on their commitments. In fact, there is a need to double their financial contributions and provide direct assistance to Lebanese governmental institutions and host communities, in line with Lebanon's response plan adopted in collaboration with the United Nations. Lebanon has committed to the international community to carry out a package of administrative, financial, and economic reforms aimed at facilitating the economic recovery to which we all aspire. Ladies and gentlemen, Lebanon welcomes the Security Council resolution extending the UNIFIL mandate, interpreting it as a strong and unifying message of support to preserve stability. It lauds UNIFIL's sacrifices and grants priority to preserving the safety of its personnel and ensuring their protection. Lebanon highly appreciates the close and continuous cooperation between the force and the Lebanese army. In this context, Lebanon reiterates its commitment to the full implementation of Resolution 1701 because we believe that it will consolidate the foundations of stability and security in South Lebanon and will benefit the entire region's stability. Any violation thereof will further complicate the situation. Therefore, Lebanon again calls on the international community to bind Israel to its full obligations in this respect. Israel must cease its land, sea, and air violations of Lebanese sovereignty and stop trespassing in Lebanon's airspace, using it to strike Syrian territory. The international community must urge Israel to cooperate fully with UNIFIL, demarcate what remains of the Blue Line, and immediately withdraw from northern Ghajar and the Sheb'a farms and the Kfar Shuba hills. Lebanon emphasizes its absolute and full rights over its territorial waters, its natural oil and gas resources, and all of its maritime borders according to international law. It looks forward to the role of the United Nations and friendly countries to help ascertain its rights. It specifically requests the U.S. mediation for the necessary negotiations to define and delineate its maritime borders according to international law and in a manner that preserves Lebanon's sovereignty and rights over its resources. Today, 75 years after the inception of the United Nations, and in light of increased dialogue about solutions in the Middle East, we reiterate our attachment and commitment to the principles on which this organization was founded. Most notably, we commit to the inviolability of internationally recognized borders. We underscore that any negotiations, regardless of their formula or the party conducting them, must take into account sustainable solutions sponsored by concerned parties and in various UN resolutions, notably Resolution 194, which guarantees Palestinian refugees the right of return. In this context, we would also like to recall the 2002 Beirut Peace Initiative, also known as the Arab Peace Initiative. On the first centenary of the proclamation of Greater Lebanon, we can only affirm that the Lebanese people in all their diversity continue to keep Lebanon great and unified without division or partition. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first time in the history of the United Nations that the General Assembly session is held virtually because an invisible virus has prevented us from meeting together and compelled us to communicate through video recordings. There is no doubt that the world after COVID-19 will not be the same as before. We hope that it will be a more humane world after we were all united by the helplessness of experiencing the loss of a loved one and the loss of oxygen. Lebanon and its people experienced great sympathy after disaster struck Beirut. Many countries and people rushed to express their solidarity and extend a helping hand. Perhaps our world has reclaimed its morality out of Lebanon's suffering and perhaps humanity has regained some of its stature in a materialistic world marked by the use of force and injustice. The theme for this year's meeting is reaffirming our collective commitment to multilateralism through multilateral action. This is an encouraging signal for the future we want and for the United Nations we need. It can be summarized with one expression: solidarity for good. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I want to thank the President of the Lebanese Republic for the statement he has just made. Now I would like to give the floor to the distinguished representative of Slovakia to introduce the statement of the head of state.
Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is my great honor to introduce Her Excellency Ms. Zuzana Čaputová, President of the Slovak Republic, who will address the 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly through her pre-recorded statement.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Our unusual gathering today proves that the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic changed the world as we know it. But this online form is an evidence we can adapt and act. 75 years ago, this organization was built on simple idea that the benefits of cooperation always prevail over selfishness and conflict. Today, we need this idea to become a reality more urgently than ever. The COVID-19 pandemic has quickly become a truly global threat, and it is far from over, but we have already learned a lesson. We cannot go back to business as usual. The COVID crisis exposed our weaknesses and vulnerabilities. Those already on the brink of poverty have been left poor. Those with difficult access to healthcare have found themselves helpless. And those with limited access to education have lost their hope for a better future. Even stable and developed states faced great economic and social difficulties. One of the most important lessons that we learned during the first months of COVID-19 is that ordinary people can achieve extraordinary things if they are led by solidarity and compassion. People around the world understood that responsible behavior can save lives, even if it meant limitation of their own comfort. That they need to take their share of responsibility in protecting themselves and the others. I would even dare to say that this pandemic crisis brought the best out of us. It is our responsibility as leaders to apply the same among nations. That's why we need true globalization of compassion. In concrete terms, we must not allow the development and production of vaccine and medical supplies to become yet another global competition, because these are essential life-saving commodities, and as such, their provision should be a sign of humanity, not a matter of economic profit. That is why we need to share information and foster partnership among scientists, manufacturers, and governments, and to provide vaccine to anyone on this planet, regardless whether they can afford it or not. If we are to be successful in averting any crisis, we need responsible leadership, because ultimately it is the responsibility of governments and political leaders to make decisions that are based on facts and knowledge, and not on political calculations or selfish interest of those in power. Because the opposite, incompetence, disinformation, or populism, has fatal consequences. Responsible leadership also means willingness to see the common global interest, to preserve the best of existing architecture of international organizations and regimes of cooperation. because these are often the drivers of effective solutions. I know that their work is not always perfect, but instead of resenting or defending them, we need to find ways of how to improve them. And finally, the trust. The confidence of citizens in what their governments are doing is right. People need to know that they are protected and are not lied to. The guardians of these principles must be the free and independent media, renowned experts and scientists, and active civil society. And our responsibility is to create an environment where they can work freely. If we are to attack them, we undermine our own ability to solve problems collectively. And we make our societies more vulnerable, including to disinformation and hoaxes, which have proven to be especially dangerous when they are related to health issues. That is why we must not allow any crisis to become an excuse for suppressing human rights and liberties. We must make sure that any limitations must be proportionate, time-limited, and legally sound. And these principles must be applied universally. Unfortunately, this is not always the case. Too often we see situations in the world when people are intimidated, beaten, or even threatened on their lives. Just as we recently saw in Belarus or in the case of Alexei Navalny and many other cases. And only because they stood up for their rights. The spread of authoritarian diseases is a threat to all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, there is one more remarkable lesson from COVID-19. We often hear that certain changes are impossible or that it takes years to make them. This time it was different. It is the experience of how much and how quickly we can achieve if only we are willing to realize the common threat, change our behavior, and work together in order to prevent it. If we did it vis-à-vis COVID-19, we can do it also when it comes to other global threats as well. Most notably, the climate change, which is undoubtedly the greatest threat to our common future. Experts estimate that by 2100, the climate change will be 5 times as deadly as COVID-19. We have been able to organize ourselves and create over 20 parallel teams worldwide to develop anti-COVID vaccine because we lacked the so much needed knowledge. In climate change, we all know what to do. We just need to show a genuine will and act together as one. To make it a real priority and to let the science, innovations, but also solidarity and compassion lead the way. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make this lesson from COVID-19 the basis for our action in the future. Just like 75 years ago, the lesson of 2 world wars led to the universal commitment among nations to solve their disputes peacefully and to work together. Let us renew this commitment among us and even take it further along the mentioned principles of solidarity, responsibility, and trust, and with the same resolve to act as we have shown during the current pandemic. Then we can change any threat, be it COVID-19 or climate change, into an opportunity for the benefit of all. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I want to thank the President of the Slovak Republic for the statement just made. Now I would like to give the floor to the distinguished delegate of Kenya to introduce the statement of the head of state.
Madam Vice President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is my distinct honor to introduce His Excellency Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta, the President of the Republic of Kenya, to address the general debate of the 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly through a pre-recorded statement. I thank you.
The President of the 75th session of the UN General Assembly, Your Excellency Volkan Bozkır, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I'm indeed delighted to participate in this 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Despite the unusual circumstances that we meet, circumstances created by the COVID-19 pandemic. Let me take this opportunity, Mr. President, to thank you and to congratulate you on your election, and I wish you a productive and successful 75th session and assure you of Kenya's full as well as constructive support. I'd also like to take this opportunity to congratulate your predecessor, His Excellency Professor Tijani Mohamed Bandai, for ably steering the 74th session of the General Assembly during this very, very difficult season. He ensured that notwithstanding the difficulties of the pandemic, the work of the United Nations continued. Mr. President, the 75th anniversary is a moment to reflect on the journey that we have taken. It is a moment to introspect, to establish if the anchor still holds, or if our community of nations has become unanchored by the challenges of our time. This is an occasion to reflect on our world and its institutions. Have our relations and institutions been refined by experience and the passage of time, or have our institutions become battered and left not fit for purpose? At 75, the United Nations is older than most of its member states, and more importantly, older than over 96% of our global population. A clear majority of the global population today cannot relate to the circumstances of its founding. Yes, the United Nations in its birth brought rules and hope for a world in ruins. That was 7.5 decades ago. But what does it bring to the world today? 75 years ago, delegates from 50 nations who had endured immense disruption and suffering seized the opportunity to chart a bold new course for mankind. They were determined to save future generations from the scourge of war, and in so doing, they gifted us a timeless charter that has remained our shared framework of international cooperation. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on this occasion of the 75th anniversary of the founding of the United Nations, we, the people of the United Nations, must rekindle the idealism, will, and spirit of the San Francisco Conference that founded our great organization. Today, mankind is confronted by complex, multifaceted, and gravely serious challenges. Across the world, we are witnessing constant disruptions that are generating great anxiety, uncertainty, and unpredictability. The COVID-19 pandemic best defines the challenges of our time. A challenge that affects us all, a challenge that we can only overcome if each one of us succeeds. The COVID-19 pandemic and other contemporary challenges, including the climate and biodiversity crisis that we face, our growing geostrategic tensions, social as well as economic inequalities, the crisis of legitimacy and governance, as well as vulnerabilities of our digital world, have indeed redefined the imperative for multilateral action. Kenya believes strongly that if we remain anchored in multilateralism and with unity of purpose, if we are much more agile in embracing change and positive transformations, if we remain rooted in a rule-based international system and act innovatively and selflessly, we can transcend our challenges and secure lasting peace and prosperity for all. This firm persuasion is born of our own experience and evolution as a nation. Much like the United Nations, our country was founded on the ideals of liberty, unity, rule of law, democracy, and participation of the people, grounded on human dignity, equity, social justice, inclusiveness, equality, human rights, and good governance. I believe these are all shared global values. And Kenya acknowledges that we've had our challenges in meeting these, but that doesn't change the vision that we have for the future. We have worked, all these issues have worked for us in our domestic context, and I believe that they will serve the United Nations well. And we are confident that our community of nations can do far much more collectively than any one country can ever do alone. Your Excellencies, the theme of our 75th Assembly, namely, the future that we want, the United Nations that we need, reaffirming our collective commitment to multilateralism, is most appropriate and indeed timely. It speaks not only to the urgent need to review our actions at both national and global levels, but also responds to the pressing demand for effective multilateral action within a rule-based international system. Indeed, the COVID-19 pandemic should give fresh impetus to our collective efforts to strengthen international cooperation. This global pandemic has deepened, unfortunately, existing inequalities, hitting the poorest and most vulnerable communities the hardest. It has created an unprecedented synergy of challenges and demonstrated the limits of our institutions. There is therefore an urgent need to improve readiness in the area of global crisis management, but more importantly, to effectively take urgent, coordinated, and collective measures to build resilience that would insulate our societies and our economies against the adverse effects of such pandemic and crisis. Mr. President, in Kenya, we have had to undertake special and targeted efforts. A national multi-agency team on COVID-19 is in place to ensure such appropriate interventions. We have revamped and expanded our national and county healthcare systems. The interventions that we have taken have targeted the old and the vulnerable, the unemployed, and our youth, and specific programs to keep them healthy and productively engaged. We have also recognized how this pandemic has in itself produced the challenges of gender inequality and more so gender violence. We have introduced financial and tax interventions to keep the economy and businesses viable and solvent. And like everyone else, introduced social health measures, including cessation of travel, social distancing, the wearing of masks, and improving hygiene for all. And this has been achieved to the best of our abilities within an environment of constitutional civil liberties and rights, to prosperity and development of all our citizenry. At the continental level, Mr. President, working with the African Union, I have been involved personally in guiding collective continental actions together with my fellow heads of state and government who are members of the African Union Bureau. We adopted a continental COVID-19 mitigation strategy, which has had great success in coordinating continental efforts to prevent severe illness and death from COVID-19, as well as minimizing social and economic disruptions. Your Excellencies, what we have learned in the last 6 months is that no country, and I repeat again, no country can manage a crisis of this magnitude on its own. We have had to work collectively in order to build back better. We therefore call upon the global community to enhance cooperation and assistance to developing countries in vulnerable situations so as to bolster their economies and healthcare systems and to achieve universal healthcare coverage as envisioned in the 2019 UHC political declaration. Mr. President, this assembly is the pinnacle platform for debate on matters of global political concern. At no time in our recent history have global developments been as concerning as they are today. Global geopolitics and competition between global powers have complicated and severely undermined the global response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Indeed, they have caused severe anxiety and undermined coordinated responses to an economic and social character that would have left us in a stronger position as a global collective. Your Excellencies, as the President in Office of the Organization of African, Pacific, and Caribbean States, an organization comprising 97 countries, some of whom are the most vulnerable and poorest, I have become acutely aware of global geopolitics and competition that is not focused on helping us better build a stronger, safer, healthier, and more prosperous world. What is equally important is that even after addressing the acute phase of the pandemic, we must all remain collectively committed to global recovery. Developing countries seeking to have the existing debt moratorium refined and extended to December 2021, and an early replenishment of the IMF Poverty Reduction and Growth Trust and the World Bank International Development Association, as well as an early decision on the special drawing rights. But Your Excellencies, I am confident that we have the answers to the challenges we face. The SDGs are a model for multilateral action, which capture the common aspirations of mankind to end poverty, protect our planet's biosphere, and to ensure prosperity for all. The challenges that confront us today only serve to underscore the need to reaffirm our commitment to the implementation of the SDGs, particularly with regard to fighting poverty and inequality, but also our shared responsibility to effectively contribute to this common vision. Mr. President, turning to climate change, I believe Kenya's stance on climate change and the environment is known to all. climate change can unpackage our efforts to attain the SDGs. Kenya acknowledges these disproportionate impacts of climate variability in small island developing states, as well as states with fragile ecological environments. In this regard, Kenya was honored to co-host the United Nations Secretary-General's Climate Action Summit in September of last year, which resulted in landmark commitments as well as initiatives. Similarly, the interdependent crisis of the biodiversity loss and ecosystem degradation requires urgent and collective action. Our global home that was teeming with millions of species of God-given creatures, both great and small, is slowly dying. Kenya once again calls for urgent collective action to halt the dissemination of our biodiversity. We must find a global balance between human beings and other creatures on our earth. We must put harmony between people and nature. Our world is yearning for us to stop its ruin. In this regard, we in Kenya look forward to the upcoming Biodiversity Summit that shall be held later. Ladies and gentlemen, as host to the United Nations Environmental Programme and the UN Habitat, of which we are proud, Kenya calls for the expansion of the two programs, their viability to harmonize and to domicile all environmental and human settlement issues in their rightful place, which is at their headquarters. Kenya remains committed to continue offering the global community a conducive environment to declare the mandate of these two important UN organizations, UNEP and UN Habitat. Let me also remind all of us, Mr. President, that Kenya and Portugal will co-host the second UN Oceans Conference in the second quarter of 2021. We welcome you all to participate at the highest levels in Lisbon as we strive to harness science and innovation to scale up our conservation and the sustainable use of our oceans and blue economy. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me pause at this moment to sincerely thank each and every one of you for electing Kenya to the Security Council for the 2021-2022 term. The vote was an overwhelming affirmation of the trust and confidence that many members have in Kenya. I wish to assure you that Kenya will deliver on our commitments to the Council under the mandate of the African Union. We will work closely with all member states to ensure that the Council discharges its mandate in an inclusive, responsive, and consultative manner, because peace is a collective effort. Mr. President, Kenya has been a frontline state in global efforts to confront terrorism and violent extremism. We have consistently advocated for the need to build partnerships for a strategic and operational approach to prevent and to combat violent extremism, not just here in Kenya or our region, but globally. And even as we struggle with all other challenges of development and cooperation, we cannot afford to take our eyes over the ever-present danger of the existential threat of terrorism. Kenya was honored to have hosted the first ever African Regional High-Level Conference on Counterterrorism and Prevention of Violent Extremism in July of last year. Kenya also welcomes the envisioned establishment of the UN Counterterrorism Program Office here in Nairobi. As a country that has long contributed to global peacekeeping operations, it has been our experience that cooperation amongst various stakeholders, a clarity of mandate, appropriate training and equipping of troops, an integration of conflict prevention, peacekeeping, and peace-building measures, the participation especially of women, as well as the periodic reviews of the effectiveness of missions, greatly strengthens peacekeeping operations. Kenya will continue to advocate for inclusive, meaningful, triangular consultations between the Security Council, the UN Secretariat, and troop and police contributing countries. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, even though the world has made great progress since the creation of this great body, the United Nations, 75 years ago, our present challenges may appear dispiriting and the journey ahead seem daunting and arduous. But existence is like a marathon of global proportions. I come from a country of marathoners, and I therefore appreciate the demands of endurance, teamwork, and persistence in conquering the road ahead. Together, I believe we can win this race. Mankind can triumph and secure peace and prosperity in a greater biodiversity for present and future generations. Finally, Mr. President, the Secretary General's recent appeal for a global ceasefire also includes a humanitarian call for the rollback of international sanctions and to reinforce the efforts of vulnerable, fragile, and conflict-afflicted countries to deal with the impact of COVID-19. I state today that Kenya stands behind this initiative. And in this connection, I wish to make a special appeal for an end to the economic and commercial, as well as financial embargo against Cuba, sanctions against Zimbabwe and Sudan. The United Nations provides us a platform to resolve age-old differences and unburden ourselves of these antiquated conflicts. It is also Kenya's desire to see at this critical and historical juncture an inspiration for peace between Palestine and Israel. Kenya calls for renewed and genuine international efforts to find a just and lasting solution to the conflict based on the existence of two states, the state of Israel and the state of Palestine, within the framework of the relevant United Nations pronouncements. I want to thank all of you for your attention. Thank you, and God bless you all.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I want to thank the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces of the Republic of Kenya for his statement. Now, I would like to give the floor to the distinguished representative of Namibia to introduce the intervention of the head of state.
Madam Vice President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I have the greatest pleasure and honor to introduce His Excellency Dr. Hage Gottfried Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia, who will present his contribution to the general debate during this historic 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly through a pre-recorded video statement. I thank you.
Your Excellency Volkan Bozkır, President of 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Your Excellencies, Head of State and Government, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, I wish to extend warm congratulations to you and the people of the Republic of Turkey on your election as President of 75th session of the General Assembly. I assure you of Namibia's support and cooperation during your tenure as President of the General Assembly. I express great appreciation to your predecessor, His Excellency Professor Tijani Mohamed Bande, son of Africa, for his outstanding stewardship of the work of our organization, particularly during a very difficult and trying period. I'm also privileged to express my admiration and appreciation for the performance of our Secretary General during this challenging period the world is facing. The 75th anniversary theme, the future we want, the United Nations we need, reaffirming our collective commitment to multilateralism, confronting COVID-19 through effective multilateral action, reminds us of our shared humanity and the reality of interconnected world. As we face COVID-19 pandemic and its devastating effects, we should reaffirm our collective commitment to cooperate in a world governed by international law and a multilateral system in which no one should feel left out. The COVID-19 pandemic has altered the trajectories in our socio-economic livelihoods and our interactions with one another. While not perfect, multilateralism and rules-based order are essential tools in strengthening governance, protecting civil liberties, and the fundamental rights of the people we serve in our respective countries. An effective rules-based multilateral system is our insurance policy against existential threats such as wars, nuclear proliferation, pandemics, and climate change. It is therefore of utmost importance that we continue to defend multilateralism at all costs. Mr. President, the COVID-19 pandemic has plunged the world into an acute health and economic crisis, the severity of which has not been seen in a century. It has disproportionately affected some countries more than others, exacerbating vulnerabilities and inequalities within and among countries. The adverse socio-economic effects of COVID-19 pandemic, compounding existing challenges such as high debt burdens, reduced fiscal revenues, capital outflows, and lack of adequate and sufficient access to financial markets, does not bode well for the future of developing countries. This is due to the fact that the unfolding crisis could halt or reverse gains in poverty eradication, food security, and inequality. It is why this health emergency should lead to an even deeper sense of urgency and impactful multilateral solidarity. The world needs it more than ever before. In this respect, we commend the UN Secretary General, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, for the launch of $2 billion multi-partner trust fund for COVID-19 response and recovery. While we also acknowledge the debt relief initiatives announced by the IMF, the World Bank, and G20, I encourage all our partners to facilitate their emergency lending mechanisms and accelerate technical support to even so-called higher middle-income countries such as Namibia. This is vital to ensure access to social protection and basic services, sustainable economic activity, and protection of jobs and incomes. Mr. President, Namibia commends the World Health Organization for all its targeted efforts in fighting COVID-19, including the global development of vaccine. This vaccine, once developed, should become a global public good, accessible to all, freely and equitably. Namibia stands ready to partner in such development for the benefit of our citizens and the world at large. Environmental degradation is a persistent and growing problem, and quite literally a deadly threat to the security of our peoples. COVID-19 pandemic has diverted resources from climate change and related mitigation efforts. The people of Namibia continue to suffer major environmental disasters such as floods, drought, and water scarcity. We therefore should ensure that we rededicate ourselves to commitments of the Paris Agreement. As a member of the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy, Namibia reaffirms its commitment towards tackling the great challenges that the world's oceans face, ranging from global warming, ocean acidification, marine pollution, including plastic pollution, and sustainable exploitation of its living marine, unsustainable exploitation of its living marine resources. We commend the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Norway, Her Excellency Erna Solberg, for developing this outstanding initiative and look forward to working with her in Norway and the other members of the panel to address these challenges. Mr. President, when I addressed this August Assembly 1 year ago, as a member of the African Union Committee of 10 on reform of the United Nations Security Council, I expressed my desire to see the marking of the 75th anniversary of the United Nations as an opportunity to conclude the reform of the United Nations Security Council. Namibia reiterates that the African continent wishes to see a reformed council, which is reflective of its common African position, as outlined in the Irvine Consensus and the Sirte Declaration. I take this opportunity to welcome and thank those who have expressed support for the common African position. As we prepare to mark the 20th anniversary of the Resolution 1325 of Women, Peace and Security, a resolution which was adopted under the Namibian presidency of the Security Council in October 2000. We must celebrate the achievements thus far, while also recognizing that many challenges still remain. I look forward to the opening of the International Women's Peace Center in Namibia next month. The Peace Center is intended to become an institute of excellence for mediation and conflict prevention, to support and ensure that women are given adequate tools to contribute to humanity's future. Mr. President, the 17th Interconnected Sustainable Development Goals and their promise to leave no one behind by 2030 ring hollow for the peoples of Palestine and Western Sahara, who still remain under occupation. They are left behind as a nation that has experienced the outpouring of international solidarity during dark days of our struggle for independence, we wish to express our continued support for the right to self-determination and freedom of the peoples of Palestine and Western Sahara. We also hope that the search for UN Secretary General Special Envoy for Western Sahara will be concluded very soon. Furthermore, we express our support for a settlement that will bring a just, lasting, and comprehensive peace between Israelis and Palestinians. Despite the political and diplomatic setbacks, in particular continued threats of annexation of Palestinian territory, we remain hopeful for a fair and comprehensive peace solution that will guarantee the rights of all Palestinian peoples and ensure their return to their homes while safeguarding peace and security to Israeli people as well. As the world combats the COVID-19 pandemic, some member states face more obstacles in combating this virus than others, including those which have sanctions imposed on them. In support of the pursuit of economic development, unity and prosperity for the sister country of Zimbabwe, I once again call on the lifting of sanctions imposed on Zimbabwe. President Emerson Mnangagwa has been pursuing reforms that will enable the people of Zimbabwe to get on a path of sustainable development and peace. Therefore, the continued sanctions undermine these efforts to develop the people of Zimbabwe. Mr. President, Namibia reiterates her deep concern over the continuation of the extraterritorial economic, financial, and commercial embargo imposed on the people of Cuba. We continue to express our support for the government and the people of Cuba and call for the unconditional lifting of the embargo and for respect of the sovereignty of Cuba. In the spirit of creating a more just, peaceful, and caring world in which we foster peaceful and harmonious coexistence amongst all nations, Namibia looks forward to the day when relations between the United States of America and Cuba will be restored fully. For the past 75 years, the United Nations has distinguished itself as a champion for equality and unity. At this critical time, when we are faced with a multitude of challenges that threaten our future, we will look upon this great organization to once again provide the definitive answers to our problems. Therefore, let us embrace one another and pull together in the spirit of multilateralism in the interest of achieving the SDGs and in the interest of safeguarding global peace and the human dignity of every man, woman, and a child in the world. I thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I want to thank His Excellency the President of Namibia for the statement just made. Now, I would like to give the floor to the distinguished representative of Liberia to introduce the statement of the head of state.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, during the general debate of the 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly, I have the distinct honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement of His Excellency Dr. George Manawiya, the President of the Republic of Liberia. The statement, inter alia, highlights the challenges we face globally, including the COVID-19 pandemic, and calls for the acceleration and reaffirmation of our shared commitment to multilateralism. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, the pre-recorded statement of the President of the Republic of Liberia. Thank you.
His Excellency Volkan Bozkır, President of the 75th United Nations General Assembly, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Ambassadors, Heads of Delegations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to have the opportunity to address this 75th section of the United Nations General Assembly on behalf of the government and people of Liberia. Before I begin my address, I would like to pay homage to all the frontline fighters who have paid the ultimate sacrifice to save the lives of others during this COVID-19 period. I also say a special thank you to all the public health institutions and organizations throughout the world that are working tirelessly to bring an end to this dangerous virus that has taken the lives of so many millions in such a short time. I now extend my deepest sympathy and condolences to the bereaved families of all those who lost their lives to this deadly disease. May their soul rest in perfect peace. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I congratulate His Excellency Mr. Volkan Bozkır on his elections as President of the 75th Sessions of the United Nations General Assembly, and assure him of Liberia's further support in this discharge of his commendable duty. We have no doubt, Mr. President, that you will lead this august body successfully and fulfill the expectations and the confidence reposed in you during these difficult times. Please also allow me to congratulate your predecessor, His Excellency Mr. Tijani Muhammad Bandi, for the able manner in which he administered the affairs of the 74th sections of the General Assembly. Let me also commend His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, for his enthusiasm and personal dedication to the work of the United Nations and for his foresight in devising innovative responses to the challenges of this deadly COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the theme chosen for this year's general debate, the future we want, the UN we need, reaffirming our collective commitment to multilateralism, confronting COVID-19 through effective multilateral actions, could not be more appropriate as the United Nations commemorates the 75th anniversary of its founding amidst the ravages of a global pandemic that has infected nearly 30 million of the citizens of the most of its member states and killed almost 1 million persons globally in just over 6 months. On behalf of the government and people of Liberia, I extend warm appreciation to all members countries of the United Nations and to all international organizations for the global solidarity we have seen in this phase of COVID-19. The world has stood together. Rich countries and poor countries have all been affected and are working together to eradicate this scourge. COVID-19 has taught us that as countries, whether rich or poor, developed or underdeveloped, we are all united by our common humanity. We must all rise above normal divisions to work for a better, fairer, and more united world. Your Excellency, Africa has been hit hard by the pandemic, although the continent has not seen the number of deaths and affected persons as has been the case in many advanced countries. We can only attribute this to the mercy of our Almighty God, who has made sure that predictions of massive numbers of deaths on the continent of Africa did not materialize. In Liberia, we were able to build on our previous experience 6 years ago with the Ebola viral epidemic. And I'm proud to say that the government and its development partners have mounted a robust national COVID response that seems to have contained COVID-19 for the time being. As a result, only about 1,331 Liberians have been affected by COVID-19 to date, of which approximately 1,213 of these have fully recovered, with some 82 Liberians falling to the epidemic. I therefore want to extend special thanks to our bilateral and multilateral partners for the strong support Liberia received to deal with the COVID-19 emergency and help sustain the Liberian economy. The government has now developed a post-COVID economic recovery plan that prioritizes short-term actions and investments in key sectors such as agriculture and tourism as a means of reducing the impact of COVID-19, but also providing the basis for economic recovery. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, without a doubt, the United Nations remains today as the most important forum for peace, conflict resolution, the prevention of war, and the settlement of disputes between nations of the world, as well as the premier international organization for serving the needs of all mankind through its various humanitarian agencies. Nevertheless, the world has changed considerably since it came into existence after World War II, and the configurations of powers which obtained when its chapter was first written and upon which its decision-making structures were based, has witnessed many significant transformations over these past 75 years. There is therefore an urgent need to review, refocus, and readjust the priorities of the United Nations so that it can become more relevant and more effective in meeting the challenges that are today presented by new global alliance and realities. In this regard, more attention has to be paid to inclusiveness of the most vulnerable in our societies, whose special needs require a new and different mindset. As part of this process of re-evaluation, the United Nations adopted in 2015 a set of 17 global goals to be met by 2030. These Sustainable Development Goals, as they are commonly called, are intended to serve as a roadmap for our collective efforts to bring peace and prosperity to all mankind. We are already 5 years into the 15 years agenda, and with only 10 years left. It is already clear that we will have to redouble our efforts and accelerate our actions in many areas if we are to attain any or all of these lofty goals by the end of this decade. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my government has taken many measures since the 74th General Assembly to deal with the persistent socio-economic problems that continue to beset our country. For example, our closure of schools in order to contain the COVID pandemic have seen an unprecedented recent increase in rape and sexual and gender-based violence perpetrated upon young women and girls who have had to stay at home. In response to this epidemic within the pandemic, we recently convened a national conference which involved all sexual and gender-based violence stakeholders. This resulted in the validation of a comprehensive roadmap intended to mitigate the incidence of this menace in our society. Based on the recommendation that emanated from the roadmap, my government has declared rape as a national emergency, appointed a special prosecutor for rape, set up a sex offenders registry, and established a national security task force on sexual and gender-based violence. On the issues of any female genital mutilations, for the first time in our country, traditional leaders have agreed to take ownership for ending this harmful practice. This has resulted into a first of its kind suspension of all activities of all traditional bush schools in Liberia, where this harmful practice is carried out. In addition, we recently passed into law the Domestic Violence Act, a legal instrument that seeks to abolish all forms of violence meted out against women, children, and men. Also, to call attention to the persistence and prevalence of corruption in our society, a national anti-corruption conference was recently held, which was attended by all stakeholders in an attempt to find practical and lasting solution to this age-old problem. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we believe that the maintenance of world peace and security is of paramount importance for global growth and development. Every nation without peace is fragile and has an uncertain future. Therefore, as we chart a new course for shared prosperity, we must reaffirm our collective commitment to multilateralism as we confront these new challenges. Multilateralism, international cooperation, and global solidarity will become increasingly important in addressing the complex problem that we now have to solve. Excellency, distinguished heads of states and colleagues, we must all continue to work together as a global community to confront disease and epidemics, fight poverty, and prevent wars. As the founding member of the United Nations, Liberia avails itself as a strong partner in meeting these global challenges. I thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I want to thank the President of the Republic of Liberia for the statement he has just delivered. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate this meeting. We will continue the general debate at the 7th plenary meeting, which will begin at 3 p.m. Before adjourning the meeting, I would like to just remind members of the delegation on measures to reduce the threat of infection, in particular the need to maintain social distancing in the meeting hall and in the adjacent areas. The meeting is adjourned.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'd now kindly request delegates to leave the GA Hall according to the following staggered plan. First, I call on the delegates seated in the first row from Iceland to Italy. Next, from Jamaica to Latvia to leave one by one. Now from Lebanon to Mali to leave one by one. From Malta to Myanmar to leave one by one. So I've just been informed that all delegations can leave the GA hall at this time. So please, thank you very much.
Good afternoon. The Secretariat would like to remind members of the following mitigation measures that are in place for this meeting. All delegates are required to wear face masks, face covering at all times whilst in public spaces and in the General Assembly Hall, except when directly addressing the meeting. All staff are also required to wear face coverings at all times. Disposable face masks are available if needed. All delegates are to refrain from direct contact, including handshakes and other physical contact during greetings in recognition of the physical distancing requirements. All delegates should remain conscious of COVID-19 hand sanitizing and contact precautions. All movement and, if necessary, queuing require 2-meter physical distancing, and delegates are requested to minimize activity until seated in the meeting room. Introduction of pre-recorded statements will be made by delegations from their national seats. Statements delivered by the representatives who are physically present in the Assembly Hall will also be made from the national seats. With the assistance of the occupational safety and health representatives, the President will oversee the implementation of the mitigation measures in the course of the proceedings. If at any moment it appears that the guidelines are not being strictly observed, the President will have no choice but to draw the attention of delegates to these guidelines or even suspend or adjourn the meetings as needed. Thank you for your cooperation.
Declaro abierta la séptima sesión plenaria de la Asamblea.
I call to order the 7th plenary meeting of the General Assembly. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ecuador to introduce the statement by his head of state. Thank you, Mr. President. I am very honored to introduce the pre-recorded statement by Lenin Moreno Garces, the President of the Republic of Ecuador at the 75th General Assembly of the United Nations. Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished President of the General Assembly, distinguished Secretary General, Presidents and Heads of State. For many years, this Assembly has discussed cooperation, dialogue, solidarity, and the importance of scientific and technological progress and ending poverty in the world. We have also addressed the necessary and urgent strengthening of this organization and of multilateralism. The pandemic has impacted the planet, and it has moved the clock hands forward, and the time has now come to turn all of these good intentions into more concrete action. COVID has put pressure on multilateralism, and for 6 months we have faced not just a health crisis, but now also a social and economic one. Without exception, all countries have been hard hit by this deadly virus, and we cannot save lives and jumpstart the economy without the support of multilateral bodies, the support of private enterprise, academic community, and society as a whole. For Ecuador, support from international financial organizations have been fundamental in recent months. We therefore welcome calls for a multilateral response to the crisis. The director of the IMF has recognized the importance of supporting emerging economies and economies in development, and the president of the World Bank has spoken of a debt moratorium for the poorest countries. Ecuador backs and is grateful for these proposals, and we call for mid-income countries to be considered as well, because we are all facing serious economic problems. Dear friends, COVID has changed the recent history of the world and quite likely the history of our future world. Poverty has worsened, inequality and unemployment will continue to worsen, and this will impact our fulfillment of the SDGs. We are facing the risk of backsliding on the goals that we've achieved in recent years. For us, the Agenda 2030 is a state policy, and it is in line with our National Development Plan entitled Lifelong, which we have continued to defend. We insist on the need to have a strong, united, committed multilateral system which ensures financial and technical support for everyone. The pandemic has shown that technology is essential to guarantee citizens' rights, such as access to telemedicines, distance education, and teleworking. It has also shown that there is a great digital divide within our nations due to inequalities. In the post-COVID era, we will face the challenge of recovering our economies, focusing on small and medium-sized enterprises that provide jobs for thousands of people. We must offer agile and sufficient lines of credit with appropriate terms, and we must also comply with our ODA commitments. Colleagues of the world, my country underscores the work of the World Health Organization and recognizes its leadership during this emergency. We support the COVAX facility initiative to speed up anti-COVID vaccines and the existence of a repository of technologies to combat the pandemic. Only by having patent-free vaccines and technologies distributed fairly, particularly to the vulnerable and the marginalized, will we be able to save our world. The pandemic has affected all of us, but its impact has seriously affected the vulnerable groups. Confinement, lack of jobs, poverty, along with COVID, have worsened domestic violence. Women, girls, and boys have had to remain in their homes, often with their aggressors, putting their very physical and mental health at risk, and at times it has cost them their lives. Older people and persons with disabilities have also suffered disproportionately from this crisis, as have those who are at risk of greater risk of contracting the disease. In Ecuador, we have provided protection bonuses and technological support in the area of mobility devices, and self-care devices. And in some cases, we've provided free, dignified housing. Along with 145 member states, we support the report, A Disability-Inclusive Response to COVID-19. We also recognize that indigenous people are vulnerable and require priority attention. Migrants have been doubly hard hit because of the pandemic. As a destination country, we are ensuring that we respect their rights. We will continue wholeheartedly to support the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration. And we also call for the full implementation of the Quito Declaration on the Human Mobility of Venezuelan citizens in the region. Dear colleagues, the sustainable use of natural resources and climate change is an issue we cannot ignore. Limited implementation of environmental agreements will have serious, very serious economic and social repercussions. Recently, Ecuador expressed its concern at the presence of a large foreign fleet of fishing vessels since May 2020 off the Galapagos Islands. We have reiterated that regardless of the flag of this vessel, we will reinforce our maritime rights in this exclusive economic zone. We are aware of the enormous responsibility of protecting the Galapagos, which is the first natural heritage site of the world. We appeal to those countries who are fishing in these southeast waters of the Pacific to comply by regulations and limit their activities. Members of the Permanent Commission of the South Pacific, that is, the countries of Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru, also condemn illegal fishing in zones adjacent to our country's waters. We also call for strengthening information on the location of these vessels and better monitoring and oversight. We remain committed to preserving the marine environment, and on the 11th of August, we joined the Global Alliance for the Oceans. This initiative, headed by the United Kingdom, hopes to ensure 30% of the oceans of the world will be declared protected marine areas. We are also committed to preserving Amazonia. We signed the Leticia Declaration and the so-called Financing Initiative for Sustainable Development and Bioeconomy for the Amazonia. With the creation of this multi-donor fund managed by the Inter-American Development Bank, considerable resources have been earmarked to preserve this lung of the planet and improve the quality of life of our indigenous peoples. We are facing new challenges, and we must solve these challenges together. Recently, 172 countries endorsed the Secretary-General's appeal for a global ceasefire and for silencing the guns. We reaffirm this appeal and the Security Council's resolution as a first step towards achieving lasting and sustainable peace in all corners of the planet. Today, our duty is to work together to combat this pandemic. That is our common enemy. Recently, the commemoration of the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombings reminded us of the devastating consequences of nuclear weapons, and therefore we welcome the upcoming entry into force of the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons. The pandemic is one more reason to speed up our duty to disarm and to free up necessary resources for economic recovery. Dear friends, presidents, heads of states, I will conclude by saying that Ecuador firmly supports the initiative to carry out profound reform of the UN system. We need to do this to ensure greater accountability and maximize our efficiency. It is essential to review this system which we created at the end of the Second World War because it no longer reflects our current reality. It is also important to guarantee the provision of funding, and therefore states must comply with their commitment to contribute to this organization without conditions and without threats. Today, our peoples are crying out for cooperation to meet economic and social challenges in the post-COVID era. Only together can we win out over this cruel war. This cruel war has already taken the lives of almost 1 million people. Dear friends, I hope that soon, very soon indeed, we will be able to give each other a brotherly hug, both at home, in our own countries, and abroad. Thank you. On behalf of the General Assembly, I would like to express my thanks to the President of the Republic of Ecuador for the statement he has just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the plurinational state of Bolivia to introduce the statement by that country's head of state. Thank you very much, President. And dear colleagues, it's a very high honor for me to introduce the report from the constitutional president of Bolivia, Dr. Janine Áñez Chávez. Thank you. Thank you very much. It is a pleasure and an honor to be here at this assembly with all of you. Latin America has seen now more clearly than ever that there are two paths ahead of us, and we must make a choice. These two paths before us are, as many thinkers in the region have said, or they are not, rather, as many thinkers of the region have said, paths to the left or the right, nor are they paths towards statism or neoliberalism, socialism or capitalism. The paths are much simpler. One of them is the path to freedom, and the other is the path to oppression. In other words, once again, we are facing the dilemma between democracy and dictatorship. We are faced with the dilemma of our modern era. Have we created states to oppress, or have we created them to ensure freedoms? Ladies and gentlemen, we must now choose. Let us admit that Latin America in general has not overcome authoritarian threats, and let us admit that very important people in political spheres in Latin America are still tempted by authority and power. And as a result, we must accept that in many of our societies, people are running the risk of giving in to new forms of authoritarianism and oppression. And what are these new forms of authoritarianism threatening many of our nations? The answer is simple. They are the aims of our dictatorial and authoritarian populism. There are aims to take over, to hijack, if you will, the public life by dictators and their cronies. I'm not speaking about parties, nor armed forces, nor unions, nor ideologies. In short, I'm not speaking about any organization or institution that has to do with a certain ideal of the common good. I'm speaking about personal and selfish power grabs. These aims of the dictators and their cronies are aimed at the complete capture of the political sphere, taking over our entire culture, our economy, and ultimately taking over people's freedoms. These aims are founded in the notion of privilege, and that is why these aims run counter to the concept of law. It is the system for a few. It is the system for a certain caste. It is the system for the political elite, for a political clan. Latin America has before it a path which offers this authoritarian dictatorship, but there's also another path, one that is different and opposed to this approach, one that respects people, one based on democracy, because in point of fact, Latin America, after its past, now has the option to build political coexistence on the basis of our Republican tradition, the tradition of freedom. And this is the path we are following in Bolivia. It is the path to return power to the people. It is the path to give power to the rule of law. It is the path to overcome more than a decade of authoritarianism and dictatorships. It is the path to restore the freedoms of our citizens. And in our proposal to pursue the path of freedom, we will be holding clean and transparent elections on the 18th of October. And we are doing this despite the fact that there was an attempt to halt and sabotage these elections with brutal and violent movements just a few weeks ago. There were movements such as blocking roads so that oxygen could not be brought to those suffering from COVID-19. This was an extremely inhuman and cruel way of sowing chaos and terror. Mobilizations which have led to demonstrations which have led to death and damage. We see these as crimes against mankind. However, the Bolivian people, with courage and maturity, stopped this organized and systematic process to overthrow democracy and restore dictatorship in Bolivia. We are a people who have decided to turn the page and leave dictatorship behind. We are a people who no longer want to see governments building palaces or museums built to dictators. We are a people who want democracy, health, jobs, education, and opportunities. That is why we have taken a very important step in Bolivia. That is the decision of our current government to invest 10% of our national budget in health. And that is why we have made enormous efforts in the area of health. In 3 months, we have done more than was done in decades in our country. Thousands of jobs in the healthcare sector and other jobs are forthcoming in hospitals, and we are providing free care to thousands of citizens who are suffering from coronavirus. Similarly, in this proposal to make the Republic a government of the people, a government which follows the law for everyone, and a government which pursues political freedoms, we have founded in Bolivia a system of solidarity and support for our people which is unprecedented in our history. The pandemic has reminded us of how important it is to help each other. We were reminded of this by the pandemic. It is a Christian value for us. We must care for our neighbor, and it reminded us of the moral and ethical duty to help people who we see as our brothers and who believe they are free and are equal. This system to provide assistance and express solidarity is based on providing vouchers to our people. We are giving cash to all of the Bolivian families, particularly people and families who are most in need. We are standing at the crossroads that I have described. The path of freedom and oppression lay before us, and I am very pleased to say in this assembly that Bolivia has chosen the path of freedom. But I don't wish to end this statement without denouncing before the world the abusive and systematic attack carried out by Argentina, the Kirchnerist government, against the institutions and Republican values of Bolivia. I have nothing against the noble people of Argentina. We love this nation as we love a brother. We do not have anything against Peronism. We value that as a political tradition, a popular national tradition. Enormous progress has been achieved in social modernization in Argentina. And that is a tradition we recognize in Bolivia and have done so since the '52 resolution, which was our own revolution through our popular national tradition. We have also made considerable advancement in social justice, nor do we have anything against the governments in Havana simply because we do not share the same ideology. We are respectful and courteous. We recognize that there are relations between two sovereign states and people who are united by history. But in the case of the Argentine government, the situation is different. We are speaking now about the behavior that I've spoken about of dictators and their cronies who use abusive methods to pursue their plans to hold on to power and their positions, which run counter to freedom. What authority does the government of Argentina have to meddle in the foreign policies of Bolivia? And what authority does it have to protect this violent conspiracy of Evo Morales against the Bolivian democracy from Argentine soil And worse still, what authority does the Argentine government have to offer impunity to Evo Morales when he's facing such serious cases which national and international investigators are pursuing against this former dictator for violations of human rights, sexual violence against girls or underage women, or complicity in political assassinations? We want the Kirchnerist populist government to know that the Bolivian nation is not the private property of anyone. We are a sovereign and respectable people. Bolivia respects itself. Bolivian democracy is respected. The Bolivian people respect themselves. I cannot fail to mention in this statement as well maritime issues. We have appealed to the international community that in these new times that we solve through negotiation and brotherly understanding any critical pending problems between states, such as Bolivia's lack of sovereign access to the Pacific Ocean. Ladies and gentlemen, Bolivia has opted for freedom. We've opted for the Republic. And it doesn't matter who the enemies are. What is important is that democracy, freedom, institutions, and Republican values are here to stay in Bolivia. We invite the world to watch our electoral process. Unlike the process run by Evo Morales last year, our elections will be clean and without fraud. We invite the world to come and look at our systems of vouchers and solidarity and assistance, which we have initiated at this historic point in time, providing aid to those who need it most. We invite the world to visit us because we are a people who, despite so many political, social, economic, and health problems, are now looking forward with freedom, with joy, and with courage. Thank you very much. God bless you. On behalf of the General Assembly, I would like to thank the constitutional president of the plurinational state of Bolivia for the statement she's just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ukraine to introduce the statement by his head of state.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm honored to introduce a pre-recorded statement by His Excellency, Mr. Volodymyr Zelensky, President of Ukraine. Ukraine joins the debate we have carefully listened to on Tuesday and today, the debate that has reassured us again that the question my President put on Monday addressing this Assembly, are we really incapable of stopping aggressions and wars, is more than urgent. 75 years ago in San Francisco, a representative of Ukraine said that Ukrainian people who have made great sacrifices in this war are vitally interested that their efforts and the efforts of all other people be crowned with lasting peace and lead to creation of conditions which will prevent new trials of war. Prompted by this desire, Ukraine joined this organization as its founding member 75 years ago. Now I invite you to listen to the address of the President of Ukraine, in which he rightfully stresses that this session will come down in history as an example of returning to active multilateralism and efficient international solidarity, a session which did not only recall the purposes and principles of the UN Charter, but started to permanently and unwaveringly follow them. I thank you, Mr. President.
Dear Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Ukraine, I have the honor to congratulate you, Mr. Bozkir, on your election as President of the 75th UN General Assembly session. You happen to steer the Assembly in hard times when even traditional international instruments and formats may not work. That's why I want to assure that Ukraine has been and will continue to be for you and the United Nations a reliable partner, even despite the fact we are separated by thousands of kilometers. A year ago in New York, we discussed threats to the international future, we devised plans, we made forecasts, but could anyone at least imagine that 2020 would stage such a crash test for the planet? The countries locked down their borders, the Summer Olympic Games postponed, and the session of the General Assembly of the United Nations is taking place online. A year ago, we would say this is the script for the apocalyptical blockbuster, not realities of 2020. In such uneasy times for the world, it is good to remember the sentiments of the leaders of the founding countries of the United Nations 75 years ago. The humanity just survived the most horrendous war. The world resembled a soldier that was strolling across blood-drenched field 1 minute after the explosion stopped, emaciated, hollowed, at a loss, but alive. The Second World War became a global earthquake that claimed tens of millions of lives, but humanity could recover. And on October 24, 1945, at the conference in San Francisco, the UN found the nations, including Ukraine, put aside all the contradictions and differences and got united to build a better world together. Undoubtedly, during these 75 years, many achievements were made in terms of economic development, poverty reduction, minimization of wars and cataclysm that could have happened without the United Nations. The humanity explored this space and even can hold UN sessions remotely with the assistance of modern technologies. Speaking the language of these technologies, the UN has become software that saved the world the critical errors. At the same time, we have to acknowledge that the system is getting glitched too often. It is attacked by new bugs, viruses, and their containment is not always efficient. I'm saying it as the head of state in which in 21st century the Russian Federation annexed the Crimean Peninsula, the country which has been contained in its military aggression in Donbass. What sentiments would the founders of the United Nations have had they known that 75 years later in the center of Europe there would be war? That in Crimea human rights are flagrantly violated, that persecutions of Ukrainians and Crimean Tatars are taking place, that militarization of the peninsula is building, and sea areas around it that violates and breaches security balance of the Black Sea region. Would they change something in the UN Charter and mechanism of the United Nations had they known that as a result of 75 years after, as a result of the war in Donbass, would claim 14,000 lives and 1.5 million of people would lose their homes? Undoubtedly, for the last year we proved that Ukraine really strives for peace. We managed to unblock the dialogue. We resumed meetings of the Normandy format leaders. We made substantial progress in mutual release of the detained people, and from 27th of July there is in place a comprehensive ceasefire which, despite the attempts to disrupt it, gives hopes to achieve sustainable peace. And it is urgently needed to keep moving towards real and genuine peace. Next steps on this way should be the withdrawal of unlawful military formations and armaments from the occupied territories, reinstatement of control over the state border, and finally, restoring territorial integrity of Ukraine within the internationally recognized borders. We are grateful to our international partners for the assistance and support on this difficult way, and we hope for the further unity of the international community on the matter, and I'm convinced that restoring sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine, coupled with respect to the international role, an important role should be played exactly by the United Nations, and to this end we need to improve the existing mechanism. It is unacceptable when sovereignty of the independent country is violated by one of the permanent members of the UN Security Council. It proves finally that mechanism of 1945 today do not work to the full extent. All this can bring about the further depreciation of the Security Council. Ukraine will actively participate in its reformation. This body should become more representative, balanced, transparent and efficient. It is in the interest of the United Nations to have an effective instrument if somebody comes to violate and abuse the right of veto and the status of the permanent member. Besides, I want to invite our friends to join the establishment of the International Crimean Platform for concerted actions to protect the rights of the Crimeans and the occupation of the peninsula. I also call on support of the renewed resolution situation with human rights in the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol, Ukraine, that will be submitted to the General Assembly by the end of this year. And the most important, the case of Crimea and Donbass should not become customary element of the international landscape where reports, conferences and protocol statements to the anniversary of occupation would be taken as sufficient form of international reaction. Conversely, until the wound in the center of Europe is bleeding, the pain will be felt the world over. And the only recipe for the efficient treatment is the deoccupation of Crimea and Donbass. I understand that from 2014 in the UN it is repeated annually, but this is the biggest problem, and it is not only about Ukrainian case, but all global threats to the planet, with reports getting longer and longer with every passing year, and the most horrible that calamities have become a normality. The world got accustomed to horrible news, they still shock, but are forgotten quickly when on the global agenda there is a new information bomb exploding. Last year's assembly I said, there is no more notion as somebody else's war. Our planet is no more that big. It is proved by MH17 case. It is proved by environmental threats, problems with access to food and drinking water. It is proved by information threats to the world when disinformation and fake news can influence the world markets, stock exchanges and even electoral processes. Ukraine being one of the countries that from 2014 actively counteracts the propaganda and information attack, stands ready to initiate the establishment in Kyiv of the headquarters of the International Office to counter against disinformation and propaganda. The fact that our planet is not that big was finally proved by 2020 fires in Australia that stirred the world, or down in a Boeing 737 when over the territory of Iran the Ukrainian aircraft was struck down carrying the citizens of Ukraine, Canada, Iran, Afghanistan, Great Britain and Sweden. And of course COVID-19 pandemic, which spread it at a lightning speed. The humanity could not even search for words COVID and Wuhan in Google when coronavirus was knocking on the door of every house. Please pay attention to another thing. Coronavirus spares no one. It is indifferent whether the country has the nuclear weapon or the level of its GDP, whether the country is part of G7 or G20, whether Christianity, Islam, Judaism or other religions are professed in this country. Does not matter anything for COVID. The COVID-19 showed that global world is not just the world without borders. This is about global responsibility. When counteracting, joint threats should include not 7, not 20, but at least 193 countries. Today, we come to understand that fight against COVID-19 will last longer than 1 year. It is hardly the last pandemic that we will have to survive, but we will have to emerge from the existing crisis stronger and more prepared. This is the test for all countries. Struggle for limited resources will only exacerbate the problems. We require sincerity in dialogue and active solidarity, but this is where the value of multilateralism lies. We have to overcome the most economic crisis of the last year together. The expected GDP fall are sometimes in double digits. This is not just the statistics interesting for experts. This is the reduction of quality of life of billions of people. Looming threats of hunger for millions, united efforts of all the countries is an absolute requirement of time. Ukraine cannot stand aside and is ready to make its own contribution in ensuring including the food security for the mankind. Mr. President, every year the call for actions instead of talks is getting louder in General Assembly, and it testifies to the crisis in the United Nations, the security architecture, the health of humanity, our economies and the world as a whole. The 75th anniversary of UN Foundation should become an impetus for transforming the organization in a more dynamic and efficient body. I really want to start my speech in 2021 by saying that the 75th Assembly will come down the history as example of return to active multilateralism and efficient international solidarity, which not only remembered well the aims and principles of the UN Charter, but started to permanently and unwaveringly observe them, which resumed the truth that was the fundamental when the UN was founded. We don't have a reserve planet. We live here and just once. And this is the future that we all want, and this is the UN that we all need. I sincerely wish to achieve this to you, Mr. President, and all the stakeholders. I'm convinced that these are 193 UN countries. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I would like to thank the President of Ukraine for the statement he has just given. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Suriname to introduce the statement by his head of state.
Mr. Vice President, colleagues, on the occasion of the 75th General Debate of the General Assembly, it is my distinct honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement of my President, His Excellency Mr. Chandrika Prasad Santokhi, President of the Republic of Suriname. Thank you.
Your Excellency Volkan Bozkır, President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, colleagues, ministers, and permanent representatives, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, we are indeed at an unprecedented time during the historic anniversary of this global body of nations. It would have been an honor for me to personally deliver my maiden address at the rostrum of the General Assembly. The onset and continued prevalence of COVID-19 has prevented this. Thankfully, we can make optimal use of modern technology. As President of the 75th session of the General Assembly, you will undoubtedly face challenges in the conduct of international relations and conference diplomacy. Please allow me to pledge our full support in the successful discharge of your duties. We salute your predecessor, Tijani Muhammad Bande, for the skillful leadership of the previous session and wish him well in his future endeavors. To the Secretary General Antonio Guterres, we wish you to pay tribute for his sterling efforts in guiding this organization. Mr. President, the COVID-19 pandemic is, apart from the human toll, turning food supply chains upside down, paralyzing economies, and eroding consumer purchasing power. The United Nations World Economic Situation and Prospects mid-2020 report has confirmed what we as leaders and communities have experienced, that the pandemic has unleashed a health and economic crisis unprecedented in scope and magnitude. This compels us as an international community to embrace multilateralism as an effective way to win this battle and our best defense against future global threats, and to continue seeking effective means to support small and vulnerable nations. The theme of this year's session of the general debate is therefore opportune. Mr. President, the United Nations remains the premier international multilateral organization and should exert its eminent role and place in the development and the furthering of the principles pertaining to international relations, international law, international peace, and development. At the same time, the United Nations has been instrumental in bringing the world together to defend human rights, democracy, and democratic institutions, uphold the rule of law and good governance, sustain peace and security, and advance the path towards realizing the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Despite considerable progress made in global discussions on a variety of matters from climate change, sustainable development, migration, refugees, terrorism, cyber warfare, to nuclear proliferation, we have experienced that multilateralism has occasionally come under attack. Since the founding of the United Nations 75 years ago, the geopolitical field has changed drastically. The Security Council membership and its working methods need a structured evaluation. Can you imagine that we have been elaborating for more than 2 decades about reform of this main organ? It is therefore fitting to ask ourselves if this organ is still relevant in its current form. Does it answer to the questions of today's challenges and aspirations? I hope, Mr. President, that we don't have to ask ourselves this question again in 75 years. It is therefore of utmost importance that multilateralism adapts to these changing times. I call on the international community of nations to embark on a strategic assessment of the existing multilateral framework. Let us, based on the current realities and challenges, dare to create a new multilateralism that fundamentally focuses on peace and prosperity of all nations and allows for the increased efficiency in the supporting institutional framework. A multilateralism that acknowledges all nations, irrespective of their size and development level, and place in the global order as equal and with respect. A multilateralism where compliance by every state with international law and internationally accepted principles forms the bedrock of our interactions. A multilateralism based on the international cooperation to confront the many global challenges and seizing the common opportunities that promotes a culture of inclusiveness and equality. Unilateral actions have always proven counterproductive and will never lead to achieve any defined objective. Nevertheless, dialogue and the active involvement of all countries taking into account international principles is what we should strive for. More importantly, Mr. President, a multilateralism that necessitates us to recommit to the vision of the United Nations Charter. In this regard, we call for the lifting of the long-standing unilateral economic, financial, and commercial embargo against the Republic of Cuba and its people. Multilateralism for climate change. Mr. President, while the focus of the international community is currently on managing and containing the further spread of the COVID-19 pandemic, we should continue to dedicate our attention to other challenges of equal or even greater impact on the sustainable development of countries and the entire planet. Addressing the impact of climate change is one of these challenges. As a country with 239 miles of low-lying coastline, Suriname is among the top 10 of most vulnerable countries with respect to the disastrous effects of sea level rise as a result of global warming. Despite this position, Suriname has taken the lead as the country with the highest forest cover and low deforestation rate to advocate for the mobilization of financial resources in support of our sustainable development while making a significant contribution to mitigate global warming. It is estimated that our standing forests store 12 gigatons of forest carbon per year. Not a small contribution at all, I believe. However, these national commitments may only serve particular domestic concerns, but to maximize their impact, strong international engagement is necessary with ambitious and attainable targets. Suriname will focus strongly on generating investment and business opportunities. It is mainly for this reason that my administration will develop and act on the widest implementation of SDG number 17 by the promotion and facilitation of clean and corruption-free public-private partnerships. Mr. President, in the past years we have realized reforms of the United Nations system, but much remains to be done. Participation of developing countries, especially the small economies, in the global financial and trading system is one of the long overdue reforms that has to take place. I believe that global strategic collaboration and complementary financial economic approaches are required. This can be achieved through closer partnerships between the IMF, World Bank, and the WTO. Mr. President, developing countries and nations in the South should not be passive in their quest for development. Consequently, South-South cooperation, not to the exclusion of North-South relations, should be further explored and expanded in articulating and promoting the collective economic and business interests. This is in essence what our people elect us for. This is what the international community expects of its leaders, to be examples of inspiring leadership and vanguards of hope for our common humanity. It is the same hope that allows us to break down walls of mistrust, which may take the form of intolerance, fear, or violence. It is the same hope that leads us to strive for peace and prosperity as our predecessors did. It is particularly this hope that will give the upcoming generation of leaders the strength to elevate this global assembly of world leaders to a place where collectively the nations of the world should find ways to make a better life possible for all of the global community for the next 75 years. I congratulate all of us with reaching this milestone anniversary. Let us all in unity, respect and solidarity strive to make the next 75 years even better and safer for our future. I thank you, Mr. President.
En nombre de la Asamblea General.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I would like to thank the President of the Republic of Suriname for the statement he has just made. And I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Switzerland to introduce the statement by the head of state.
Mr. Vice President, I have the honor of introducing the recorded video message of the President of the Swiss Confederation, Simonetta Sommaruga. We will be celebrating the Beijing Plus 25 conference next week, and it is an honor to announce a woman as our head of state and to introduce her. Thank you.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée Générale.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished heads of state and government, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. There are moments that leave their mark for generations. The founding of the United Nations 75 years ago was one such moment. For this, we can be grateful to our parents. Are we nevertheless permitted to take a critical look at the UN today? Yes, we are. We even have to. In fact, 75 years on, and there are still wars. There are more refugees and displaced people than ever before. There is a climate crisis currently without solution. Millions are going hungry, and we have not achieved gender equality. We could criticize the UN for this, but who are we really talking about when we blame the UN? We are in fact talking about ourselves, because the UN is its member states, and it is often member states that stand in the way of the UN's work. They block decisions or refuse to implement them, undermine resolutions or flout their principles. This weakens the UN, and it weakens all of us too. If we want a strong UN, then we, member states, must strongly support the organisation and work together to pursue its objectives, because the goals of the UN are our goals. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in an era marked by geopolitical tensions. Member states are also increasingly polarised in their internal affairs. More than ever, the UN is indispensable for the promotion of peace and security in the world. It embodies the causes of human rights, sustainable development, and a world governed by the rule of law. We would do well to work together to achieve the goals of the UN because they benefit all of us and make us stronger. My country is proud to contribute to the achievement of the UN's goals, even if it is not always easy. It is difficult to translate the goals we have set ourselves on climate or gender equality, for example, into national policy. But that is why all of us politicians are elected, to offer our respective populations and humanity as a whole a decent life in freedom and security. My country also advocates for an international order regulated by the rule of law. We are committed to international humanitarian law and to the prevention of conflicts, and we provide good offices wherever they are desired. My country is prepared to take on more responsibilities, which is why, for the first time, Switzerland is a candidate for a non-permanent seat on the Security Council for the period 2023 to 2024. Switzerland, of course, wholeheartedly supports the Secretary-General's appeal for a global ceasefire. But beyond such an appeal, is there anything else that we can do? We must put even more effort into preventing conflicts. Here too, human rights must remain at the centre of our action. International Geneva also contributes to conflict prevention, for example by hosting the Human Rights Council and the Arms Trade Treaty Secretariat. By prosecuting the worst crimes, the International Criminal Court is contributing to upholding international humanitarian law. We reaffirm here our support for the International Criminal Court as an integral part of a rules-based international order. To facilitate debate on the best ways to adhere to these humanitarian norms, Switzerland was one of the first countries to publish a voluntary report on its national implementation. My country would welcome it if other countries followed suit. While it is right to try to prevent conflicts and to seek to mitigate their worst humanitarian consequences, it is also crucial to find lasting solutions to the conflicts that are ongoing. As the capital of peace, International Geneva contributes to this by providing a space for dialogue between the parties to a conflict. Switzerland's peace policy draws on essential characteristics of my country's political culture, such as power sharing, openness to dialogue, tolerance, and consideration of everyone's interests. In the future, Switzerland intends to further step up its capacities and expertise in mediation and facilitation in order to support those who wish to end conflicts through dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen, while International Geneva contributes to peace and security in the world, it is also the seat of the World Health Organization, which has played such a crucial role since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. The current health crisis has caused untold suffering in the world. The most vulnerable have been hit hardest. The child in the overcrowded displacement camp, the single mother who has lost her job, the young adult whose job prospects have been destroyed, or elderly people and the sick, who are particularly at risk. My country is coping with this pandemic as best it can. The World Health Organization plays a central role in fighting the pandemic. As host state of the WHO and other international health organizations, Switzerland is committed to ensuring that they can take effective action. For this to happen, the WHO must have sufficient resources and the support of all of us to carry out its reforms. Is it fair to demand so much from this organization when 80% of its funding comes from voluntary contributions? Beyond the necessary fight against the current pandemic, we must think now about the world that will emerge from this crisis and that cannot entirely be yesterday's. If every crisis is a suffering, it is also a moment of change that allows us to reinvent ourselves. So let's reinvent ourselves, keeping in mind the goals we set for ourselves when the UN was created 75 years ago. Ladies and gentlemen, there are moments that leave their mark for generations. Such moments require decisive and courageous action. This is true today. From my country's perspective, the most urgent tasks are to implement the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Paris Agreement, and to step up our efforts for peace. It is up to us, the political representatives of our countries, to take the right decisions for the good of our fellow human beings and our planet. Let us assume this responsibility. Let us strengthen the UN's capacity to act and ensure that the decisions we make today will be a source of pride for generations of tomorrow.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I would like to thank the President of the Swiss Confederation for the statement she has just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Serbia to introduce the statement by the head of state.
Thank you. Mr. Vice President, Excellencies, on the occasion of the general debate of the 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly, I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency Mr. Aleksandar Vučić, President of the Republic of Serbia. I thank you.
Your Excellencies, the 75th UN anniversary and the 75th anniversary of the signing of the UN Charter is an important jubilee for the entire mankind. The Republic of Serbia strongly supports multilateralism and principles of the UN Charter. Sovereign equality of the countries, denial of use of force, non-interference in internal matters of other countries, respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity, peaceful resolution of conflicts, and respect for differences are the principles whose validity has never been and must never be questioned. Big changes in the international scene brought by the 21st century only make the need for strict observation of the UN Charter and its well-known basic principle stronger. In this year of big jubilees, we mark at the same time the 75th anniversary of the end of the Second World War. As a representative of a country and people who suffered a lot and had many victims in fighting Nazism and fascism, I want to convey that it is our common duty to keep the memory and learn from the most devastating conflict in modern history, as well as to jointly confront any attempt of relativization of ferocious crimes from the Second World War. Only with the help of lessons learned from the bitter past we can build a new, brighter vision of future. The Republic of Serbia is not among the big countries, neither by its territory nor by its population. That is why the United Nations General Assembly is a place of utmost significance, a place where the small ones as well have the right and opportunity to make their points and defend them with arguments. That is why I'm honored to address you today on behalf of the Republic of Serbia, a country that is firmly committed to the policy of peace and prosperity for the entire mankind. The debate we are having today in virtual format speaks for itself about the situation of today's world, and it is a confirmation that we must do anything to preserve and strengthen the UN and the General Assembly as the most important forum where opinions of all member states on the most important topics of global importance can be heard. The topic of this year's debate reminds us of the importance of multilateralism as the founding principle of the United Nations. We firmly believe that only by joint actions, mutual harmonization and respect answers can be found in facing global challenges such as the ongoing pandemic of the communicable disease COVID-19. The pandemic additionally emphasized the need for close and intensive international cooperation, whereby UN and its specialized agencies and organizations like the World Health Organization have the irreplaceable role in organized response to newly occurred challenges that are not only of a health nature, but they also have social, economic, political, and security dimension. COVID-19 pandemic strongly confirms the need and necessity of existence and strengthening of the role of the United Nations. The relevance of this forum must never be questioned. We firmly believed that only by mutual cooperation, harmonization of positions, and mutual respect, a global response in facing this modern plague can be found. The United Nations we need, both today and in the future, must be adapted to newly occurred circumstances and ready for joint response to the modern age challenges. In that regard, the existing situation is the opportunity we must take for promoting a system of international coordination and support. Precisely in that regard, UN must have a key role, and that is why we need to work continuously on adapting, strengthening, and efficiency of the UN system, because it is the best way towards full achievement of the idea of multilateralism. Newly occurred reality in the world is another proof that modern challenges know no borders of the countries. Serbia is also facing problems in fighting this disease that caused tectonic changes worldwide, and we received assistance of friendly countries when we needed it the most. And I take this opportunity to thank them once again. I have to say many thanks to our European partners, to our Chinese friends, and to our Russian friends as well. Likewise, we showed solidarity and provided assistance to other countries, and we will keep helping those who need it most in these difficult times. I avail myself of this opportunity to extend big gratitude for help and support provided by United Nations and the World Health Organization to the government of the Republic of Serbia in fighting pandemic. On the other hand, and beside already allocated financial support for strengthening response of healthcare system to COVID-19, we will keep supporting the World Health Organization as well as to the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovation as a leading stakeholder in the field of immunization. Even though the pandemic has shaken the strongest world economies, I have to say that Serbia managed to keep stable budget as well as the entire fiscal and monetary system, which is fully prepared to withhold assistance measures for economy, which is open for a potential investments plan. We invested huge efforts in order to help survival of our economy, firstly thanks to disciplined and responsible management of public finance. Despite all the crisis effects, Serbia has excellent results in economy in the first 2 quarters of this year, and we have strong reasons to believe that by the end of the year we will remain among the most stable economies in Europe. We are not a rich country, and dare to say also that we are not a poor country, but we hope that by the end of the year, we'll have the biggest growth rate in an entire Europe. So far, in the first 6 months, we became the first country, at least the country with the biggest growth rate, and I hope that we'll be able to continue in the same manner. Dear friends, full membership to the European Union is a foreign policy priority of the Republic of Serbia. However, our European path does not exclude commitment to development of cooperation and deepening relations with countries from all regions. We cherish partnership relations with the Western countries, including more intensive cooperation with the United States of America. But at the same time, we are proud of exceptional relations with the Russian Federation and the People's Republic of China. And as you can see, we don't hide it, we are very proud of our friendships. Cooperations with friendly African, Asia-Pacific, and Latin American countries is also in the focus of our foreign policy activities. Additionally, improvement of regional cooperation is the basic starting point of our foreign policy, and we believe that in relations with our neighbors we have acted as a responsible and reliable partner. We are committed to preservation of our regional stability and intensifying cooperation in all areas, being that it contributes to reconciliation process, closer connectivity and development, and it is to the benefit of the citizens of the entire region. We are aware of the seriousness and complexity of the problem in relations with some of our neighbors, and we are committed to resolving them exclusively through dialogue, taking into consideration interests of all interested parties. In that context, Serbia strives to put special emphasis on the development of economic cooperation, believing that such approach may contribute to raising mutual trust, confidence, and thereby easier resolving of open issues. Guided precisely by the need to promote economic cooperation and create favorable investment climate in the Western Balkan region, in the fall of 2019, together with the Prime Minister of North Macedonia and Albania, Zoran Zaev and Edi Rama, we inaugurated the initiative directed towards enabling freedom of movement of people, goods, services, and capital, much closer cooperation between our 3 countries. I want to underline that the initiative is open for other stakeholders from the Western Balkans, and I hereby invite them to join being that its essence to be fully inclusive for everybody in our region. We believe that European perspective of the region was and remained important incentive for necessary reform processes and promotion of cooperation. We believe that without full integration of the Western Balkans to the EU, common economic and political space in the European continent will not be complete, and we are convinced that enlargement policy is not only in the interest of the citizens of the Western Balkans, but also in the interest of the European Union. I'm pleased that even in this difficult period caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, a very high level of mutual solidarity in the region was demonstrated, which is, to a great extent, precisely the result of constructive and proactive relationship that Serbia has been building in previous years with its neighbors. We have cooperated intensively with regional countries related to both repatriation of citizens and related to issues of humanitarian and medical assistance, but also regular supply of goods. Decision on establishing green corridors in our region was a useful one, which enabled smooth transport of assistance without delays at border and administrative crossing points. Your Excellencies, you are familiar with our problem regarding preservation of the territorial integrity of Serbia. Efforts to resolve, despite all the obstacles, the issue of our autonomous province of Kosovo and Metohija. Precisely the politics of Serbia for preservation of peace and stability, cooperation and economic progress I mentioned earlier is a sufficient incentive for approaching, resolving this long-lasting problem in the best interest of the both Serbs and Albanians. On this path, we were and we will face numerous pressures because Serbia is at the crossroads where different political interests collide. We believe that it will be possible to reach a solution after the long and difficult dialogue, but rest assured that Serbia will never agree to humiliations. Accepting anything that is not compromise is not for us. And by compromise, both sides must be equally either satisfied, either dissatisfied. Recent renewal of the Belgrade-Pristina dialogue under the EU auspices after almost 2 years of deadlock is by all means the first step on that path. Additionally, big step forward in finding mutually acceptable solution for the issue of Kosovo and Metohija is a recent signing of the Agreement on Economic Normalization in Washington, D.C., which involves a set of economic and infrastructure projects which should enable better life for all citizens in that part of our country and of our region. I take this opportunity to underline and praise very constructive and important role that the administration of the President of the United States of America, Donald Trump, played in reaching this agreement, which is an important signal of their commitment in finding lasting and sustainable solution for this important issue. Dialogue between Belgrade and provisional institutions of self-government in Pristina, which has continued in Brussels with EU intermediation, is the real path for reaching sustainable agreement between two sides, but a starting point can by no means be humiliating and unacceptable so-called independence of Kosovo. Despite of everything, we believe that the agreement between Serbs and Albanians is a key to regional stability. The Republic of Serbia remains committed to finding compromise solution for the issue of Kosovo and to building common future with a politics of peace and cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, the Republic of Serbia is not committed only to peace and security as well as to social and economic prosperity in the national and regional dimension, but it is also aware of the importance of active engagement in these areas globally. We attach big importance to the UN efforts in promoting and preserving peace and security worldwide, and we actively participate in the collective security system. By continuing the tradition of Yugoslavia's participation in UN peacekeeping missions, started in 1956, representatives of Serbia are actively engaged in UN and EU peacekeeping missions. It is with great pride that we underline that we are the leading country in the Western Balkans region and the 9th biggest contributor on the list of leading European armed and police forces in UN missions. Additionally, Serbia will continue contributing fight against terrorism through full implementation of the UN Global Counter-Terrorism Strategy and relevant resolutions of the United Nations Security Council. Adoption of the Sustainable Development Agenda 2030, as well as Paris Climate Change Agreement, are key steps in facing some of the biggest challenges today: global economic instability, growing social inequality, and climate change effects. Dear friends, the UN Charter should be a constitution of the modern international community, collection of basic principles regulating international relations and processes in international community one must not stand back from. Unfortunately, at the very end of the 20th century, in my country we were witnesses and victims of unilateral measures and activities that undermine and question the efficiency of multilateralism and international cooperation mechanisms by the international law itself. The Federal Republic of Yugoslavia at that time was bombed without the consent of the United Nations Security Council, whereby the UN Charter was most severely violated. After that, with a unilateral action by which the provisional institutions of the self-government in Pristina declared independence of the so-called Kosovo, UN Security Council Resolution 1244 was violated and stability of the Republic of Serbia, but also of the entire region was seriously endangered. Let me remind you that the Republic of Serbia is fully committed to finding compromise solution for the issue of Kosovo and Metohija. Our politics is a responsible one. We do everything to protect the interests of our people, but also regional peace and stability. By defending its sovereignty and territorial integrity and by observing the UN Security Council Resolution 1244, the Republic of Serbia at the same time defends the international law, the UN Charter, as well as the supremacy of the Security Council. We believe that it is essential to further strengthen in the upcoming period efforts for preservation of principle this organization was founded on 75 years ago. We are convinced that the role of the United Nations in these processes was and remained irreplaceable. Rest assured that the Republic of Serbia will continue to act as a serious and reliable partner in achieving common goals, strengthening cooperation within the United Nations and building a better future for all of us. Like I have already said, the Republic of Serbia is not within the group of big countries, neither by its territory nor by its population, but judging by its culture and contribution to science, our country is among the most developed nations. UNESCO, which with special piety emphasizes our medieval art, and I dare say the most significant man of the 21st century, 21st century, our scientist Nikola Tesla, proves our contribution to civilization and common good. Time frame between the White Angel fresco, the first painting that went to orbit, and Tesla covers the period from Renaissance to our contemporaries. In its striving towards lasting peace and common well-being, Serbia obliged itself to military neutrality. We rightly believe that it is one of the strongest messages of peace that went from the Balkans to the world. Great American artist Isadora Duncan said after the Great War, violence of the big and powerful ones can often be turned against them. The best example that one should not brutalize over the small ones is the example of small Serbia nation that put an end to an empire that had lasted for almost 1,000 years. Serbia despises any kind of violence. Serbia wants peace and prosperity for itself, for the entire mankind. Serbia wants peace for its region. Thank you for your attention and stay safe.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I would like to thank the President of the Republic of Serbia for the statement he has just made. I will now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Guyana to introduce the statement of the head of state.
I thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, I have the singular honor to introduce His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, who will deliver his inaugural statement to the general debate of this Assembly at this very significant juncture of our organization. I thank you.
Mr. President, the Republic of Guyana congratulates you on your election as President of the 75th session of the General Assembly of the United Nations. I wish you a successful tenure as you guide the work of the Assembly over the next year. I assure you of the support of Guyana as you contribute to fashioning the United Nations that we need in order to realize the future we want. I join in thanking His Excellency Tijani Mohammed Bande of Nigeria for his sterling leadership of the 74th session, especially through the unprecedented circumstances occasioned by the COVID-19 crisis. It would be remiss of me if I did not commend Secretary General Guterres and his team for their resolve and ingenuity in organizing this assembly in a virtual format for the first time. It is a reminder that every tool at our disposal must be employed to serve the best interests of humanity. Mr. President, my government assumed office on the 2nd of August this year. I take this opportunity to commend the international community, including the United Nations, for defending the democratic rights of our citizens. My government is committed to greater political inclusion and to enacting institutional reforms to ensure that democracy, the rule of law, and constitutional rights are respected. My government recognizes the dignity and worth of the human person and is determined to secure for the country's citizens a higher standard of living. I join in congratulating the United Nations on its 75th anniversary. I hope that we can soon meet in more normal circumstances to formally celebrate this momentous milestone. The United Nations was birthed 75 years ago amidst the scars of war and the promise of reconstruction. The international community conceived the United Nations and entrusted its hope in this body to usher in an era of peace and prosperity. The Charter of the United Nations commits to the ending the scourge of war, fostering respect for human rights, promoting the dignity of the human person, securing equality for men, women, and nations, defending the principles of international law, and advancing human freedoms and social progress. Every nation, no matter how large or small, has but a single vote within this assembly. The General Assembly remains an invaluable forum where small states can make their voices heard and unite for their mutual benefit. Developing states in particular owe a great debt to this organization. Its agencies and affiliated networks, including the Food and Agricultural Organization, the World Health Organization, United Nations Children's Fund, United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, United Nations Environment Program, and the United Nations Development Program, have been instrumental in alleviating poverty, hunger, and famine, saving and caring for lives, ensuring respect for human rights, promoting greater equality for women, safeguarding children, promoting the environment, and providing technical assistance to developing states. Mr. President, I ask you all to cast your minds back to 2015 and the 3 pivotal UN conferences that took place during that year. In June, the 3rd International Conference on Financing for Development, held in Addis Ababa, addressed the main challenge facing developing nations: accessing development financing. In September, the Assembly hosted the Sustainable Development Summit and adopted 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which UN members agreed to realize by the year 2030. Most importantly, the Climate Change Summit in Paris culminated in the historic Paris Agreement. The Paris Agreement on climate change represents the single greatest commitment made by countries to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. These 3 events exemplified the true character of this organization. The nations of the world uniting to boldly tackle these threats and to promote sustainable development. The United Nations, armed with a lofty but ambitious vision of global security and prosperity, remains as relevant and necessary today as it was in 1945. The world has changed remarkably in the ensuing 75 years, but the United Nations has also adapted to and been an agent of change. Among the changes which the United Nations has witnessed was the proliferation of newly independent states following the end of the Second World War. Many of these newly independent states are developing countries, which account for more than half of the world's states and population. The United Nations makeup, inclusive of the Security Council, must reflect this reality. The Security Council in particular should be reformed to increase the number of developing countries that are permanent members. Mr. President, developing countries continue to face constraints associated by limited access to development financing. Improved access to such financing is vital for the realization of the Sustainable Development Goals. The United Nations must continue to champion the need for great access to development financing for developing states. The UN has a special duty to ensure that members' obligations on international agreements are fulfilled and that setbacks in meeting commitments are reversed. Guyana applauds the ongoing work and reform of the United Nations development system. We believe, however, that there should be greater focus on reforms that are tailored to allow the UN to respond adequately to existing and emerging gaps in development and to find solutions to existing threats. Mr. President, multilateralism is the key to unlocking solutions to humanity's problem. The ongoing public health and climate crises have demonstrated that it is in the common interests of humanity that we fully embrace the ideals of multilateralism. As a testimony to Guyana's commitment to multilateralism, in January of this year, we assumed the chairmanship of the Group of 77 and China. Our statement to the world is that a state's capacity for leadership is not constrained by its size. A product of our multilateral effort is the United Nations Development Agenda. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development remains a viable plan of action to shift the world onto a sustainable and resilient path. In this critical decade of action and delivery for sustainable development, we must be fully focused on eradicating poverty in all its forms and dimensions. No one must be left behind. At this time, an honest and thorough assessment of the development agenda is warranted, with a view to recommitting ourselves to its aims. It is therefore regrettable that we missed the opportunity to adopt a robust outcome document at the conclusion of the 2020 high-level segment of the Economic and Social Council and the high-level political forum on sustainable development. Global partnerships for development had never been more urgent in order to mobilize the means to implement the agenda. My government believes that both the General Assembly and the Economic and Social Council should play a more proactive role in catalyzing partnership and should serve as platforms for ensuring coherence in the joint economic, environmental, and socio-political initiatives being undertaken. Now more than ever, we need a resurgence of political will and commitment to protect the multilateral architecture and institutions, including the International Court of Justice. Guyana reposes confidence in this institution. We are committed to the rule of international law, inclusive of the peaceful resolution of disputes. In March 2018, Guyana filed its application in the International Court of Justice, seeking an affirmation of the validity of the 1899 arbitral award and the international boundary that is established. We are happy to report that on the 30th of June 2020, the ICJ held its first virtual hearing on the controversy involving Guyana and the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Regrettably, Venezuela has refused to participate in the hearing. Guyana now awaits the determination of the ICJ on whether the court has jurisdiction to proceed to hearing the merits of the case. Mr. President, as we consider the state of our world today, we must acknowledge the challenges facing us and their implications for the progress and prosperity of our people. Foremost on the list is the COVID-19 pandemic and its multi-dimensional impacts. The pandemic has launched an attack on health and well-being of our people, while the economy has become a casualty of this assault. The pandemic is reversing our gains on health, poverty, and education. More than ever, the resolve of the United Nations is being tested, and it is evident that no single country can overcome the debilitating effects alone. This reality must inform the trajectory of the United Nations so that it can support the efforts of developing countries to rebuild and to become more resilient. A strong multilateral system is required for collective action to stem this pandemic. I acknowledge the support of UN agencies in my country's response to COVID-19 crisis. We trust and support the efforts of the UN system to ensure fair, transparent, and timely global access to preventative tools, equipment, and materials for testing. In this regard, we recognize the important role of the World Health Organization in coordinating the response of the UN system and in global public health preparedness and response. We look forward to increased international cooperation to contain, mitigate, and defeat the pandemic. Mr. President, competing and compounded by the pandemic is climate change. Every year is another record-breaking year for extreme weather conditions and climate events. As a low-lying coastal state, Guyana is acutely aware of the high toll of these extreme weather conditions. But equally costly is climate resilience. Developing countries are thus set between a rock and a hard place. The only way to ease this burden is through concerted and balanced climate action, especially via mitigation, climate financing, technical cooperation, and capacity building. We also urge all states to set ambitious targets in their nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement and to work earnestly towards them. Guyana's low-carbon development strategy reflects our national development agenda. The strategy will ensure that we fulfill our nationally determined contributions and place our country along a path of sustainable and climate-resilient development. Mr. President, progress on the Sustainable Development Agenda will be impeded by conflicts. We therefore must continue to devote our collective efforts towards the achievement of peace in every region of the globe. Mr. President, the future we want and the United Nations that we need are in our hands. It is ours to fashion. History must not find us victims of inaction or succumbing to failure. Multilateralism is the pathway to achieving our ends. We must collectively work to preserve this instrument and to strengthen the United Nations as we build a better world for our generations and those to follow. I thank you, and God bless all the people of this planet. Thank you.
En nombre de las
On behalf of the General Assembly, I would like to thank the President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana for the statement he has just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Paraguay to introduce the statement of the head of state. Thank you, President. I have the honor to introduce the statement by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Paraguay, Don Mario Abdo Benitez. Distinguished President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we hold this virtual assembly, I extend my warm greetings to everyone in these difficult circumstances due to the pandemic, at a time when we are more united than ever in a spirit of solidarity. I greet and congratulate Ambassador Volkan Bozkır on his election as President of the General Assembly, and I wish him every success. My greetings and gratitude go as well to the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres. I thank him for the work he has done. Mr. President, coronavirus is changing everyone's reality, and it has brought with it a great deal of pain and uncertainty. There's been considerable loss of life, and it has put our healthcare systems in all our countries to the test. I agree with the German Chancellor Angela Merkel that this is the greatest challenge we have faced since the Second World War. The health crisis has also led to an economic crisis with the loss of jobs, indebtedness, and difficulty making payments. No country was prepared for this. And that is why I believe that the multilateral financial organizations should redesign their strategies to promote economic recovery. They should have a more humanistic approach. They need to show solidarity in these exceptional circumstances. Excellencies, today's world presents us with problems which we cannot tackle in isolation. We need to further multilateralism because it is an effective tool to respond to all of the needs which we share. I'm referring to the search for peace, protecting human rights, non-proliferation of nuclear weapons, protecting the environment, combating climate change, and international trade based on principles and rules. And therefore, I would underscore the value of Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development as a roadmap to guide us towards a fairer world for future generations. Landlocked developing countries have special needs and particular challenges which must be attended to. Paraguay would therefore highlight the importance of ensuring the effective implementation of the Vienna Programme of Action in this area, in particular by transit countries. In a spirit of integration and to increase trade for the mutual benefit of our economies and societies, Paraguay has called for a prompt signing of the agreement between Mercosur and the European Union, as well as the European Free Trade Association. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I reaffirm Paraguay's commitment to protect life, families, human rights according to our Constitution, and therefore we firmly condemn terrorism and criminal groups who use children and teenagers as human shields to protect themselves, who blow them up, who expose them to violence, who indoctrinate them and train them in the use of weapons. Children who should be in their homes today are used to carry out crimes which include kidnapping, extortion, and drug trafficking simply to stay alive. This has brought pain to our families. Paraguay is suffering from this, and I therefore reaffirm the duty to protect the inhabitants of my country from these criminal groups who thinly camouflage their ideology or their illicit behavior in ideologies and who use propaganda to distort the truth. Illegal actions are often more bold when they have something to hide. and when they are putting up a front of goodness and altruism. But Paraguay is not fooled, and we will not stop until these people have met with the full weight of the law. The doors of my country are always open so that international organizations can come in and assist us and see what we are doing. Paraguay is acting with transparency, and we are always following the law. Mr. President, Paraguay calls for a change in the Security Council so that it can become more inclusive and fit to meet threats to international peace and security. We will continue to contribute to peacekeeping operations with our contingents, as we have done for decades. Delegates, the Venezuelan diaspora is the second largest in the world. More than 5 million Venezuelans have been forced to emigrate to our countries. Once again, I express my solidarity with the suffering of the Venezuelan people, and Paraguay will continue to support international denunciations of human rights violations in Venezuela. On the basis of the principle of universality which characterizes this organization, we support Taiwan's request to be included in the UN system. We also welcome the historic restoration of diplomatic relations between the United Arab Emirates, and Bahrain with Israel under the auspices of the United States of America. We hope that these new ties will contribute to peace and prosperity in the Middle East. Excellencies, it is only by working together on a common goal, by having a modern international architecture which is up to the circumstances we are facing, that we will achieve the results that our people need and expect from us. I will leave you by recalling the words of His Holiness Pope Francis. When we come through this pandemic, we will not be able to continue doing what we have done before, the way we did it before. Everything will be different. Out of the great trials facing mankind, including pandemics, we come out of them for better or for worse, but we are not the same. May this renewed meeting with solidarity be a constant one and help us to come out better. Thank you. On behalf of the General Assembly, I would like to thank the President of the Republic of Paraguay for the statement he has just made. I will now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Afghanistan to introduce the statement of the head of state.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we meet today, 75 years after the founding of the United Nations, I have the pleasure to represent a new Afghanistan, a democratic republic with constitutional rights for women and minorities, and youth at the forefront of the society. Today, I have the distinct honor and high privilege to introduce the pre-recorded statement of my President, His Excellency President Ashraf Ghani, the President of the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan, whose leadership, dedication, and perseverance have ensured the realization of new Afghanistan. Thank you.
Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, we, the people of the United Nations, this year observe our 57th anniversary. We do so at a time of unprecedented global turmoil. All of us here today share a common condition. a condition that does not distinguish between developed or developing countries. This turmoil that defines our times is a global phenomenon. And while all of us bear a share of the burden of this turmoil, some countries bear a much larger share than others. Afghanistan is one such country. We find ourselves simultaneously at the center of regional opportunity and also at the center of the manifestation of global problems. Afghanistan is positioned right at the heart of Asia. Our water ties us together. Our cultures and languages give us a common denominator. South Asia's needs for energy resources and Central Asia's abundance of it makes Afghanistan a critical connector. Asia cannot integrate without us. We are right at the heart of untapped potentials that could bring prosperity and peace to our region. But this means that we are also right in the middle of the turmoil that is affecting us all today. We are experiencing the worst of it, but Afghanistan could be a model for successfully overcoming the turmoil we all face. That task, like the turmoil, is one that belongs to all of us. We must first identify the drivers of this turmoil. There are 5 sources, all of which Afghanistan has been dealing with simultaneously. The COVID-19 pandemic exposed our vulnerabilities to the point that we, as a global community, could no longer afford to ignore them. We Afghans were fortunate to have contained the first wave of the pandemic through close government, business, and societal cooperation, with minimal input from the UN agencies. But the pandemic has exposed gaps in our global systems that must be addressed. The COVID-19 pandemic has done for us what World War II did for generations before us. Both had such immense human costs and were phenomena that had such a global impact that then and now we are forced to pay attention and take unprecedented action. In the face of vulnerabilities exacerbated by the pandemic, another driver of inequality and unemployment is upending our world, the 4th industrial revolution. The digital age is upon us, challenging us to adapt the ways we consume, the ways we work, and the ways we govern. In Afghanistan, we are experimenting with how to adapt so that this digital revolution can be wielded as a source of economic opportunity for our overwhelmingly young population, as well as a way to strengthen our systems of governance and rule of law. We are looking far ahead with the knowledge that if we try to replicate 19th or 20th century models now, they will become irrelevant as soon as we stabilize them. The same can be said for global attempts to harness the drive of the 4th industrial revolution. We have to think ahead of our time. This new kind of industrial revolution, combined with the pandemic, presented challenges in planning and executing this very gathering, and yet the UN General Assembly leadership is managed to creatively transform this experience into one that is more efficient, effective, convenient, and far less risky. I want to congratulate His Excellency Volkan Bozkır not only on assuming the presidency of the 75th session of the ANGA, but also for his success in overcoming the particular challenge of hosting a massive gathering of global leaders during the pandemic. Violence and warfare have also evolved, an evolution we Afghans have witnessed and suffered in real time. We are living and dying inside the 5th wave of global terrorism, in which global terrorist networks are closely linked with global criminal networks, making warfare totally unconventional in peace building even more of a challenge. As a state and society, we've demonstrated the commitment, compassion, and courage to take hard decisions to start direct peace talks with the Taliban. This won't be enough for sustainable peace in Afghanistan, we must get to the roots of the terrorism problem, blighting our region, and address it as the global phenomenon and threat that it is. The untold sorrow of the Afghan people, particularly our women and children, during the last 40 years serves as a reminder of the relevance of the UN Charter and also of its unfulfilled promise of maintaining international peace and security. Climate change has effected another type of violence and suffering on our people. Afghanistan is the 17th worst affected country in the world. Just last month, hundreds of Afghans were killed or injured and had their entire homes and livelihood destroyed when massive flood waters ripped through the province of Parwan and 13 other provinces. 2 years before, the other extreme, drought led us to nationwide wheat shortages and upended the livelihoods of the majority of our population, who rely on jobs and agriculture to put food on their tables. Drought and floods are seasonal occurrences for Afghanistan. We need regional solutions based on international models to address the problem of climate change. We have signed memoranda of understanding with the Fortescue Metals Group to change Afghanistan into a leading green industry, energy, and intent to produce 20,000 megawatts from hydro and use it to produce zero emissions steel and other products from an estimated $1 trillion mineral resources. We are also in discussions with other corporations to turn 70,000 megawatts of wind and 220,000 megawatts of solar into renewable energy, thereby becoming a hub for renewable energy and green industry in the region. The fifth driver of turmoil is a culmination of the first four, an unprecedented explosion of inequality that will continue to perpetuate this state of turmoil until or unless we take action. In Afghanistan, we are focusing on human capital and human security to create the equality of opportunities for our fellow citizens and societal stability for our people. I come back now to the first driver, the COVID-19 pandemic, because the scope and scale of its impact force us to see the other four drivers, which were worsened and highlighted by the pandemic. The pandemic taught us an urgent lesson. We can no longer ignore these drivers. The cost of our inaction is uncertainty. We are asking ourselves at this General Assembly, what kind of future do we want to live in? In truth, the extreme levels of uncertainty make the future very difficult to predict. But if I were to try and address that question, my answer would be simple. We have to get back to basics. We have to go back to the foundational values of the United Nations and the documents that enshrined them, the UN Charter and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And we have to fulfill these yet unfulfilled promises. The future must hold, to quote the preamble of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, recognition of the inherent dignity and of the equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family, which is truly the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world. These values have been embraced the world over. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights is today universal discourse. Its values have been reflected in almost all state constitutions since the demise of the Soviet Union. But these values have not been actualized. These should not be lofty ideals and aspirations of the international community. They should be achievable goals. In Afghanistan, they are urgent and real problems we grapple with daily. What will it take to fulfill these promises of peace, prosperity, dignity, justice, and freedom? To shape our shared future in a direction that will fulfill these promises for all of us will take unprecedented acts of cooperative and coordinated actions at all levels of the global villages, community, economy, and governance. We need frameworks for the future that present pragmatic solutions for collectively addressing and solving the 5 drivers of turmoil, particularly global terrorism and climate change. This will require the type of imagination and leadership that give us the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the UN Charter, and the capabilities that overcame the global turmoil inflicted on the world by World War II. With these frameworks in place, we can get back to the foundational basics that the United Nations was created to address in the first place. The United Nations that we need is an organization with the authorities, capabilities, capitals, and commitments to fulfill the purposes and principles of this charter. I would like to commend His Excellency Secretary General Guterres for the progress made so far in his reform agenda for the UN. But we have much further to go, and we all have a shared responsibility to shoulder in efforts to progress the Sustainable Development Goals and progress peace, prosperity, and security across the globe. In Afghanistan, we are moving into the next 5 years with a clear plan for progressing the values of the UN, which are enshrined in our Constitution, and working toward prosperity, security, and peace in our own country. Our plan is based on building our markets for economic development, moving from an aid to a trade model, increasing our labor and capital productivity in key areas in which we have a competitive advantage. The objective is self-reliance, moving away from donor relationship to mutually beneficial partnership. At the same time, we will invest in strengthening state governance structures to create an environment conducive to growth. This means continuing to combat systemic corruption, improving our public financial management systems, and strengthen provincial and district level governance. We are looking closely at the gaps and weaknesses exposed by the pandemic and strengthening our systems for the long term. Though we are facing multiple drivers of turmoil all at once in Afghanistan, above all, peace remains our most urgent and important priority. There's a passage from the UN Declaration of Human Rights that encapsulates our current goals for peace in Afghanistan. We want to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, which twice in our lifetime has brought untold sorrow to mankind, to unite our strength to maintain international peace and security. The role of the United Nations in standing for our shared values throughout the peace process is absolutely critical, and we thank the United Nations for their support so far throughout this arduous process. We thank the UN for their call for a global ceasefire. The role of the UN and our international partners and allies will continue to be extremely important as our negotiating team sits across from the Taliban in Doha. At those talks, the Afghan people have a clear and urgent priority, a ceasefire. An urgent end to the violence will more than anything else give us a chance to progress. I would like to take this opportunity to call on every member of the General Assembly and the permanent members of the Security Council to help us achieve the end state of a sovereign, united, and democratic Afghanistan, at peace with itself in the region, capable of preserving and expanding the gains of the last 19 years. A democratically stable and prosperous Afghanistan will be an example of how our collective will can overcome the turmoil and uncertainty that defines our world today. Thank you.
En nombre de la Asamblea.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I would like to thank the President of the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan for the statement he has just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Poland to introduce the statement by the head of state.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency Mr. Andrzej Duda, President of the Republic of Poland.
Distinguished Mr. President,
Excellencies, esteemed delegates. I congratulate Mr. Volkan Bozkır, President of the 75th session of the UN General Assembly, on his election to this honorable function, and wish to express Poland's full support for his mission. I would also like to thank Mr. Tijani Muhammad Banda for his active presidency over the works of the 74th session of the UN General Assembly. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, this year's 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly is an extraordinary one, and it will surely go down in history as such. The COVID-19 pandemic has changed not only the course of the event, but has also forced us to embark upon a completely new reflection exercise, as well as look for solutions to the problems which the world has not grappled with for years on such a huge scale. International situation is increasingly complicated, whereas the palette of challenges and threats we are facing is constantly growing. Upon completion of its 2-year-long mandate in the Security Council last year, Poland continues to be engaged in its areas of priority, also within the framework of its 3-year-long term in the Human Rights Council, which commenced this January. Respect for international law, multilateral cooperation of states, international humanitarian law, protection of human rights, and taking care of the natural environment are among themes of pivotal importance to Poland. I wish that the adopted anniversary declaration marking 75 years of the United Nations organization not only confirmed the obligations assumed by the Founding Fathers. I wish that the said declaration was an expression of the longevity of ideas forming the basis of our cooperation and a testimony of the political will to implement them. I wish it was a declaration of global solidarity. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed delegates, during my first term as head of state, Poland intensified its presence within the United Nations system. We held a 2-year-long mandate in the Security Council. We hosted Climate Conference COP24 in 2018, whereas our soldiers returned to the UN peacekeeping force in Lebanon as part of UNIFIL. It was my personal decision that Poland should support in deeds, not just with words, the efforts of the international community in the areas of key importance in the contemporary times. United Nations has immense achievements in securing peace, containing conflicts, and stabilizing situation in many regions of the world. And we must not let it be squandered. Striving for more effectiveness, reform of the structures, and utilizing experiences, including the adjustment of failed solutions, must not serve as a tool for undermining the value of the organization as a whole. Also, the approach to its individual agendas requires prudence and deep reflection. We share a number of reservations and declare our readiness for a constructive discussion and active engagement, while defending the achievements of the UN, which is undeniable and constitutes a common political legacy of humanity. Construction through destruction of things that already exist is not only costly, but very risky at the same time. It creates the danger of shaking up the foundations of the strenuously developed rules and values and supplanting traditions as well as historical experiences. Esteemed delegates, the theme of this year's session is looking for common and uniting answers to today's global challenges. Whenever we talk about community building in Poland and discuss common and selfless action in the name of a higher purpose, then there is always one word which springs to mind: solidarity. This August, in Poland, we proudly celebrated a splendid anniversary, 40 years since the establishment of Solidarity, a grand social movement which led to the fall of the Iron Curtain and brought liberty, sovereignty, and independence to Poland, Polish people, as well as to other states and nations in Central and Eastern Europe, and as a result, to the collapse of the Berlin Wall and the demise of the evil empire, that is, of the Soviet Union. By the same token, the period of the Cold War came to an end. Beyond a shadow of a doubt, the world today would look quite different if it was not for solidarity. Therefore, today, 40 years since the establishment of solidarity in Poland and 75 years since setting up of the United Nations organization, I wish to urge all heads of state and government and all esteemed delegates to co-create the idea of global solidarity. This very idea should be the lodestar in our daily mission. I firmly believe that just like the solidarity movement in Poland changed the course of history, also the global solidarity might become the idea which will help to overcome contemporary crises in the world. 3 of these are, as far as I'm concerned, especially tangible and acute. The first one is the socio-economic crisis, which results from a phenomenon we were unable to predict and for which we could not comprehensively prepare ourselves. That is the coronavirus pandemic. We all have been taken by surprise by how things developed over the last 6 months. Each and every state had to face up to completely novel challenges. These have generated not only health-related consequences, but more broadly, also social and economic ones. The fight with the pandemic demands more intensive cooperation and precisely solidarity. The second one is either the newly emerging or the re-emerging crisis of the quality of relations between states. Unfortunately, it is increasingly the case that the relations turn into a confrontation, rivalry, and even imperial domination. The fact that we have managed to avoid another global armed conflict in the last 75 years doubtlessly should be deemed as one of the success stories of the international community. Simultaneously, however, one can hardly say that those were the years of global security and global peace. The world was and still is shaken up by various kinds of aggression, from terrorist attacks to numerous regional conflicts, many of which have turned over time into the so-called frozen conflicts, which are incredibly difficult to solve. The policy of strength and aggression is by no means happening exclusively in the peripheries. It is also applied in the region of the world in which my country, Poland, is located, in our closest neighborhood. The third crisis results from lack of relevant tools for efficient transformation of economies, allowing them to maintain a permanent and stable level of economic growth, while taking care of the quality of the natural environment. That definitely is one of the most fundamental challenges facing humanity today and in the nearest future. I believe these crises will remain unsolved unless we focus on the idea of solidarity. Therefore, it is important to make sure that the fight against, inter alia, the impact of the coronavirus pandemic does not result in deeper economic divisions among states and societies, that it does not assume the form of a ruthless economic rivalry and result in the wealthier ones getting richer at the cost of the poorer. By the same token, however, that fight must not lead to constraining the sphere of our liberty, whereas access to medical solutions must not depend on the size of the wallet. Ladies and gentlemen, I urge you to act together. In the name of solidarity, Poland deployed, at the height of the pandemic, a number of military medical missions, among others to Italy and the United States, in order to help, acquire, and share the knowledge on how to fight the pandemic and better respond to potential future crises. Counteracting the economic dimension of the pandemic was one of the themes of a letter which I sent to European leaders in late April this year. In the letter, I requested that in the course of their economic recovery efforts, our governments care more resolutely than before not merely about robust GDP growth, but also about sustainable development of the countries in other aspects, including fair and efficient distribution of funds among those in need. Moreover, I urged European leaders to give together a new impulse to stimulate production in Europe, which would undoubtedly shorten supply chains, among other things. If we want to be, once again, a great innovative production workshop, we must act together. From the perspective of our economic subjectivity, this is of strategic importance. Ladies and gentlemen, In terms of the crisis in the quality of relations among states, I wish to stress that one of Poland's unchanging priorities is the question of respect for international law. There cannot and there will not be a lasting peace in the world unless law is abided by. Our attachment to this value is mirrored by the slogan "Peace through Law," which we promoted inter alia during our 2-year-long term as an elected member state of the Security Council. In our actions undertaken in the UN Forum, we are consistent in highlighting the fundamental role of international law in preserving the global security architecture. It is indispensable to ensure cooperation among states in a situation when the fundamental norms of international law are violated, for instance, in case of the aggression of the Russian Federation on Georgia or Ukraine. Another concerning phenomenon refers to the violation of the Convention on the Prohibition of the Development, Production, Stockpiling, and Use of Chemical Weapons, which was repeatedly the case in recent years. Poland did not and does not accept the fact that chemical weapons are still in use. On top of that, and that is even more concerning, the infringement of the Convention in 2018 coincided with a violation of the fundamental principle of international law, sovereignty and territorial integrity. It is upon our shoulders, those of the UN, the Security Council, and the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons, that the responsibility rests to communicate to the world our strong opposition in this matter. It is only through the enforcement of the fundamental principles and norms of international law, enshrined, among others, in the Declaration on Principles of International Law, adopted by the General Assembly half a century ago, will we succeed in building lasting peace and a safe world of equal states and free nations with no spheres of influence. Leaving cases of violation of international law, including interference in sovereignty and territorial integrity of states, unanswered by the international community, will every time act as an encouragement to repeat such negative behavior. Infringement of the norms of international law must result in consequences, whereas those responsible must be held accountable. Poland keeps underlining, in an incessant and consistent manner, the importance and the unique role of two other sub-areas of international law, human rights and international humanitarian law. International humanitarian law and human rights are among greatest achievements of the international community in its striving to limit suffering and ensure respect for the rights of the civilian population in armed conflicts. The dissemination of the role of international humanitarian law is high on the agenda of the priorities of Polish foreign policy in recent years. Therefore, I have appealed to the international community through the UN Human Rights Council, in which Poland currently holds a 3-year-long mandate, to pay attention to the violation of human rights in Belarus. I am glad that the Council has held a meeting dedicated to this issue. In the name of solidarity, we should all speak with one voice and demand that fundamental human rights be respected both in Belarus and in other places across the globe. Repressions of political opponents, mass detentions of peaceful protesters, or violence and torture being applied against them cannot be tolerated in any state. Belarusians, just like any other free nation, have the right to shape their political future in a sovereign way, without external interference, without domination of other capitals, with the right to freely participate in international cooperation in line with their national interests. The third on the list of crises in today's world is inadequate balancing of the environmental changes while staying on the path of economic development. We firmly believe it is necessary to create a more resilient, inclusive, and environment-friendly economy. As a 3-time host of the UN climate conferences, COP14 in Poznan in 2008, COP19 in Warsaw in 2013, and COP24 in Katowice in 2018, Poland is committed to fight with environmental changes. At the same time, we argue that on the path leading to the attainment of the agreed goals, We have to make sure that our actions are safe for the citizens, economies, and states. We need a climate-friendly transition which will be fair and balanced and take domestic conditions of every state into account. We have already launched a transition aimed at ensuring a just, green, and low-emission economy. We know, however, that in this effort, it is impossible to be successful on our own. It requires adequate cooperation of all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed delegates, in view of the crisis caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, fragile and too frequently violated international law, and the need to transform our economies, we should be led by more than just the principle of common responsibility. These days, it is equally important to act in accordance with the ideals of solidarity. Poland invites all UN members to act in solidarity while countering the crises which are currently affecting us. As life has shown, we as international community have to face up to frequently unprecedented challenges, also the ones we do not expect. I believe that through common responsibility and solidarity, we are going to find an effective response to them.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Poland for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Dominican Republic to introduce an address by the head of state.
Señor Presidente.
Mr. President, it is an honor for me to introduce the statement by the President of the Dominican Republic, Luis Rodolfo Abinardo Corona. He will be participating for the first time in this high-level debate of this General Assembly in a pre-recorded statement. For our President and for the government of the Dominican Republic, this participation is extremely important because it reaffirms our commitment to the ideals of the United Nations while we commemorate its 75th anniversary. And at the same time, we are facing an unexpected challenge due to COVID-19. We have been part of this organization since its founding. We believe in growing multilateralism to find solutions by promoting peace, improving public healthcare coverage, defending human rights, sustainable development, and saving the environment. Thank you. Your Excellency Volkan Bozkır, President of the 75th General Assembly of the United Nations. Your Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations. Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government. Excellencies, Ministers of Foreign Affairs, Honorable Heads of Delegation, citizens of the world. When the representatives of 51 nations, including mine, signed the Charter of the United Nations in San Francisco on June 26, 1945, the world was still in flames. The horrors unleashed by World War II were still atrocious realities against which the international community conspired so that they would never happen again. As a result of that commitment to peace and dialogue among peoples, this organization was born. Today, I am honored to participate for the first time in the General Assembly on behalf of the Dominican people, and in whose name I congratulate the United Nations on its 75th anniversary. The world of 2020 is far different from that of 1945, and it's different because it's better, and it is so to a large extent thanks to the United Nations efforts during these 3/4 of a century to maintain international peace and security. And it is because it encourages cooperation between peoples to solve global problems and serve peace. And it is because it serves as a meeting point for the nations that share this planet. Without the United Nations, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights would not exist, something inconceivable for us today. Neither would we have organizations like UNICEF, FAO, the World Health Organization, the World Bank, or international criminal courts. Nor would there have been the peacekeeping missions that throughout history have avoided so much suffering. The world of 2020 is better than in 1945, but far from perfect. New challenges and threats bring global problems whose scale requires joint solutions that can only be solved through loyal and effective cooperation among the 193 nations represented in this assembly. 75 years ago, the international community had to take on the colossal challenge of rebuilding after the ravages of war, which in turn brought additional obstacles that required commitment, imagination, and work to overcome. However, it would be reckless to deceive ourselves. History is not linear. At every crossroads, there is always the risk of setbacks that hinder goals achieved towards development, progress, and peace, which are always so hard to reach. Therefore, as leaders and servants of our respective nations, we must know that there is a zero margin for error if we intend to face the challenges of our time in our own way and alone. If in the 75 years of the UN's existence, multilateralism and international cooperation have been valuable tools, now they are essential, and it is imperative that everyone do their part. That this meeting of the General Assembly has to be held by video conference is already the best example of the main problem we, as leaders and servants of our respective peoples, must face. COVID-19 has put the entire planet in check, joining other threats such as climate change, which affect all of us, but it is extremely serious in island countries like the Dominican Republic. I'm not exaggerating if I say that both dangers could bring other conflicts into the equation, which will, as usual, viciously prey upon the most vulnerable. As a non-permanent member of the Security Council, the Dominican Republic has made a special contribution to the agenda of the protection of civilians in conflict in the context of COVID-19 through a presidential declaration that had the unanimous agreement of the Council. That is the spirit that should prevail in the immediate future when it comes to carrying out the policies allowing us to stop the pandemic first and extend treatment and vaccines later. And in the meantime, the task will be rebuilding everything the pandemic has damaged. In the Dominican Republic, the pandemic has hit us particularly hard because we have had a precarious social protection system with per capita social spending of $604 compared to the regional average of 941. While the paradox exists that we are one of the nations with the highest economic growth in the region, it has not managed so far to close the equity gap. We all know here that that equity gap will only be fixed by investing in health and education. This is why my government is launching the most ambitious public health program in our history to achieve universal healthcare coverage by the end of the year as we increase public investment in our national healthcare system. Along with this, there is a plan to promote quality education that, among other measures, will provide students and teachers with electronic devices so that COVID-19 does not disturb at all their educational process. The future does not wait, and our students cannot miss a single minute of their learning. And this is why our young people are one of our top priorities. We will work to ensure they get the best possible education. In this sense, I believe there is no better education than a comprehensive one that encourages students' participation in all areas affecting them. Proof of this is the acceptance of the Dominican French initiative to promote Resolution 2535, adopted unanimously by the Security Council in July 2020, to strengthen the member states' commitment to the global agenda of youth, peace, and security, and that directly involves young people in these plans. However, to speak about peace and security without speaking about development is simply a waste of time. Before the pandemic, this organization was already in a reform process to assist member states in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals of the 2030 Agenda. It is evident that achieving these objectives requires an accelerated implementation with the purposeful commitment of the developed countries. However, 5 years after the adoption of the 2030 Agenda, the majority of developing countries are lagging behind, and those middle-income nations, such as the Dominican Republic, face particular challenges because although their economies are advancing, institutional weaknesses prevail that lead to inequality. It is therefore essential to modify that agenda so that it responds to the reality and problems facing each country. 75 years ago, this organization was born with the purpose of banishing forever from the international community's vocabulary the we versus you, or them to assume the everyone. And that is what COVID-19 does in putting us to the test. But I predict it will fail. If this assembly assumes the threat will be annulled through policies not combining the legitimate national interests of each country with the global solutions adopted by the entire international community. To do this, we must act in 3 areas: health, education, and technology. In the field of health, this meeting should help create the conditions of universal access to the vaccine against COVID-19 as soon as that is available. We therefore demand that this vaccine be accessible to all human beings on the planet. The reason for the creation of this organization is to measure up to historical challenges such as this one. To achieve this, the role of the World Health Organization is essential, as well as the creation of a global solidarity fund that will serve as a reserve to mitigate the ravages of future pandemics. In the field of schooling, we must share the most positive experiences, including online education, skills training, and support investment efforts in educational policies. Finally, the UN must be the engine and guide so that the 21st century is truly the century of knowledge, thanks to ever-advancing communication technologies. And hence ending the digital divide is one of the urgent priorities for the international community. However, any development and any progress will be useless if the values enshrined by this organization in its Universal Declaration of Human Rights are not taken into account. In defending these rights, the United Nations knows that it has the solid commitment of the Dominican Republic to advance towards higher levels of human dignity that promote policies to guarantee equality between men and women and protect children affected by armed conflicts or at risk of being sold as slaves, prostituted, or used for pornography. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring to this meeting the mandate of the Dominican people to proclaim our nation's commitment to protecting the environment and to continue supporting the Paris Agreements. Further, I believe the time has come to enhance its postulates. In the Security Council, we have advocated that security factors within the climate change context be more broadly and studied in greater depth, because a natural phenomenon can cause or aggravate any conflict, mainly in highly fragile areas. The occurrence of natural phenomena and extreme weather events are becoming more frequent, and their greater intensity particularly affects small island developing states. This forces this organization to continue on the path of not considering such phenomena as isolated events, but as common and recurrent realities for which we must be prepared. The lists of threats and complications facing mankind could frighten anyone. However, this organization has demonstrated over 3/4 of a century that through dialogue and cooperation, any goal can be reached, no matter how difficult or remote it may seem. Whoever thinks one can change the world by oneself is wrong, and whoever does not know how to measure one's strength to adjust our contribution will also be wrong. And therefore, on behalf of Dominican men and women, I share our deep commitment, purpose, and our work to provide solutions to the best of our ability. Close to 11 million Dominicans are eager to do their part. The Dominican Republic was in the founding hour of this organization, and since then has demonstrated its will and commitment in the concert of nations for the sake of peace, prosperity, equity, and global diversity. We are aware of our demographic and economic reality, but our condition will never be an excuse for not contributing the best of ourselves as we have tried to do for 75 years. The UN, as I understand it, is not concerned with diplomacy, but with the future. And as Eleanor Roosevelt said on the day of the solemn proclamation of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of your dreams. Therefore, let us attain a world of peace, a world of diversity, prosperity, a sustainable world for at least 75 more years. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Dominican Republic for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela to introduce an address by the head of state.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. On behalf of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, I am honored to introduce the President of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro Moros. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Distinguished President of the General Assembly, Volkan Bozkır, Distinguished Secretary General Antonio Guterres, heads of state, heads of government, leaders participating in this 75th session of the UN General Assembly. I should like to begin by apologizing for removing my mask, which is necessary during this pandemic. I extend my greetings to all of you throughout the world who are watching us and listening to us. I congratulate you, Mr. President, on behalf of the constitutional government of Venezuela and the people of our Bolivarian Republic on your assumption of the presidency at this 75th session of the General Assembly. It is a great occasion, an occasion of great importance given the extraordinary circumstances mankind is facing due to this global emergency caused by COVID-19. I say this is an extraordinary opportunity because in addition to being a very complex and difficult time for the planet, it is also an opportunity to give further thought to changing the paradigms which mankind has established, in particular the vast majority of people afflicted by poverty and exclusion. They hope for change from us, from the global leaders. At this same General Assembly in 2001, our eternal commander Hugo Chavez said, and I quote, "We have come here without fear. We've come here with a great deal of good faith, with a great deal of optimism in life, in brotherhood, in unity, and in the supreme possibility that today we, the leaders of the world's countries, can seek out and find genuine solutions to real problems, and that we can seek justice and peace." In Venezuela, we believe that the world needs to be completely revised, and we need to put it under a magnifying glass, as Commander Chavez would say, a very strong magnifying glass, because the world is suffering. It is suffering from mistakes that have been piled up on top of other mistakes. That was Commander Chavez's appeal in 2001 as he called for a reforging of the United Nations. And here we are in 2020, insisting on the need to renew these paradigms. Venezuela recognizes that the United Nations over the past 75 years has made major contributions to mankind. However, we need more goodwill and efforts to preserve these advances, to meet new goals. We insist on the need to strengthen South-South cooperation and to create alternative financial mechanisms and provide technical support which will underpin initiatives and priorities defined by our people so that we can achieve the SDGs. This is a timely task, one we cannot defer. Every day counts. The South is also thinking about these issues. The South is also important. The South also exists, as poet Benedetti would have said. We are all working to save our planet. We are calling for the greatest political commitment to combat climate change, which is a reality. Combating climate change is an urgent priority. We recognize the importance of strengthening our mitigation and adaptation measures in accordance with the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement. We therefore reaffirm the importance of implementation measures so that developing countries can carry out their climate actions. Noam Chomsky warned us quite recently, we do not have much time left. Mr. President, the United Nations and mankind, we are all facing a profound and complex crisis. We have the COVID-19 pandemic, and added to that, global challenges of climate change and sustainable development. With this disturbing backdrop, we also have the no less alarming desire of the great powers to bring mankind to the brink of military confrontation. Perhaps it would be the last confrontation for our species. The United States of America, rather than taking a positive or forward-looking leadership role, is erratically working under the guidance of an intransigent and hostile government. It's hostile to diplomacy, and it shows open contempt for multilateralism or any type of pre-existing global rules. COVID-19 has changed the realities and priorities for everyone because of its impact on human life. The pandemic has shed light on the inequalities in this world and made them worse. Regrettably, some short-term measures to deal with the pandemic have increased the social and economic gaps within countries, and that is why the international community as a whole must provide a global and coordinated response. Assistance must be provided to all nations in need so that conditions can be established to build stronger economies and more inclusive societies. Even before the COVID-19 pandemic, the collapse of the international geoeconomic and geopolitical order was already taking place, and yet this emergency has made us more aware of the contradictions of capitalism and its inability to tackle this crisis. In many cases, states have been reduced to a minimalist expression, and neoliberalism that has been imposed on them has stifled public institutions. Health has become a luxury. Today, we hear people crying out in the streets, people who feel abandoned and who've been left unprotected. The health and well-being of the population are not commodities. The market cannot continue to regulate the destiny of mankind. Venezuela believes the role of the WHO must be an example of multilateralism that we must reinforce. The World Health Organization must be an organization which acts and speaks honestly without giving in to pressure or extortion or attacks from the powerful. It must reaffirm its moral authority, its scientific capacity, and cooperation based on solidarity. We welcome the enormous scientific efforts of sister nations such as Russia, China, and Cuba to come up with an effective and safe vaccine against COVID-19. And we trust that such discoveries will be deemed a global public good by each of our nations, with free access for all peoples of the world without discrimination. In the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, we propose the creation of a revolving fund of public purchasing in the UN system to guarantee access to food and to healthcare products. This would be financed through public resources. It would make it possible to tackle discrimination and overcome economic embargoes against countries and make it possible for governments to acquire necessary goods and services. We call for a bolstering of policies and financial funding for development to promote local production chains and promote new economic actors. And we also call for the creation of a bank of technology for training. The Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela calls for the adoption of an international legally binding instrument on development and the right to development, which will bolster people's efforts to overcome poverty and social inequalities and to fight for social justice. Our re-election as a member of the United Nations Human Rights Council through sovereign majority vote of the countries represented in the UN system, despite tireless attacks by the U.S. empire and its supporters, has further reaffirmed our commitment to promote respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms of every individual without any distinction, and to do so in a just and fair manner. We firmly support any initiative to combat discrimination based on ethnicity, gender, nationality, or any other related form of intolerance. We are committed to defending the principles of universality, impartiality, objectivity, and the non-politicization and non-selective nature of implementing these principles. We are committed to international, intercultural, constructive dialogue to promote and protect all human rights. Of course, this includes the right of peoples to comprehensive development. Mr. President, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela reaffirms its commitment to a peaceful solution of disputes in accordance with the principles established in the UN Charter. And with regard to the territorial dispute over Guyana Esquiva, Venezuela reiterates its strict compliance with the Geneva Agreement of 1966. In particular, we underscore the purpose, the object, and the soundness of this Geneva Agreement, which clearly is mandated to find a practical, satisfactory, and acceptable solution for both parties through successive mechanisms provided for in Article 33 of the UN Charter. It is through political and diplomatic negotiations, by mutual agreement, that we will find a solution to this dispute which stems from imperial colonialism. Mr. President, the world has continued to face many injustices affecting innocent people, threatening them with their very lives, and these actions by states which are unjustifiable, inadmissible, and which are shameful to mankind. Once again, we express our solidarity and support to the Arab people of Palestine, and we call for respect of their historically established territories in 1967 by this organization. We endorse the United Nations appeal to bring an end to the shameful criminal embargo that has lasted for almost 60 years against the brotherly people of Cuba, and we reaffirm the appeal to the government of the United States to put an immediate end to this economic, commercial, and financial embargo against this sister nation. Mr. President, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela reiterates its commitment to the need to promote and strengthen dialogue and cooperation by building bridges among peoples, respecting cultural and religious differences, preventing conflicts, promoting reconciliation, and building peace. The non-aligned movement promotes these initiatives, these policies, these values by holding the International Day of Multilateralism and Diplomacy for Peace, and we have joined the UN Group of Friends for the Alliance of Civilizations in the United Nations. As we raise the flag of pluralism and equity, much remains to be done, and we will do it. Mr. President, as you know, Venezuela is under constant attack. Our beloved homeland is victim to a multi-pronged attack by the United States. In the media, in the political arena, economically, we have even been threatened with direct military aggression. Unilateral measures imposed by the U.S. government have been aimed at bringing Venezuelans to their knees, and yet our people, along with the constitutional government, have heroically resisted this indignity, this illegal action, and this inhumanity shown by this empire, which today represents the most serious threat facing our multipolar and multi-centric world. Today we stand. We are the dignified people, sons of the glories of our liberator, Simon Bolivar, and we can tell the supremacist government of the United States that the world is looking at them, that in the 21st century there are millions of eyes that see behind the media networks. It's time to bring international law back into play. It is time the time has come to end this global loss of credibility as a result of the whims and arrogance you have heaped upon the world's conscience. To continue to violate the United Nations Charter will lead to isolation and to discredit and condemn the history of peoples, including your own people, the people of the United States, and bring them out into the streets to protest racism, police brutality, and abuse. These unilateral coercive measures have made people not just rise up against this global dictatorship, which attempts to impose national initiatives and impose them on us. Our national industry has been persecuted. This is the real Venezuela. These are the real Venezuelans in flesh and blood. I can tell you today, Excellencies, that there is a revolution ongoing in our homeland, a revolution for innovation, a new offensive to create a virtuous circle of opportunities and to counter these attempts to make our nation collapse. We have made extraordinary efforts with our own hands, in addition to the solidarity and cooperation we have received from friendly countries in the UN system to deal with the fallout of the COVID-19 pandemic. We've avoided the worst. Despite other plans, despite projections and catastrophic desires against us, neither an illegal embargo or aggression against our government have taken us off our path to protect the lives of our people. Today, I can say that we've provided some 1.9 million free tests to our people. The average is 62,489 tests per million inhabitants. We are a Latin American and Caribbean country, but the one that has provided the most COVID tests to its people. We do this with a great deal of humility and a desire to help neighboring countries, whose governments frequently express aggression to us. You will not hear about this in traditional media, nor on social networks or in the internet. But I wanted to stop here and share this experience with you because I think we can save lives elsewhere on the planet. We have gone through this experience with China, Cuba, and Russia. Our social and healthcare protection system meant that we were able to go from house to house and find positive cases and attend to suspected or potential cases. We have sent out medical missions, and we have automated protection systems known as our homeland system. We have a list of more than 20 million citizens, elderly, out of a population of 30 million inhabitants. As you will see, that represents 2/3 of our population. We've been able to reach every single community in our country. We have our own model. It was designed based on the principle that we need to prioritize life above everything else. And thanks to these efforts, we've been able to combine social distancing with productive activity in the country. We've done this with our 7+7 scheme, and we offer it modestly to other nations. For 7 days, there is a 1-week stay-in-place order, strict quarantine, and then 7 days later we have a more open general economic work week. This has enabled us to work towards a new normal and help us overcome this pandemic. Our government is ready to meet the challenge of this pandemic along with our people. Our people have become increasingly aware of the need to combat the pandemic, and this has shown the effectiveness of our public health care system. We were able to control the initial outbreaks of this pandemic, which impacted the world, and that bought us time so that we could improve all of our protocols for prevention, treatment, and protection for our people. Venezuela is one of the few countries which provides free and differentiated treatment for detected cases, and that is all cases, asymptomatic, slightly symptomatic, moderately symptomatic, and seriously symptomatic. Our policy for prevention and care means that we hospitalize all the positive case patients, even if they do not present symptoms, and that has helped keep a lid on the spread of this illness. Mr. President, more than $30 million of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela have been seized, frozen, and held in bank accounts in the United States and Europe. In addition to that, they go after any business or government which trades any goods or services with our country, be it food, medicine, fuel, additives needed to produce gasoline, which our people need, etc., etc. And that is why we reaffirm to the world that Venezuela is prepared to resist, and we are resisting this criminal, inhuman aggression. Venezuela has been prepared to win out over this embargo imposed by the U.S. government. We are fighting for peace, for our homeland, for our region, for humanity. Our heroic Venezuelan people in the past have shouldered the responsibility of their historic role as we have faced the disgraces of the most dangerous empire in the history of the world. This empire is now writing some of the most horrific chapters of inhumanity and criminal behavior. The world must know that we are prepared to fight against this with the force of our history, of our spirit, of our reason, and with the support of international law. Once again, I express our deepest thanks to the Secretary General and the High Commissioner for Human Rights, Michelle Bachelet, who have called for an immediate lifting of unilateral criminal coercive measures which run counter not just to the UN Charter, but are clear obstacles imposed on countries who are attempting to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic and meet the SDGs. As you know, attacks are not just limited to unilateral coercive measures. On the 3rd of May, Venezuela thwarted an attempted invasion by sea, a group of mercenaries and terrorists who were financed by the U.S. government and trained in Colombia. And this was done with the full, complete support of the U.S. government and the U.S. and Colombian government. This group of terrorists were stopped by our police and military union. They were neutralized and captured. Those who perpetrated this attack against Venezuela were arrested, and they are now before our judicial bodies. Recently, we also captured a U.S. spy who had weapons and documents on our oil and electric industry. We face a daily siege. We've been dismantling these attacks, denouncing them, unmasking them one after another. And I wonder, how would you characterize a terrorist action in the midst of such extraordinary humanitarian circumstances as COVID-19? How would humanity characterize this action? The very least one could say is that this is a disproportionate action. It's one of the worst sins being carried out by the U.S. elite. And that is why the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela reiterates the need to reaffirm the principles of respect for sovereignty, self-determination of peoples expressed in the UN Charter, which unites all of us. The illegal violation of that charter by some member states of this organization, motivated by despicable reasons, is endangering the stability of our country and our Latin American and Caribbean region. Peace-loving countries must rise up and make the United States understand that in the midst of a pandemic, no one understands nor can they explain this resurgence of criminal persecution and of this embargo against such noble countries as Cuba, Nicaragua, Venezuela, Syria, Iran, and other sister countries in the world. We must demand a cessation of all unilateral coercive measures, of all sanctions. Let our people exercise their own rights, the right to development and peace. The United States and its government must abandon this age-old practice of criminalizing those who do not bend to their will in this world. We will continue to maintain our policy of independence and sovereignty. It must be said, the United States, throughout history, has become one of the most significant threats to peace in this world. We wish to echo the words of the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. We endorse his comments on calling for a global ceasefire and an end to conflicts in the world, calling for strict respect for the purposes and principles of the UN Charter and of international law, in particular respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, and non-interference in the internal affairs of states, promoting dialogue among nations, the peaceful settlement of disputes, and prohibiting the threat or the use of force. Mr. President, traditionally Venezuela has been a host country for refugees and migrants. However, as a direct consequence of the criminal, unilateral coercive measures and the economic aggression imposed by the government of the United States on our people, there is currently a migration of our citizens, primarily for economic reasons. However, at the current time, our country is now experiencing a massive wave of voluntary returnees, thousands of Venezuelan migrants who are returning from countries with extremely high levels of COVID-19, such as Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Chile, and Brazil. And they are returning for a number of reasons, but the most important is the failure of those countries to manage COVID-19. And secondly, because of the systematic violation of the human rights of Venezuelan migrants, the use of age-old and xenophobic policies against the migrants from our country, including at the highest levels of government in these countries. There's been discrimination, mistreatment, lack of socioeconomic conditions, situations of semi-servitude, trafficking in persons, indignities that our people have suffered as migrants. And what has the reaction of the world been? We wonder who is concerned for Venezuela facing such reprehensible acts. Silence is complicity. As we've said, the COVID-19 pandemic has had a serious impact on the unsustainable living conditions of thousands of migrants in those recipient countries. They've reported a rise in neglect, a lack of response and care by the authorities of those countries. We clearly see the fragile nature of the social protection networks in these countries, which at times are held up as economic and social models. And we wonder once again, how is it possible Despite the enormous amount of money that has been given to these governments through these extravagant donor conferences for Venezuelan migrants, what's happened with that money? Have the governments stolen it? We think that we must seriously reconsider the role that some UN agencies have been playing, or that has been played by some individuals representing these agencies, such as the UNHCR and the International Migration Organization. Mr. President, by way of reconciliation and through agreements reached in our National Dialogue Roundtable among the political parties in Venezuela in September 2019, we have taken a series of measures to benefit democracy in Venezuela. Recently, we pardoned 110 citizens belonging to the opposition right charged with various crimes of aggression against our country. And with that decision, we hope to continue to work towards national reconciliation. We believe that peace deserves every effort, and we will continue with our efforts in this very difficult task. We are complying with the mandates established in our national constitution, adopted by referendum by the Venezuelan people in December 1999, and therefore, on Sunday, the 6th of December this year, we will hold the 25th democratic election in the past 20 years. This will be done to renew the legislative power with the participation of more than 14,400 candidates, more than 107 political organizations from across the national ideological spectrum. In Venezuela, I can assure you that all necessary guarantees will be there to hold these elections, and we therefore invite the world to come and to witness our living democracy. No one can deny the Venezuelan people the right to elect their new legislative power, because this is a key tool for collective existence, and it will be the expression of the will for constitutional power. No one will make that decision for Venezuelans. We do not intervene or attempt to make that decision in any other nation. We are respectful, and therefore we demand respect. The government of Washington, which has brought its own people to the brink of collapse as a result of the pandemic, and which will hold presidential elections in November, in clear violation of international law, illegally imposed new unilateral coercive measures against the democratic Venezuelan institutions, in this case, the electoral branch, in an attempt to interfere in the holding of parliamentary elections provided for in our Constitution. And that is why the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela reiterates the need to reassert the principles of respecting sovereignty and self-determination of peoples expressed in the UN Charter. The illegal violation of this charter by some member states of this country, this organization, is an attempt to bring Venezuela to violence and to conflict. We will not allow that to happen. We demand respect. Venezuela has chosen the path of peace, democracy, freedom, voting, participation, and the will of the people. This is the way it has always been, and this is the way it will continue to be. Mr. President, authorities of the world, heads of state, heads of government, Venezuela is here, standing strong with our historic dignity. We live in peace. We are prepared for new challenges. We are prepared for new victories. I take my leave of you, wishing you unity, peace, and cooperation for the entire world. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Panama to introduce an address by the head of state.
Gracias, señor. Thank you, President. It is my great honor to present the pre-recorded statement by the President of the Republic of Panama, His Excellency Laurentino Cortizo Cohen, for the first virtual debate in the lifetime of this organization, to open the 75th session of the General Assembly of the United Nations.
Su Excelencia,
Excellency Volkan Bozkır, President of the 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations. Heads of State and Government. Distinguished delegates. History has taught us that decisions taken during a crisis define and mark the world for decades. That is to say, the great tests upon humanity, such as pandemics, have forced us to break with the past and to imagine a new world. This pandemic is no different. It is a doorway, a bridge between one world and the next. As world leaders today, we are facing a vast array of extraordinary, monumental challenges. In the short, medium, and long term, COVID-19 has put society's paradigms to the test, and it challenges us to actively build the future that we want. This will require changes in our economic systems, in our leadership and governance. It will require transparency, protecting and restoring biodiversity, human rights, and social inclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 has shone a spotlight on some of the contradictions in public policies across the world, and has revealed to us that a post-pandemic world must be sustainable and must be better. The decisions we take today will have long-term consequences. Doing more of the same is simply unsustainable. This would fail to recognize the scale of human suffering that the pandemic has unleashed. This crisis is alarming, in part because it has new and unknown characteristics. It is a global health emergency. However, the most worrisome part of the pandemic is not new. COVID-19 has shown up the deep existing inequalities. Whilst the pandemic does affect all of us, it does not affect all of us equally. We must focus everybody's attention on poverty and inequality. Although some may have chosen to ignore them in the past, we cannot now fail to recognize the bold facts of poverty and inequality. One thing must be understood. The post-pandemic world will still have the same problems that we are now facing, but under more extreme conditions. We will only have a different post-pandemic world if immediately, still in the middle of this battle, whilst we are taking mitigation measures, we also ensure that we are laying the foundations to resolve these problems, to generate deep structural transformations. If we correctly learn the lessons from this crisis, we will be able to achieve a social consensus, allowing us to expedite the necessary reforms to achieve a prosperous society, but above all, a just society with greater solidarity. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the main lessons learned during this pandemic, for example, is the importance of banking on science, technology, and innovation to provide solutions which will allow us to close existing social divides. The circumstances created by the pandemic have made it possible to rapidly implement innovative systems. Learning processes have been accelerated as never before, generating greater social benefits from the state's investment in innovation. This is particularly true in the digital economy, and is reflected in a migration towards models such as telecommuting, or the consumption of goods and services through online apps with delivery services. This is also seen in the use of digital educational platforms of the first world, which we are now using in some of our public schools, or also in the example of telemedicine, which allows citizens in remote areas to benefit from care from specialist doctors hundreds of kilometers away. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the serious consequences of this health crisis has been an increase in unemployment. But this also generates an important opportunity for us, our economies, which are mainly informal in nature, to lay the foundations and make the necessary changes in public policies to build the future that we want, which will have entrepreneurship and formalization of employment at its heart. In a post-COVID-19 world, shared prosperity could be the result of a shared vision of global solidarity. The most important lesson that the pandemic is leaving us is that we must work together on problems which affect the whole of humanity. We are, without a doubt, stronger united than divided. We must remember that since the Second World War, it was the need to survive, rebuild economies, and avoid the scourge of a new war which united countries to generate a new international order. The pandemic has reproduced this de facto solidarity. We have seen how, through tangible actions by countries, international cooperation has been mobilized. For example, scientists in Asia, Europe, and America are sharing data and experience. Ladies and gentlemen, Panama is the country with the greatest maritime and air connectivity in Latin America and the Caribbean. And it has done this in its position as a hub for the Americas, putting its infrastructure at the service of the world, and keeping its 144 maritime routes and 1,700 ports on its canal operational. We have kept our port and airport systems open, thus guaranteeing the logistics chains to provide global supplies, particularly of food and medicine. We are demonstrating our solidarity by providing humanitarian assistance and allowing transit through the canal of the Zaandam and Rotterdam cruise ships, which are affected by COVID-19, so that their passengers could be treated in time, avoiding a greater tragedy. We have opened up our infrastructure to the service of the region, so that through our regional logistics centre, the United Nations Food Programme and the International Red Cross, it has been possible to distribute humanitarian assistance in the form of food, medicine and medical equipment to over 30 countries. Only if we are united can all countries advance with solidarity and cooperation. If the international community fails to respond now in a decisive way, then the United Nations Agenda 2030 runs a real risk of being fatally derailed. A new multilateral order requires a real commitment from each one of our countries to carry out tangible actions based on meeting the Sustainable Development Goals. And we must ensure that what is agreed upon here in this forum is implemented at home. Ladies and gentlemen, our planet has been dealt a heavy blow. The pandemic has inflicted pain on millions of human beings. We have been waging a daily battle with no respite, locked down against the invisible and the uncertain, but standing strong and never surrendering. We have lost grandparents, parents, sons and daughters in this deadly combat against the virus. Nurses, doctors and health workers have fallen. We trust that a vaccine is not far away and that we will be able to halt this ill which nobody wished for. We will recover. Governments and world leaders have the obligation to recognize their mistakes, to be prepared, so that our health systems can address crises such as the one we are now living through. We can and must help one another. But we must learn from this horror that rather than rebuilding, we need to construct a new society with more solidarity, which is more equitable and just. Together, united as nations, we will build the future we want. Make no mistake, multilateral action is the right path to follow. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Panama for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Mongolia to introduce an address by the head of state.
Mr. President, Excellencies, and distinguished delegates, it is my great honor and privilege to introduce the pre-recorded statement of His Excellency Mr. Battuluk Hatma, the President of Mongolia. I thank you.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to convey my heartfelt congratulations to you, Mr. President, upon your election as the President of the current session of the General Assembly. I pledge my delegation's full support and cooperation in the discharge of your onerous responsibilities. This year, the member states are proudly celebrating the 75th anniversary of the United Nations. The UN is the optimal structure of multilateral cooperation. It was indeed a tremendous achievement when the world's nations united under the spirit of the UN Charter set out to resolve their differences and hurdles through negotiations and cooperation. Along with progress and development came complex and formidable challenges. Our responsibility to address and overcome them has equally increased. The most glaring example is the current 75th session of the UN General Assembly, which is taking place amid worldwide fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. In today's interdependent world, infectious diseases are spreading exponentially, adversely affecting the economy, social welfare, humanitarian causes, security, and human rights. It is a huge lesson and warning that humankind has been caught off guard and swept by the pandemic in the 21st century with its highly developed medical science. In this time of hardship, multilateralism has taken on even more significant role. There is a critical need for networked, inclusive, and well-timed responses based on unity and cooperation. We have no doubt that upon release of a safe and effective COVID-19 vaccine, the United Nations and its system organizations will play a major role in ensuring equal access to the vaccine for developing and least developing countries, as well as vulnerable groups such as children, women, the elderly, and indigenous peoples. We call on international financial organizations and developed countries to continue their support and assistance to developing countries with limited resources and weak social protection systems in their economic recovery and fight against the deadly pandemic. Mr. President, this year ushered in the decade of action to deliver the Sustainable Development Goals. However, this is also the year where COVID-19 restrictions and quarantine are in place worldwide, and the pandemic has not only aggravated the existing challenges, but also reversed some of the hard-won gains made since 2015. Thus, all governments need to act decisively to fight the pandemic, step up their effort to achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals, and fulfill their responsibilities in a more innovative and flexible way. As a result of a timely containment strategy, mobilization of all possible resources, while taking into account the lessons learned from others, Mongolia has so far no local transmission and no pandemic-related death. The pandemic, climate change, and other threats that have raised alarm worldwide keep reminding humankind of the overriding need to cherish the earth and live in harmony with nature. The tradition of treasuring, cherishing, and protecting the earth is deeply embedded in the nomadic way of life and the national identity of Mongols. Interdependence between humans and the natural world is at the root of human existence. To this day, we have done everything not to bend down under the overwhelming forces of nature. However, our struggle was not to adapt to nature, but rather to defeat it. Day by day, we realize that the fight to win is what is causing defeat, while the fight to seek harmony is the foundation of our existence. The fact that Mongolia is one of the few countries with zero local transmission of COVID-19 can be traced to our centuries-long tradition of living in harmony with nature. We need to unite our minds and forces to live in concord with nature, rather than dominate it with the help of technological progress. In fact, nations around the world owe a duty to future generations to protect the earth and ensure that every individual leads an eco-friendly life. Mr. President, for the past 75 years, the United Nations has been fulfilling its responsibility of uniting the world's nations under one roof and steering them towards growth and development. However, the need for the UN to be more in sync with changing environment, enhance its work and change its working methods is nothing but compelling if it is to rise to the emerging challenges of international relations. It must take even more innovative and bold actions to that end. Let us join efforts to build a reinvigorated United Nations and grow together for the sake of Mother Earth and peace and prosperity of all humankind. I thank you for attention.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Mongolia for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Marshall Islands to introduce an address by the head of state.
Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, I have the distinct honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency David Kabua, President, Republic of the Marshall Islands. Thank you.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, I have the honor to bring you the warm greetings of Yahweh from the Republic of the Marshall Islands. We find the world in an unprecedented crisis, bearing witness not only to a frightening pandemic and its accompanying economic fallout, but also to deep fractures in fundamental international cooperation. As we all reflect on the 75th anniversary of the United Nations, we must realize that continuing with a business-as-usual approach risks further inaction at the very moment where the world needs the opposite. Without increased leadership, the consequences for shared responsibility will be catastrophic, be the issue the financial crisis, public health, security tensions, or climate change. As a small island developing state, we can often see threats earlier or more sharply than our larger partner nations. And in the Pacific, we can readily recall the deeper history of World War II and the very reasons why the UN was founded. But to rise to meet contemporary challenges, the UN must improve its political relevance and be truly fit for purpose in both messaging and delivery. Mr. President, the Republic of the Marshall Islands remains one of the very few nations in the world without a single confirmed case of COVID-19. Like some of our neighbors, we undertook early measures which avoided exposure to our vulnerable population, but which have left us in a deep isolation. Our substantial populations living abroad have been exposed to serious outbreaks, and as our borders remain largely closed, we have struggled to see friends and relatives in danger and pain, not just in our own population, but around the world. Communities are all facing serious challenges, and it is an essential point of humanity that none of us is spared in our suffering. The Pacific Islands Forum and many multilateral and key bilateral partners have already delivered important assistance to bolster our medical capacity to address outbreaks. Yet, we remain in a sharp and growing economic crisis as one of the busiest tuna ports in the world. Our economy is closely and uniquely dependent upon fisheries, and the very COVID measures which keep our population safe are also having an adverse impact on our revenue streams. We are fragile, and cutbacks are throwing us backwards in our basic development. At the very time we must be moving forward, it is vital that the international system strengthen approaches which recognize targeted island-tailored economic recovery strategies. We join many others in seeking to build back better with green resilience through a range of sustainable approaches to benefit key social sectors and the environment. Actions we are already taking, but I am also increasingly concerned that without a sharp rise in leadership and multilateral cooperation, we place in doubt the prospect of building back at all. Mr. President, in these trying moments, the international community cannot forsake core human rights, which, regardless of development status, remain universal. As a new member of the UN Human Rights Council in Geneva, we feel frustrated by the gap between ideals and realities. While there remains a growing list of bad actors who may be far beyond facilitative approaches, the Council must also continue to strengthen its ability to listen closely to vulnerable nations seeking good faith reform and progress. We know from our own history and experience the tragic results which can occur when the voices of the most vulnerable are unheard, or when politics cloud clear reality. The Marshall Islands is particularly concerned that not all are held to fulfill account for human rights application and systematic violations, including those of the largest powers. While UN efforts to effectively address human rights need continual strengthening, we find unacceptable the persistent efforts to rewrite basic human dignity into an alleged win-win language which devalues individual rights. Even if we are in a minority, we will not be silent on this matter. Mr. President, we reaffirm the 2019 bold declaration of the Pacific Islands Forum, which establishes a contemporary pathway for regional security. It is vital that as small island developing states, we work with democratic partners to maintain and strengthen our security as truly independent nations, not subject to the forceful influence of larger powers. The Marshall Islands underscore the complex security environment in our Pacific region and the need for a stronger focus on emerging and cross-cutting security drivers within fragile states, including climate change. We want to underscore the urgent need for tangible and text-based efforts towards UN Security Council reform. Mr. President, the wider Marshall Islands is a nation which is over 99% ocean. We joined our fellow Pacific nations in building upon our traditional cultural roles as stewards of the ocean. While small islands developing states have a unique role in oceans discussions, a wider global response is needed to ensure that our youngest and future generations will benefit from healthy oceans. The Pacific Islands have taken a leading role in working towards more sustainable tuna fishing, which also ensures human rights and is a key source of global security. Yet here, to stronger international leadership and political commitment is needed. The economic lifeline in the Pacific is truly fisheries, and we urge for stronger and targeted fisheries development strategies from global finance sources as a means towards a sustainable and truly secured future economy. This is what we intend as a Blue Pacific. In this context, we also call on and urge the international community for a more coordinated front through a UN platform to combat illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing and related activities. We look forward to realizing a rescheduled UN Oceans Summit in Portugal, as well as our Oceans Conference in Palau later this year. Mr. President, climate change is the single greatest threat to the peoples of the Pacific, including low-lying atoll nations like the Marshall Islands. Curbing emissions is now at the core of the Paris Agreement, but binding words are not enough. Change will not come from words alone. Change relies on my fellow UN members, major emitters, especially delivering ambitious nationally determined contributions this year. It relies on us all seizing the opportunity posed by the unprecedented scale of economic recovery to create a zero-carbon future. It relies on solidarity and the resources for us all to build a better future. Change relies on protecting the most vulnerable because those on the front line, whether healthcare workers battling the pandemic or small island nations sounding the alarm on climate change, are critical to the survival of us all. Adaptation to climate change will hold off the worst impacts if the world lives up to its promise of 1.5 degrees Celsius. But adaptation is also a complex goal at a time when we often struggle to deliver the basics and requires finances, just as our economy is reeling from COVID-19's effects. There are two things we need to secure our future: for the world to help us adapt to the changes that will come with a 1.5 degree temperature rise, and to make sure that is the limit. Mr. President, as a former strategic UN trusteeship, the Marshall Islands knows all too well the consequences of inaction by the international system. Between 1946 and 1958, 67 large-scale nuclear weapons were tested in the Marshall Islands, including many authorized by 2 UN resolutions. This remains a lasting legacy, which is also a contemporary challenge passed down through generations as a significant human rights challenge. No other people should ever have to bear the burdens which we know from nuclear exposure. We remain a beacon for stronger international efforts to reduce and eliminate nuclear risk. Real results, not symbolic lip service, is needed to unpack and address the often complex situations which often accompany nuclear risk. In particular, we remain alarmed over recent events in North Korea and call for full implementation of UN Security Council resolutions. As we welcome the transition towards a multi-country UN office in the North Pacific, we hope that this more effective presence by the UN system will allow for a stronger working relationship on our future development, including with the National Nuclear Commission. Mr. President, as small island developing states, the Marshall Islands and our neighbors are forever reminding the UN system and partner nations of the need for island-based strategies which fit our truly unique character. Implementation of the Samoa pathway for SIDS remains uneven throughout the UN system, and too often we are left with one-size-fits-all approaches. Next year, we will present our voluntary national review of progress towards the UN Sustainable Development Goals. We expect to see strong steps forward, including the recent adoption of our National Strategic Development Plan. Yet, despite our ambition, so much still remains to be done in further developing an effective UN system which is truly fit for island purpose. Mr. President, the world cannot simply ignore Taiwan, as I can assure it in fact exists. And we must have open minds to ensure the 23 million people of Taiwan are not left behind, nor their humanitarian contributions taken for granted. Taiwan should be allowed to participate in an equal and dignified manner within the UN system, including the WHO, ICAO, and the UNFCCC, as well as activities related to the SDGs. The vital civic space of UN premises should be opened for visits and attendance of meetings as well as for the media, regardless of origin. Mr. President, these are indeed difficult and trying times for international cooperation. Small and vulnerable nations cannot alone move the world, but as small nations, we often have a unique role in realizing creative and dynamic approaches. The UN settings is vital, and as member states, we cannot let it further risk irrelevance at the hour when it is most needed. Optimism remains, and the truest test of character is under adversity. Urgent action by all is needed to better act with conviction and compassion. No nation, large or small, can afford the consequences of a fragmented world.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of the Marshall Islands for the statement just made. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. We will continue the general debate tomorrow at 9 a.m. in this hall. Before adjourning the meeting, I would also like to call the attention of members to the letter circulated on 21st of September 2020, which has information regarding the occupational safety and health plan for this meeting, including in the possibility of follow-up in the unfortunate and hopefully unlikely event of a case of COVID-19. Following the arrangements in recent meetings, the Secretariat will actively manage the exit by calling each row for departure in a staggered manner. Members are therefore requested to remain seated after the adjournment of the meeting. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would first invite the first row delegates from Iceland to Italy to leave one by one. From Iceland to Italy.